Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of Black Pill Digest. This is Black Pill Digest number 7. Tonight, we're going to be talking about food. We're going to be talking about the nutrition industrial complex, as some would call it. I know I'm calling it that. And tonight's episode is titled You Are What You Eat. Just as a brief introduction, I would like to just point out that it has been long known and been pressed into us that if you want to control a population of people, one of the best ways to do that is to control their food. This has been a war tactic over the centuries, no, millennia of human existence. And even as recently as people like Henry Kissinger have even noted of this tactic. Tonight, to help us along this journey and to explore this topic, we have some fantastic guests lined up. But first, as always, let's bring in the co-host of Black Pill Digest, Mr. Sean McCann of Wake the Dead. Sean, what's going on, dude?
Hello. Oop.
Got you.
Oh, hello. Greetings, and I'm always proud and happy to be here with you, James. This is a great endeavor, and this topic is huge. It's so important. If we want to be free, like if we own ourselves and we want to have a free life, then we need to pay attention to what is like our vessel is most important. And if we trust the enemy to give us the fuel and the nutrients that we need, then we're always going to end up going wrong. So this here, we're going to talk about solutions at the, of course, it's Black Pill. We're going to talk about what's wrong. And these gentlemen that we have invited today are going to help us with solutions to, so that we can build strong bodies and have a sovereign, free life. Yeah. And our first guest I'd like to introduce is Mr. Jim Gale of Food Forest Abundance. Hello, Jim.
Hey guys, how's it going tonight?
Very good, Jim. Your work is fantastic. James was like, we got to get Jim Gale. I was like, oh yeah, I already subscribed to your newsletter. Of course, yes, we definitely need to have you on the show. And what your work is fantastic. We need to overgrow the world with abundance and beauty, and that's what you're working at. And we're so glad to have you here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. It is so logical, so ridiculously and joyfully simple, and so much fun and so beautiful and so financially logical to grow food instead of fucking lawns.
Yeah.
Like take the poisons out and grow food instead of lawns, and we solve all of the world's biggest problems. Anybody listening, I would love to debate you if you disagree with me. And then if you agree with me, then let's freaking do it.
Jim, with your high energy right out the gate there, it's really putting a smile on my face. I want to make sure that right straight away that we make sure to you tell people about your website, where they can find you, and I want to make sure that gets out right away. Please.
Okay. Jim Gale, and the entity that is going to help lead the way to the best of our ability, because that's what we can do, is called Food Forest Abundance. It's in the name. It's foodforestabundance.com. That's the future of our world. Food forest everywhere literally equals freedom.
All right. And if anyone's curious, that link is already included in the show description. And if you're watching live, and it will be also included in the replay. So, Jim, again, man, we talked in the pre-show, but I'm super pumped that you're here. I'm so excited to meet you. And I stumbled across your work looking for some of the information that our other guest tonight, I was tuned in and turned on to the idea that we were going to have our second guest for the evening coming. And upon searching for some of the things, podcasts that maybe he had guested on, I remember hearing him on Joe Rogan. And then I search on the podcast feed for Pat Miletich, and I stumble across your show, and I go, we got to get this guy here too. But I would like to bring Pat in now, and we can start really dynamic conversation. So, without any further ado, Pat Militich, how are you tonight? Thank you for being here.
Well, I'm very good, and I hope this isn't too delayed on my microphone. But thank you very much for having me, guys, and I'm honored to be on the show with Jim, of course.
Well, one thing that we've learned in the tech and the streaming and the content creation area is that when we're experiencing technical difficulties, the best thing to do is to push forward and to try our best to make something that's digestible and coherent. And we're going to be able to make sure that our conversation tonight is going to be the best that it can possibly be, given the technical difficulties. The information is what's important, and people will just have to figure out a way to figure it out. So, Pat, please, just like we've done for Jim already, let us know about your websites and where people can find you and what you're hip to.
Yeah, sure. I work closely with chemicalfreebody.com, Tim James over at chemicalfreebody.com, and they partnered with me on Super Soldier, which is a combination of a wonderful fulvic humic acid that comes from a bog up, well, we'll just say very far north in North America. The location of it, they will not divulge this location, and I was lucky to get the exclusive U.S. rights to that substance, and it's something that I'm super excited about because it's really helping athletes perform. It's been helping people a lot with their health, and so we're doing great things with that. So we combine it with organic Super Soldier or with organic vitamin C in veggie caps. Organic vitamin C is a very good answer.
So Pat,
as well.
you
So
mentioned
it's doing a lot of good things so that people can find that at chemicalfreebody.com and then help our soil amendment.
Oh, my mistake. I'm falling prey to the delay myself. Please carry on.
Yeah, no stress. But people can pick up our soil product at soilsavior.com. From 1.3 pound bags all the way up to 1 ton, they can purchase it. So
excellent.
So I want to share one thing. I use this product on my soil. I use it as a drink. I've even bathed in this. This is the real freaking deal. And we're designing it into all of our designs. It's a product that will help the plants be stronger and live longer.
Could Pat, could you explain a little bit about this soil and why it's so fantastic?
yeah, sure. And obviously there are different grades of it that we use for agriculture and then for human consumption, all of that different versions of it and everything. But it's derived from the most nutrient-rich peat bog yet found in the world. And it comes from 45 feet below the surface of that peat bog, where the nutrients of basically 1,500 different types of plants have decomposed for 60,000 years. So they're very, very, very concentrated. And I guess the best way you're just awful tough to freeze dry, all the different antioxidants in the world, turn them into powders, and then concentrate to meet the concentration levels of 60,000 years of a humification process of it breaking down, right? So it's just super, super concentrated. And I have a specialist, an expert who's actually an expert in quantum physics as well. The guy's incredible. He's been looking at it and doing tests on it. And he said that it's basically it's such a fine substance that one speck of this substance, of these organic nutrients, is about the width of 2 to 3 atoms. So it's so effective at going into the cell and feeding the mitochondria, which are the furnace of the cell, creating energy. It's also very effective at what we've found at bonding with hydrogen in the cell and increasing oxygen by an awful lot inside of the cell, which is obviously very beneficial, not only athletic performance, but health. And then there are metal toxicity tests and studies that on this substance where it removes large amounts of heavy metal from people who are suffering from heavy metal. So really? Its chelation properties are very powerful.
Wow. That's interesting because heavy metals is one of the poisons that they're putting at the supermarket. That's necessary.
Yeah, it's synthetic chemicals and heavy metals that are causing the vast majority of all human ailments, whether it's any form of inflammation, whether it's arthritis, respiratory, the cancers, all the different things, the autoimmune issues. The human body is going to react differently depending on the person, right? So we're all bombarded with heavy metals and toxins and synthetic chemicals. It's just some are better at chelating them naturally than others. Some people get sick faster, but we all need help with organic nutrients and getting that stuff out of our bodies. So,
right. And of course, the stratospheric aerosol injections are spraying all of this aluminum and barium and strontium and other heavy metals, and so we have to,
Oh, that's crazy talk. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're a bunch of tinfoil hat wearers over here, I guess. Yeah, that was episode 3 maybe of our show, stratospheric aerosol injections.
I think it was episode 3.
Yeah,
we did about a 4-hour session trying to kind of uncover and really nail down some hard evidence that exists to get people to think about what's going on in our sky and how if it's in the air touches everything.
Right.
And if it's in the air, then it's on everything. And we're breathing it, drinking it, eating it.
And it concentrates more indoors because of, so everybody go listen to that episode. And so it's it's landing on all the veggies. It's landing on everybody's organic, it's landing on Jim Gale's food forests. And
okay,
so I gotta jump in.
Jim? I
jump
gotta
in,
jump
Jim.
in
Please
here.
do. Yeah, please.
We have a technology here. It's Tesla-esque. It was installed by my friend Chris, who's a specialist in electroculture and these type of tensor technology with orgonite chemtrail busters. Now, I'm a very logical guy. And when I first heard this, I said I'd have to see it to believe it. I looked up in the freaking sky. I swear to God, I had my phone on me and it's on film. A plane was coming right over the top and it had this miles-long, thick-ass puffy chemtrail. And right over my property, directly above where this thing just got turned on, the chemtrail 60%, 70% gone. And then after it goes past my property, it starts up again.
Wow.
I don't know how this shit works, but I've seen that so many times that I think there's something going on. Right. I think Tesla was a pretty sharp dude.
Well, that's for sure. Yeah, we need to look more into that. That's interesting. I've heard of the cloud busters and with the orgonite and the big tubes, copper tubes, I think they use.
Yeah. I like his cars.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Anyway, so basically Jim's specialty is I guess we might not have said the word earlier, but permaculture. Is that a good term? That you're growing forests that will continue to produce throughout the years. Is that right?
Yes, and I'd like to my business is freedom and how to achieve it on a global scale. And permaculture is the path to achieve global freedom and health and abundance and
that's
the
right.
Garden of Eden.
Yeah, scarcity is a big tool that they use to keep us down.
Number one.
Yeah. So if we can wriggle free of the scarcity, then obviously more freedom exists there. And Pat's working to heal the soil of people's food forests. So this combined, these are the solutions that you know, like Jim was saying, the solution for freedom is to take control of your own production, take control of what goes into your body. If we trust, like I said earlier, if we trust the enemy, then they're just going to feed us poison the whole time. It's just going to be poison after poison. Like we said, the air is poison, the water they give us is poison, and the food they give us is poison. We walk into the supermarket, 90% of that stuff is poison. I guess, would one of you guys like to, do you agree with that? 90%? What do you say there? How about Pat? Pat, what would you
he's an expert.
Well, I mean, what it comes down to is I think everybody who's truly aware, like you guys are, like Jim is, myself, and many others, people don't need to be experts to just have common sense and look at the back of a box and look at the ingredients and then look at each ingredient and what it does to human health, you know, and it's pretty simple. It just takes a little bit of time, right? And a lot of people, unfortunately, don't have the time. And the convenience, the sped up American way of life, and, you know, parents, you know, they get their kids off to school, you know, feed them breakfast, whatever, cold breakfast, you know, cold breakfast cereals, garbage, whatever. Get them off to school. They go to work. You know, they get off work. They go pick up their kids from after school program and rush to sporting events or sports practice or dinner, and then, you know, they get a little bit of tidbits of information from the, you know, 6 o'clock or 10 o'clock news, and that's all the information these people have. Man, they haven't really researched, and it's a very dangerous situation that we found ourselves in. A lot of Americans are just simply not paying attention or don't want to pay attention. They don't want to open that curtain and look in behind it. But, you know, people sit there and say, well, God, he lived a perfect life. He was totally healthy, didn't smoke, didn't drink, got cancer, and died. Well, that should tell you that he was drinking water that probably had chemicals in it, didn't know any better, eating fruits and vegetables that were sprayed and grown with, you know, petroleum-based fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides and everything else. So there's no avoiding it. There's no avoiding it anymore. We've got to be able to combat that. You know, for people, I would say, for listeners, you know, go to the reports of the numbers of chemicals and the amounts of those chemicals that are in your drinking water. The companies have to divulge those every couple of years, I believe. And the ones in Iowa where I was raised, I mean, just the atrazine alone. When we hear Alex Jones say they're frogs gay, you know, I mean, it's that bad. It's really that bad. I mean, that's the hormonal destruction of boys and girls. And then they, you know, they just psyop along with it and say, no, it's perfectly normal for little Jimmy to wear a dress. And, you know, that's what I tell people, is that the psyop proves they're doing this on purpose.
Right.
So if I could, I would just like to take a moment to kind of do a little, you know, a dive into the shallow end about atrazine and the whole turning the frogs gay thing. So certain species of frogs, when one half of their population, male or female, starts to dwindle, the other half will actually change sex in order to be able to mate. And then the atrazine in the water is like forcing that change in these species of frogs. And not that frogs are mammals or have many relations to like human beings, but
pretty close. I mean,
it goes to show that there is something going on with that chemical, and if it's in the water, who knows what kind of effect it's having on us, along with all of the BPA and the plastic that's in the bottles, the fluoride, the chlorine, all the this and all the chemicals compounding together and like stacking on top of one another. And we're more than likely dealing with a situation of a disastrous amount of deception being, you know, thrown our way when it just comes to just water, never mind food.
Right. Yeah, so we should have another episode about water. I'm sure we're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got some great water guys. I mean, Pat knows some guys that, I mean, water is way more than we conceive it is, right, Pat?
Oh, right.
And yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, I've been in some crazy conversations with a couple different guys, but one in particular who has figured out that there are possible right now in his technology 11 different water molecule structures. So but he has through frequency figured out a way to create a 6-pronged water molecule that captures light at all bond angles and traps the light electrons, and they stay attached to the water molecule. So they look like a golden halo around his water molecules, and light is energy. So when you drink his water, it changes the ohmic resistance of your skin and your cells. So it's wild stuff. I mean, it's
That's
the
great.
guy's
I
incredible.
want that.
Yeah, I want to
He's
learn
on a
about
different-
that too. Send us a link.
Where can we get some?
Well, we are just starting to work with him, and he said he was actually wanting him out and spend some time with him so that he could teach me how to put these devices together. And he said he's taught people how to put them, and they still can't figure out how to put them together correctly and make them work. So,
Wow.
I mean, he's a quantum physics expert.
Dude, you'll
And,
nail it.
I guess it comes down to what he said was it has to be a right-brained person to be able to put them together. And I happen to be right-brained.
Absolutely. You're an
and I've
artist
only-
to the max.
Well, I only found that out through shooting guns when I was younger, and I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a pistol when I could shoot great with a pistol or a rifle, and then I'd aim with my right eye with a pistol, and I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Then I figured out I was left eye dominant. Then started shooting left eye, and then now just kind of shoot both eyes for the most part.
That's the same exact thing I deal with when I'm at the range. And my buddy and I were at the range a few months back, and I've got his rifle and I'm using it, and I'm doing it right-handed, and I'm bing bing bing, I'm missing, and he's like, "Dude, you suck." And I was like, "Oh, hold on, watch this." And I just switched, and I've got hot shells flying past my face, and I'm like, bing bing bing, like just
That's
like
cool.
blink plink plink plink, like one after another. He just looks at me, he goes, "What the fuck?" I'm like, yeah, man, I'm left eye dominant.
You
Does
just
that
got to
make sense?
you got to string your gun the opposite way like Jimi Hendrix did. That's all. Just left hand to right hand.
Right.
So one thing Pat said earlier was that people like they don't think about what they're doing, and but they're programmed to eat a certain way. Like we start, like when we're kids, we learn how to eat from our parents, how they eat, how they feed us. And the choices that kids make, or the choices the parents make, influence the kids, and the kids are going to grow up and they're just going to have it already in us. Like we grew up with like Pop-Tarts and whatever, and to us, it like we see a Pop-Tart, we think that's Pop-Tart. We don't think it's propylene glycol and like whatever else.
God.
You know what I mean?
It's not even
So-
food.
Yeah, and like the food that we used to have, like back in the 80s and 90s, the Reese's cups didn't have BHT in it. They didn't have over the years, the shit keeps getting more adulterated further, and like we still see it as that old Reese's that we loved as a kid, and then we'd grab it off the shelf because we're addicted, and like I remember that. Ugh. And like if you go to the shop there, like you can't get gum that doesn't have BHT. All the gum from America is all BHT, TBHQ. Like those aren't food, You got to get Mexican gum that has like sugar and not aspartame, And aspartame, again, like that's another thing we should talk about today with Donald Rumsfeld and that whole poison. But anyway, people it's like they're set at that young age, and then they just continue. Do you see that as to be the case, Jim?
So in our house, we have nothing that's not organic.
Awesome.
But we go out a lot and we're eating out at restaurants a lot, and we sometimes buy a big thing of bottled plastic water because it's so effing convenient.
Right.
And those are the things that my intention, I'm declaring this right now in front of the world, is to be completely off all of that stuff when we move to Galt's Landing. I'm going to eat everything from the land, and I'm going to show everybody how logical it is, because I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how to cook shit. Like, I've never done that, right? Mac and cheese, really good in college. Like, I was the best mac and cheese guy, right?
Yeah, me, ramen noodles, ramen and tuna. Like,
Right?
now I learned ramen has plastic in it, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
God. So, no, it's the other day, a guy here who's production guy who's visiting from Brazil, or he's moved here from Brazil. He grew up on a farm. He knows what to do. He took me out. He grabbed the banana heart, like the pink pad at the end of a banana stalk, or like a fruit, or the pink big thing. Anyway, he made that into a thing. It tasted like crab meat. It was crazy delicious. He took green mangoes and made them into like potatoes, but it tastes like green mangoes. Papaya chutney and sweet potatoes. It's freaking amazing how easy it is to have everything you need right around you.
That's right.
If you know how to use it.
Right. So really, like your house, you're like training that. I guess training is kind of a shitty word for it, but you're like, you're
Demonstrating.
demonstrating, giving the custom of like, this is what food is.
Yeah.
I've got a Jennifer who sadly didn't. She was supposed to be here. It's not like she didn't make it. She was here. My computer is a piece of crap, and I'm sorry I couldn't get it working in the other room. But she gave me notes, so I'm trying to do my best. But so we have a son, and he's like 3, and like she's got him over at her friend's house, and her friend's kids hear the ice cream truck, and they're like, "Rah!
Yeah.
Give me money!" Like, and Liam's just watching, and he's like, what the hell, And then like they go and they get their ice cream, and he doesn't even know like what it is. Like, he doesn't understand why they do it, and like they act differently. He got a bite of a s'more. His uncle gave him a bite of s'more when Jennifer said no, but he went and did it anyway. And then when he came home, he would like, it was worse than drugs. It was like crystal meth, because he doesn't eat that stuff normally. And like, to his system, it was like, holy crap. And he's only like 35 pounds. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was a big chunk of chocolate. And he was like, and I calmly was telling him, I was like, pay attention to how you feel. Notice how you're angry and screaming. Like, you really have no reason to be angry. Why are you don't need to yell at mommy. It's because of the sugar. And he's like yelling. He almost like, he was angry that it was affecting him so much. And I could tell. And it was a real learning moment for him. And I want to continue that so that he pays attention to his insides. Because, if he goes on, if I didn't tell him that and it just files in his mind like a normal memory, he's going to remember I was mad. He's not going to remember I was acting that way because sugar. It's just, he's going to think of it as another emotion that washed over him. And like, that's just, and it won't stick, and it won't like, so I'm like, we in our house, we're trying to do our best. I guess James too has 2 young children, and James has worked in restaurants. And what do you have to say about this, James?
The making sure that you're cooking decent food, or at least like you're aware of the majority of ingredients that go into the food, and trying your best to source those ingredients from like a reputable dealer or source is probably one of the most important things that you can ever do in life for your children. I mean, us as a generation, the time's not up, but there's a certain amount of damage that's done that we need to repair. But the thing is we have an opportunity with the next generation to not cause that damage, so there won't be anything to repair. Yeah. So this is like the mission, the goal This is the mindset that us as parents should try our best to be in, or at least remain aware of, and really do everything that you can, because we're cornered as it is right now. The
Right.
majority of the people are cornered, and it's really important to give yourself a break and to try to breathe and to try to make sure that you're taking steps in the proper direction. We talked with Derek Bros last month, and I brought up the idea of setting having short-term goals that will have long-term consequences and long-term
Love it.
benefits. So this is again with the food, another aspect of that approach. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, with little kids, they want to have the friends. It's a natural reaction of
Oh,
in
that
life
too.
to want to socialize, to want to have the friends. And when they see, the group, they will go, whoa, what's that over there? The
Yeah.
curiosity is going to lead them into wanting to not be maybe a part of the group, but to at least go and see what that group is doing. And then they get the ice cream truck, and all the dominoes keep falling from there. But it's very important that we try to
I've got a
lead.
solution to that.
Go ahead, Jim. Thank you. Yes.
The solution to that is to do it even better, where it achieves the taste goals that the kids have. So that's what we're going to be doing here. We're making our own sugar. We've got sugar cane. We've got honey. We've got 230 types of food. We're going to learn how to make them so fucking delicious that eating anything other, it would be like going to the store and getting a tomato, and then going out in your backyard and picking a tomato off of a vine, and taking the tomato from the store and going, and then taking the one off the vine. They're two different things.
Right.
Like, they don't have any relation to each other. The one off the vine's better. So when we're milking our own cows, creating our own ice cream, creating our own everything like that, which is coming, that's what we're doing here, because it's fun as shit.
I have a question for Pat. So Pat, seeing how you know a lot
Sure.
about soil, I would like to ask you about the labeling process for organic foods, and what are the qualifications?
Those qualifications have changed considerably over the years. So, for instance, a fulvic humic acid that derived from coal, not from a peat bog, they have to use harsh chemical processes to remove the humic flick from the coal, and then they would add a probiotic created in the laboratory or whatever into it to call it organic, right? So then it's OMRI certified, which that means that it's organic in agriculture, and you can sell it in Canada, America, and Mexico. So there's there's some gray areas. Let's just put it that way. The humic fulvic that I deal with for sure, and then the refined version for human consumption, athletic performance, and health. That's organic the minute it comes out of the ground, because it comes 45 feet below the surface, which is not fossilized yet. It's still alive in microorganisms from 3,000 years ago. And then that substance is flash frozen and turned into a very fine powder. Microorganisms are basically flash frozen time. So when you put it in water, they come back to life. Like I guess the simplest term I could come up with to help understand is they come back to life like sea monkeys. When we were kids, we'd put sea monkeys in water and they'd come to life. So that's basically what's happening to the microorganisms. So it doesn't need to be chemical processes. There's nothing added to it to call it organic, straight up out of the ground.
So what I'm hearing is that the foods that we're seeing on the shelves might have that all important phrase organic on them, but there's still there's still a synthetic chemical process involved in that labeling procedure to qualify that food for an organic label.
Yeah, sure. Well, it happens.
That's
It does happen without a doubt. that's just the kind of the way it is, the way the ball bounces that a little bit. And so the thing that
isn't it true?
The thing that I try to help
true, real quick, that the former head of Monsanto is now the main guy at the organic thing in the U.S. government?
Well, that's interesting that you bring that up, because later on tonight we have articles exposing that the U.S. Department of Agriculture, for the last 3 administrations, the head of the USDA has been appointed by these presidents, and they formerly were a part of Monsanto.
Right. Just like the Pfizer, just like the revolving door, it's always government equals corporations equals slavery. You know,
right? They're all in bed with one another.
Yeah, Jim, but the listeners should listen. Like, keep listening after the guests are done. We're going to go over that point. So,
or not, your loss. Jim, I have a question for you, and I think this will be fun to hear your story about what led you to permaculture.
I heard about it. So I was living in Costa Rica. I had sold a mortgage company that did about $1.3 billion in 3.5 years, and bought a boat, lived on the ocean for a year. And then I found permaculture. I red pilled, and I had kids all at the same time. And I went through 2 years of holy shit, right? It was like I dove so deep because I had time. And then it was a stressful 2 years because I was worried about my kids, right? If it was just me, I'd be like, we'll fucking just, whatever, right? But the kiddos, right? So I went through this period of suffering, and then I read Bill Mollison's quote: "Though the problems of our world are increasingly complex, the solutions remain embarrassingly simple." And I literally started to bawl. And from then on, I spent everything I had. I went from 20 million down to negative 80,000 until I finally broke through. And it was just an epic freaking learning experience. But now here we are in 54 countries and 50 states, helping people grow food, and we're just getting started.
That's beautiful. I love that.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And I wanted to I wanted to draw attention. I was watching an interview that you did, Jim, and I really wanted to just, like, I don't know, give you a tip of the hat. If I could shake your hand, I would, about that first of all, that operation that you have going on, and with the airstrip and everything, and down and it's in Florida, and and you're giving a tour of the grounds. You're eating the vegetables off the branches, like you're doing the whole. You're such a, just, I don't know, man. You're just a bright.
I love it.
Well said, James. You're such a, I don't know, man. That's great.
But
I love it.
That's perfect.
like there's
everybody can have this.
There's that what would you call it? A statue on your property there of the one hand grabbing the wrist of the other, and like this, and it's like the hand that's being grabbed, it has a baton in it. And I wanted to ask you about that statue.
Yeah, that's so Marcel is my brother, our partner. He is an amazing human being who's funding freedom things all over the world. He is working, in fact, John Nolan from the Inspired Channel just had Dr. Andy Wakefield on the show. And Dr. Andy Wakefield said, I would like to get a movie funded. John Nolan called me. I called Marcel. The movie was funded in 3 days. Like, just boom, right? This freaking guy is amazing. So I got so excited about talking about Marcel, I forgot the question.
I really liked that sculpture, that statue.
Oh, yes. So he's an art. Yeah, that's funny. He's an artist. He loves art. Like, he's a massive art collector. And this piece of art was done by Hank Willis Thomas out of South Africa. Apartheid and all this crazy stuff. He's a South African. He's a African American or African fella, a black fella over there. So with the apartheid, he created the statute to signify we will not comply with force and violence any longer.
That's beautiful.
No
Yeah.
masters, no slaves. That's right.
Yep. So Marcel bought it and sent it over.
It's beautiful. Yeah, that's the kind of mind that we need on this show. That's right. Somebody that agrees with voluntary interactions and true respect for others' rights. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what we're all about here.
Yeah.
And so in order to how, like, I guess this question's for both of you guys, but we're going to go one at a time. So I guess we'll start with Pat. Pat, how can we remedy our own soil? Like, what if we have a yard and we don't want grass anymore, and we want to start growing some food like Jim's got? What can we do with our soil? Do we need to just scrap it all together and just build raised beds and just what do you think is best for that?
Well, I mean, number one, you can fix your soil.
Mhm.
Yes, 100%. Start a compost bin, composting, scraps from your, food, as long as it's not problem. But do your best to keep all vegetable scraps, all fruit scraps, all meat scraps, bone scraps, whatever, and put that in with your lawn clippings, the leaves that you rake, as long as you're not using petroleum fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides on lawn, you're going to have pretty good grass, right? You're going to have pretty good stuff. If you're going to do a garden, you want to treat the soil, there's a very powerful chelator, number one. It organisms in it and basically cancel out heavy metals and synthetic chemicals. I mean, they just destroy it, right? So they cancel it out, turn that stuff into agents that are harmless. It also has the ability to turn the nutrients into the soil, basically make them bioavailable to the plants, or a lot more bioavailable levels in the soil. Makes roots a lot longer, a lot bigger root masses, things like that. But really, you want to find a balance. The fulvic is not the only component you want. I mean, silica and other things. People don't even know that osteoporosis, for instance, I think that osteoporosis comes from lack of calcium. Well, that's not the case. The problem is that we don't have silica in our diet. Silica fills in the gaps in the bones, and that's what makes your bones strong. So the lack of silica in our soil, lack of in our diets, silica is a very plentiful substance that people can find. But composting for sure, and don't go to a compost facility, your county compost facility. Use lawn clippings and all the garbage from everybody's yard. They use, many times they'll use the human waste that has been broken down, and that still has the chemicals in it from agriculture
And the pharmaceuticals,
and manufacturing and cleaning products and lawn care and all the others, and pharmaceuticals as well. And so I expert agronomist who works for big corporations, and his wife has massive, I'm talking severe autoimmune stuff, and they did their own garden because they wanted to eat healthy. Went to the county county compost facility and picked up a bunch of compost. I didn't know. I said, she goes, I ate one cucumber out of it, and I broke out a horrible autoimmune issue. It flared up severely from one cucumber. And I said, well, where are you guys getting your compost? What are you doing for fertilizer? And then when I said, well, that's what's causing you just put a bunch of chemicals into your garden. So now you got to scrape all that garbage out of there, go find some good black soil, and then start treating it and breaking it back down and doing your own compost piles. Even experts, they just don't know.
right? Do you recommend layering, like in the old days with my other friends, I would grow hemp and cannabis, and we would put layers of like fish bones and like rocks for the water, and like do you recommend layering like that to get better like results, or do you just like mix it all together and get
Talking,
those
are you
full figure?
talking? Are you growing them in pot? Are you growing them in pots?
Uh, well, we were, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's that way we have all the
And
ingredients
that's
in the pot,
that's where you want to put
and that
the
way
bigger
like the
grapple at the
soil.
bottom.
Yeah,
But
right, right. But I
as far
mean,
as
do
the
you
fish
do you
bones, and
suggest like
you know,
bones and stuff? Yeah, yeah. Sorry about the delay.
oh, 100%, 100%. You can grind them up into powder. Do that.
Okay, interesting. And I heard you speak on another show about this product that comes out of the bog that you help to distribute with the soilsaviors.com. Um, this is a replacement for NPK and for like your nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, the macronutrients of your plants. This
Well,
it's got all the
I
macro
wouldn't.
and the micro, right?
Yeah.
Sorry
Well,
for the
I wouldn't
you,
say
you
it's a
go ahead.
complete replacement. I wouldn't. It's a complete replacement for NPK. So
Okay.
what farmers will do is they'll use about 50% less NPK fertilizer at first with the fulvicumic, and with that fulvicumic, many times farmers then do not need pesticides because when you grow organically, have organic nutrients in them. They create their own enzymes that inhibit bugs from wanting to eat, right? So they're protecting themselves. And so that's super important. Then you did as well, so they're using per acre. So farmers can lower their costs inputs at planting time, between $100 an acre. And so that's
That's
where,
amazing.
it comes down. They might not they might not understand, and farmers are very critical. They're only going to listen to generally their agronomist. So I almost just completely stop talking to farmers, and generally we'll talk to agronomists and folks that run to help them try and understand that a little bit, because if you put this product on a garden, I've done it where I've a garden one time where the plants were 6 to 12 inches tall, and 6 weeks later you had 10 tall tomato plants and 7-foot pepper plants, and they were absolutely packed with vegetables and peppers and tomatoes. So it literally does create a Jurassic garden. So, but using it with manure, that's where you want to be.
Right.
You
Like
want
bat
to
like a
be
bat
using
guano, like a
grass
good
fed,
quality manure.
grass
We mix it with our compost
grass
tea.
fed manure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Compost tea is good too. Like you could put good manure in
Yes,
like a pillowcase in a big 55-gallon drum, and you just let it soak and get the water moving through there, and it makes a nice shit water.
Yeah.
Plants love it. So
and there are
also,
that's the thing is there's
okay, go ahead, Pat.
sorry,
No, you're free.
there's yeah but there's guys that are working again with your compost tea in a hydro seeder. They'll put it in a hydro seeder, and they've modified their hydro seeders and their vortex machines, and they vibrate the water. They'll circulate the water at a certain a vibrational frequency, and I'm telling you, this stuff they're getting 6 times the yield that farmers normally get. And I've had
Awesome.
farmers talk to me who verify what these guys are doing. These guys are amazing. And now think about this: when one of these gentlemen starts up his vortex machine inside of his pole building, it starts to change the physical structure of objects through the
What?
frequencies.
Wow.
I mean, there's some
Like a
crazy. There's
cymatics
another
type of
guy.
thing.
There's another guy who puts frequencies into flimsy aluminum rods, and the frequencies in those rods, when he throws them like spears, they literally sparks fly everywhere, and they literally fly through steel plates. This is real stuff. I've watched it.
Wow.
I've watched it.
Wow.
Isn't that
Maybe
cool?
that's how a hurricane can get a plastic straw 6 inches deep into a telephone pole, probably because of the vortex, and like that's great. Okay, so
Well,
we can
it comes down to frequencies and
right. So the remedies that we can do for our lawn, we can save all clean compost. We can use clean manure, and if we're using less NPK, we're going to have less crystallization on the roots of the plants, so that'll be more bioavailable. Like, it won't block up on the roots; it'll keep the roots cleaner and make them more, more efficiently.
Right. And when you say for your yard,
right?
yeah, when you talk about your yard, I mean, the best thing people can do for their Jim will agree with this. He'll like this. People can just rent a sod cutter and remove all your grass and start planting stuff that'll feed you.
Right. So just scrape off the top and just work from there. Like, we don't.
Or lay down cardboard.
Do you think that should we do like a remedy? Should we put like mushrooms down or something to soak up all the bad shit that's been on our lawn from the last people that lived here, and like whatever?
No, that's what
absolutely
the humic fulvic does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that,
I mean,
that breaks down.
Fungus is great, but humic fulvic will eat all those toxins.
Yeah.
Awesome. So it breaks down the molecule and makes it more bioavailable. Okay.
Yeah, and I had an interesting conversation with my he's also an ag expert, the water expert. I'll just say he's out west. I like to keep his identity kind of low. He likes to lay low, just because of his knowledge and the things that he's doing. But he was doing tests, the ohmic resistance on. So I asked him. I said, "What is the ohmic resistance norm for human beings?" And he said 3,000 when you do a test on someone's skin. And then I said, "What is the ohmic resistance number when someone drinks your water?" And he said, it goes from 3 to 5,000 to 3.5 million. And then he did tests with the humic fulvic with water and drank it, and the ohmic resistance went then from 3.5 million to 15 million.
Wow.
And that's insane.
So it's like creating a super food, like super water, like that's amazing. So
and it's assisting directly your cells. So that ohmic resistance tells you how resistant your cells are to impurities, bacteria, and viruses and harmful yeast, things like that.
Free radicals as well. Does that help with that?
Sure. Yeah. Free radicals are, free radicals are basically missing an electron, right? So when we think of heavy metals or synthetic chemicals, those are free radicals, right? And so it's like people don't even know how metals become organic, and that's by being chelated up ground by a plant and bonded with carbon, right? Then those have an equal electrons and then are beneficial to the body. So if it's just something that's missing, you have an odd number of electrons, and they're not your cells. It's the simplest way.
It'll pull electrons anyway. Right. And the seed oils, which we'll get to later, I guess we have clips, and James and I can cover that. So because we only have so much time with you guys. I don't know what we usually keep it about. We have usually about 2 hours with the guests, and I guess we didn't ask you guys ahead of time how long you wanted to stay. And we're
tonight is I'm here at Gauss Landing. We're staying over with the family, and my mom's here. She just moved here. Anyway, amazing stories. But I've got to head after the first hour.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Well,
I'm not sure about Pat, but
okay. Well, Pat, what would you say? Sorry, listeners. We should have done this beforehand.
yeah, you know what? We'll flow with it.
Okay.
I'll just jump off in a little bit.
Okay.
So
Well,
I do
before you
want to share.
do, we want to make sure that people can find your stuff, foodforestabundance.com, and they need to we want to make sure that you get that you tell people where they can find you, and
Sure, we will.
more of your podcast as well. We
Okay.
want people to listen to you, and because you're doing great work out there.
Hey, we're having fun. You know, I want to share so here's exactly what we do. If anybody wants to come see a 14-month-old food forest that's providing massive amounts of food, and it's no freaking maintenance. It's
Wow,
a food
14
production system maxed out. So here's exactly what we did. We started with a blank piece of canvas, a Florida sand that came out of our pond 10 feet deep on average. It's a 25-foot deep pond. So it was dead sand. We brought in loads of mulch. We brought in loads of soil, good soil. We put humigenics in our compost tea, and we put our compost tea on it once a month. So we dug the right holes, we put the right guilds together, and it's an explosion of life. So humigenics, compost tea, analemma water, that's another thing. And then there's a couple other things that I'm probably forgetting, but those are the ones that are the regulars.
Okay, so that's the base level for your forest, and so you laid that. I guess depending, like you got your inert sand, and then you got your good soil, and then these permaculture solutions are going to have. It's going to take that what comes from the plants are going to keep feeding that ground.
Exactly. The plants, they use the sun's energy, right? Through photosynthesis, whatever that really means. It's some miraculous shit, right? To even name God's process or nature's process is kind of hilarious, right? But anyway, it takes the sun energy through the leaves, which are like solar panels, and it puts it down into the soil. And then as long as you've got the right components in the soil, humigenics, humic fulvic, and compost tea, and the mycelium network. That's the other thing we're putting in is spores to create a mycelium communication network. And it's so much fun. It's just exploding. I mean, we had 30 pounds of honey in 6 months. I don't know anything about bees, but there you go.
Yeah, bees are great, and you can find them in the wild. You can get it. We don't need to get, but anyway. So what kind of mushrooms did you use for your forest? What?
So different types of spores, and I don't know the type. Okay. I just know it was like a blend of spores, and yeah, great product.
Like for a soil specific for soil mycelium, as opposed to like some. Okay.
That's fantastic. We did that too. We did psilocybin in the cattle pasture because we're talking medicine too. Oh yeah, 7 different types of psilocybin spores.
That's great. Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, we love those too. God bless it. All right, so so you got all this beautiful abundance, and you even have spirit teachers growing there in your land, and the honey, and wow, that sounds like a paradise, Jim.
It's paradise. Everybody can have it. That's the fun part. When people come here and they freaking stand here and go, holy shit, a lot of times they're crying. They realize that they can have that, and everybody can have that.
14 months is not long.
No, it blows my mind every day.
Do you think like an acre is good for a family, to like half an acre? What do you need?
A quarter acre, a tenth. There are many people living on a tenth of an acre. A quarter acre is great. A half acre, and you're completely set.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So
I have one more question for Jim and Pat. Different questions. Start with Pat. I with whatever time we have left. So you're not only, this super knowledgeable guy, you know, expert about the soil, and you have all this great stuff to share about that. I want to ask you if you could also share about your story and how you got into mixed martial arts, because that is like such a important thing in your life from what I understand about you. And I would like to understand better about just the process that you went through um, trying to do the martial arts as a young
Yeah,
man
sure, sure.
into your young
As
adult life.
as far as as far as being an expert in anything, I'm not, right? I just make observances. I experiment, and what works works. You know, as far as the microorganisms in soil is like outer space. I mean, people who are experts don't even really. They'll say that they've hardly even dented knowledge, in that world, things like that. So, as far as being an expert, I'm not. Um, as far as being an expert, of healing myself, I figured out how to heal myself, 'cause I had severe respiratory damage my entire life, my childhood into my early 20s, because I was exposed to black mold. My mother's basement leaked, and that's where my bedroom was. So it was constantly flooding, and that's just like I couldn't figure out why I couldn't breathe, and finally figured out what was going to kill me, and that was, again, concentrated antioxidants. That I took a combination of them, and 10 days later, I was sparring with world class boxers instead of suffocating after 3. That's what turned my life around, and that's ended up becoming a world champ only for that reason, because I healed myself. So that's really what it comes down to: is be willing to experiment and putting organic substances, and reading and researching and finding what works. That's what opened my mind initially, was healing myself in my early 20s and winning a world title, and then educating my athletes on what they should be on, and the ones that to me generally won world titles. We had quite a few of them, and a lot of great athletes, and what it was we were doing that was so different, that made us have this whole different gear and level of endurance. And it was with the right stuff being put in the body, and we were creating that's why I named my product Super Soldier, because I was creating super soldiers. And that's just people that can do things that other human beings are not capable of. And Jim knows all about that. He's a former national champion wrestler. You don't become a national champion in wrestling by by not being a straight up badass and having work ethic like no other. And now that he has, for I think 18 years, Jim, been digging into permaculture and understanding how the earth works and soil works, and all of that, it just makes him that much more of a badass. And but that's really what it comes down to, is that's why I won a world title, because I healed myself, and I had a great desire to do something with my life that was different. And certainly I go against the grain on a lot of things in life. And back then the sport was not well accepted. And, I was not only training for fights, but doing debates with politicians who were trying to destroy the sport as well. So, so here we are now, fighting for soil and human health. And it's just a much bigger fight, right?
Right. It sounds to me that you adopted a mindset that no one was going to do the work for you, that you had to step up and do the work for yourself, and that you were your own savior in this mission, in this fight. And that that is, I think, an important mindset. Yeah, right. I was going to say that I think that's an important mindset for a lot of people to adopt, because no one else is going to come and save you. It's up to us as individuals, to save ourselves.
And think about this. Think about this. I thought about this. It wasn't that long ago, but I asked myself, why is it that in most towns and cities around the United States are hospitals the largest buildings in town?
Other than the jails.
They're much bigger than the jails, actually. But you think about that. Why I want hospitals to be the smallest buildings in town, right? And that's what everybody should
Yeah.
want. And so, I just urge all people out there who are suffering from illness, no matter what it is, that I've seen so many crazy things. I've seen so many amazing things. I've seen people healed from everything comprehensible that they say is not, you can't heal from it. And I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of people educate themselves, heal themselves, and move on with their life and totally have a different outlook, on the life. And then they pass that knowledge on to their children. And that's really what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Dude, that's a beautiful statement. I'm so happy that you said all of those wonderful things. It's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. And to throw a question at Jim real quick, I want to ask you, this kind of goes along with the question I asked Pat. What would you recommend for people that are like in the mindset of this nervous anxiety about adopting this permaculture, doing the work? What would you say to that person that's saying, I can't do that? That sounds like something I'm incapable of doing. Where do I start? These typical cliche questions that
Yeah.
people, excuses. How would you
Come visit me. Come visit me.
Yeah.
Come visit me at Galt's Landing. When you leave, I guarantee you will feel better. You will feel different. You will fucking feel it in all of your mind and your spirit, your soul, because this is nature's way. This is God's way. This is the way. The whole system is a lie. The Garden of Eden, or simply using our resources wisely, take out the poisons, grow food instead of lawns, heal yourself with Pat's products and Tim's and all of these wonderful products in the world. Take the poisons out and enjoy life and grow food. Come visit me and you will absolutely want to do the same.
So really, it just takes inspiration. They just need to see. I mean, 14 months is really not much time. Like,
No,
that's
it
amazing.
could happen faster. We're talking about a big area with a lot going on. If somebody wants to this summer turn their quarter-acre backyard into a complete food production system, just give us a call. That's what we do.
God
So
bless.
you're saying that you have a team that will even show up at somebody's house and install a food forest?
We launched 2 years ago with Del Bigtree on the High Wire. The show is called Creating Abundance in Your Backyard. At the time, there was one full-time person and 2 part-time people in the company. We are now in 54 countries helping people grow food and 50 U.S. states. And we've got teams of people now all over the place that are creating these food production demonstration sites called Freedom Farm Academies. We got one going in, a food bank, where the lady is fantastic. She's not only has a brigade of trucks that take food that's going to be wasted and gives it to people. Now she's creating a Freedom Farm Academy and bringing them in to show them how they can create their own food at home. Isn't that cool?
Wow.
Oh, that's
That's great.
Yeah. So
The-
I gotta
and
go,
the-
guys. I
Yes,
love you
Jim.
guys. My family's calling.
Thank you so much, Jim. And
Yeah.
we'll put links to all of your material so that everybody can find you.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you for
sure.
joining us.
Yes.
Jim.
Love you, everybody. Have fun, enjoy life, and have a great night.
Jim, thank you.
Awesome.
Take care, Jim.
All right, Pat. I know that time is running out, and I wanted to make sure that before we go, that we give you a solid minute to chat about Chemical Free Body and
Yes.
your involvement with that. And I want to make sure that the word of this gets out as well. So please take it away and let us
Yeah, I
know.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Tim James over at chemicalfreebody.com. Like I say, I've known him for quite a few years, and Tim is extremely, extremely knowledgeable and very, very particular on what goes into his products. When he says chemical free, he means chemical free. Even the greens at 85 are sprouted greens. All the enzymes and the nutrients of, say, what would become a big, broccoli plant is packed in those sprouts, right? and that's why they do the sprouted greens. The enzymes are very, very high. His V-Stack, his mushroom blend, his gut cleanse, all of his products, very, very high grade. And I would have never been able to get my product in to his company had he and Dr. Treadway not approved of it. So that tells you, that we've done a little bit of work, to say the least, to find, the best products on the planet. And I just want people, while we're trying to fix the soil, we've got to be fixing human beings. We want to get people, as healthy as they can be, stop eating processed food, start eating food that hopefully you grow yourself. If you can't, source it from a farmer that you trust, or whoever you can, a grower that you trust, and do the grass-fed beef if you're a meat eater, the true free-range chickens, the chicken eggs, all that sort of stuff. And you will feel better. You just will. I mean, we've seen it, like I said, thousands of times. So that's really what it comes down to. So while we're all working on the soil to help educate people, we'll just keep helping people educate themselves on how to heal themselves as well.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And they can find all that at chemicalfreebody.com. So
there's a link in the show notes right now.
Yep, they can go to chemicalfreebody.com or they can go to soilsavior.com and get product for either their garden, or they can go buy a ton of it if they've got a huge agriculture. And my email's on there. People can reach out to me, ask me any questions they want, and we can talk and get them some data on it and stuff.
That's wonderful. So they can find the fulvic humic at soilsavior.com.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, this delay sucks, but I'm very glad that you're powering through it. This is great.
Well, Pat, you're welcome to stay. We're coming up on an hour and a quarter here, so it's up to you from here on out if you'd like to stay. But yeah,
I would love to stay, but I have to run too. Where I'm at, it's late for you guys. I'm an old guy. I got to go to bed.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, thanks for staying up with us, and it's really inspiring to learn about how we can heal our lawn, and we can do it ourselves with what we already have, and just a little bit. That fulvic humic, like 1 teaspoon per gallon of water for once every 2 weeks or once a month or something, really will remedy, and it will give you all the nutrients. Your plants will explode. I can't wait to try it myself. So thank you so much for joining us and spending the time with us, and we hope to speak with you again soon.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen, and I look forward to coming on again.
Awesome. Oh, you're welcome back anytime, my dude. At any time at all, for real. Open door policy does not go out very often around these parts, but you know what, man? I've really enjoyed your company this evening, and I could learn a lot from you. So yeah. I really appreciate your time and attention this evening, and just keep fighting the good fight, and
we need you out there fighting the good fight and fixing that land. The soil is where all health comes from. All the like every wealth, everything that all the wealth of the world comes from the soil, and most of it is the plants and the nutrients. And we need to overgrow. So thank you for healing us from the base level, to keep us healthy.
Thanks, guys. You guys take care and have a great night, okay?
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right, Pat Miletich and Jim Gale, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our very, very kind guests for coming this evening. And just one last shout out. You can find Jim Gale at foodforestabundance.com, link in the show notes. You can find all of Pat Miletich's work at both chemicalfreebody.com and soilsavior.com. These links are provided in the show notes. It is imperative that you give a little bit of attention to what they're doing at those organizations and see for yourself what you can do for yourself, and see how you can work with them or how they can work with you.
Jim Gale has a podcast too, and Tim James has a podcast. Tim James Health Hero, and
The
Jim
Jim
Gale.
Gale Show. The
That's
Jim
great.
Gale Show. Yeah.
Yeah, so people can find those and listen to many more hours of their astute,
Yeah.
you know.
And it's so funny when you told me that that Tim had gotten back to you and said, "Hey, I can't make it, but how about my friend Pat Militich comes
Yeah.
by and he'll join you guys?" I'm like, "Oh, it's Pat Militich."
Yeah,
I remember hearing that name in the MMA circuit way back,
yeah,
and dude's a legend,
right.
you know, in my opinion. And then I'm like, all right, well, let's see what he has to say. And I look up, you know, Pat Militich on the podcast feed,
Right.
and I'm like, oh, there's Joe Rogan, whatever. And okay, that would be cool to listen to. And I'm like, what's this Jim Gale show? And I just click on it, and that's how I discovered Jim Gale. And now we're here.
I think Jim Gale was with Richard Grove on, I think he did a show, or like he was on the Grand Theft World, and he's been like, he was with Derek Bros in the Exit and Build, I believe.
We got Chris Nelson in the chat. We got so many great people in the chat this evening. Thank you everybody for showing up. We have Chris Nelson in the chat, Angela Green in the chat. We have Fred Garismo in the chat, Helena Phoenix in the chat. Thank you guys for coming by and participating. This type of interaction is extremely important.
Yeah, we love it. We love the interaction.
So,
okay, so unless there's anything that they said in the comments that you want to bring up, we're gonna shift gears.
Yeah, but
the solution is over.
Oh man, that's rad. Okay. So we have some things here, I guess. Did you download out of the Telegram that I sent you, or would you like me to share?
I have a couple of clips.
Okay.
Not the. I think what we should do after that interview to kind of kick it off.
Mhm.
What would you say about playing that Derek Bros video?
Oh, yeah,
We can take an intermission right out the
Okay.
gate.
Yeah, this one is about mRNA in the meats. So he looks at that, and Derek is he's a vegan, but he's not throwing shame on meat eaters. Like he respects everybody, and this is a very great segment. And Derek Bros is a friend of the show, and everybody should enjoy this clip. Thank you, James. It's titled Food Wars. I think it was titled Food Wars, and it came out maybe 4 weeks ago.
Yep, I'm just opening it up.
Okay.
I have it in my. I have it.
Okay, that's fine. So if they can't inject you, if they can't get you to accept it in a shot, then they're going to give it to you in what you already accept every day. Like when you go to McDonald's and you go to the supermarket, it's going to be there. They're hiding it. The regular vaccines that they use, they overload with antibacterial, and so they need, because they're making MRSA and super bugs with the bacteria stuff, and so they need a different method because they just shove all these poisons into those poor animals, and so now they need to shift it into mRNA, or at least they say that, and so that's the new scheme. Since we've already accepted mRNA into our consciousness, they're foisting it on us everywhere because this is their new miracle death solution, eugenics, Malthusian
So let's
final solution. Go ahead, please.
The video.
Yeah.
Work, and today we are going to be talking about not only over what you put in your food and what you put in your body, how that's going to affect your health, but the war over food sovereignty the ability to grow your own food, the ability to choose your own food, the ability to trade food with other people. All these kinds of things have been under attack for a number of years now. And collectively, we could call this the food wars. And we're going to get into some history. We're going to talk about, I have 3 different main stories here relating to food in different ways. And it also connects to the climate change issue, the climate change agenda as well. Stay with me. But first of all, I want to remind you guys to go to my website, theconsciousresistance.com, theconsciousresistance.com. Guys, this is the place for all of my content that I've been producing over the last 10 years now, including a brand new interview in English and Spanish with longtime researcher Daniel Esterlin. He interviewed me for his channel. And one of the news reports that we're going to cover tonight is a recent one about mRNA technology in animals and in food. You can find all that at theconsciousresistance.com, including my books, my documentaries. You can support us by buying shirts like our Exit and Build shirt here. You can donate to us on our Invest page via crypto. We have a P.O. box. So many other ways to support my work if you want to continue to do that, including by supporting me on Substack and on Buy Me a Coffee. And I'll mention one other thing. We are beginning to take advertisers now. We're going to be working with independent advertisers like yourself, not big box stores, of course, or big corporations, but anybody out there who has a company, a service, an entrepreneur, reach out to us. Click that on the front page now. You'll see, you click that and it opens up. It tells you all about the details, and we'll be in touch very soon to see if we can collaborate together. So first off, let's start with this one. This one's a little bit more climate oriented, but it relates to food. And this was a couple of weeks ago, and I honestly haven't seen anybody else talk about this yet. Mayor Adams of New York City, this is from the New York City government website right here, commits to reducing cities' food-based emissions by 33%. That number 33 sure pops up a lot. Very curious. I'll have to do a video on that very soon. By 33% by 2030 after releasing new greenhouse gas emissions inventory incorporating emissions from food. So what the heck does that mean? This means that literally the city of New York and the governor, they're trying to get up not only in like what commercial and private businesses do as far as their food waste, but they're talking about private food waste. That means they might be tracking, they're not doing it at the moment, but they soon might be tracking individual New Yorkers' food waste. Now that sounds pretty difficult. There's millions and millions of people in New York. Be hard to really estimate that, but you could imagine as we move towards digital identities and carbon trackers that this could come into fruition. So we have the press conference. You can see it. This was April 17th. And yeah, it's basically, as it says there in the headline, they're talking about food emissions. So Mayor Eric Adams and his climate officer released their first integrated greenhouse gas inventory, which incorporates emissions from the production and consumption of food. Those emissions represent 20% of New York's overall emissions, the third largest source behind buildings and transportation. So basically, they're saying that they're now going to start tracking food waste. And they also announced the city will reduce absolute carbon emissions from food purchases across its city agencies by 33% by 2030. So again, it's focused on food purchases across its city agencies. They're going to reduce absolute carbon emissions. What does that mean? That could mean that the New York City, all their agencies, government agencies are going to go vegan or vegetarian or something like that, because that's the claim that it will at least reduce emissions. I'm not here to argue in favor of that one way or the other, even though I am a vegan. And I don't support government doing these kinds of things as well and using tax dollars to do this. New York City this is what the mayor says, New York City is leading the world when it comes to combating climate change because we're using every option on the menu in our fight. Oh, nice food pun. And that includes changing our menus too. This new emissions report shows us that plant-powered food isn't just good for our physical and mental health, but good for the planet as well. And so he says, by leading with, we're going to make strides. We've already made strides by leading with plant-based meals in our public hospitals and introducing plant-powered Fridays in our public schools. Now we need to go further. Look, honestly, I don't think that's the worst thing. I wouldn't like it to be taxpayer funded, but putting the option at least for plant-based meals, and let's just be honest, guys, hospitals, which are supposed to be a place, at least ostensibly, that are there to take care of your health, are some of the worst places to be. You go to hospitals and there's like Subway, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, everywhere. There's no good organic food at a freaking hospital. You would imagine they would have the cleanest, finest food so that people who are in hospitals recovering could eat healthy. And that would include plant-based options. But that's not what's on here. So I wouldn't even estimate just because the thing is, just because something's plant-based doesn't mean it's healthy. Don't make that assumption. And they want us to make that assumption. And it also says that, quote, we're committing to reducing the food emissions by 2030, and we're challenging our private sector partners to join us by cutting their food emissions by 25% in the same period. So this is just a challenge to the private sector. There's no government coming in saying, look, we're going to take over and force businesses to reduce by 25% or face fines. So just to make it clear, they're also not saying they're going to judge like individuals' houses, but let's just search the word household real quick and see what pops up. Where did it go? New York City has measured citywide emissions since 2005, but this is the first time the city has included emissions from household consumptions. These emissions were modeled by Eco Data Lab as part of an ongoing project coordinated by the C40. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. The C40 mayors. Let me see where that's at. C40 and American Express. But the C40 mayors is just another one of these organizations. You probably haven't heard of it. The 40 largest cities with mayors come together in the United States, and they're funded by the Rockefellers and the Gates Foundation and all those fun people. So it says this is coordinated by Eco Data Lab as part of the C40, working with cities to identify urban consumption indicators for data-driven climate action and measurement. This new inventory shows that 20% of New York greenhouse gas comes from household food consumption, primarily from meats, poultry, fish, eggs, and dairy products. This means New Yorkers can significantly reduce the city emissions by eating more low-carbon food, fruit, vegetables, grains, and legumes. Again, like if done voluntarily, I don't have a problem with this, but this is just one more dangerous step in that direction. The fact that they're even mentioning households and they're talking about what households are allegedly emitting and how that 20% of New York's overall emissions allegedly comes from household consumption by mainly meat. Clearly, you can see it's going to go in that direction, guys. They're going to push that direction sooner or later. So let's see here. It says, in particular, New York City hospitals are leading the way, serving plant-based meals as the default option. So that's kind of messed up too. It's the default option. So maybe you have to ask for meat if you want meat now in a New York City hospital. It's on track to serve 850,000 plant-based meals, reducing its carbon emission. And they introduced plant-powered Fridays in public schools last year, emphasizing the central role that healthy meals. Okay, so they're trying to get in the kids' heads, of course. But I would really want to know, like, what is on those plates? What do they consider plant-powered Fridays or plant-based in the thing? I mean, that doesn't mean it's good food in any way. It could be soy. More than likely, it probably is soy-based, GMO, pesticide-laden stuff. That's what they consider. So we have to do more than just go just beyond plant-powered and into plant-based and into actually healthy and organic. But at the same time, again, I am a vegan voluntarist. That means I don't believe that there should be forced violence or coercion to achieve the goals I believe in. That means I want a world where all relationships are voluntary and consensual. And even though I don't want to see animals harmed, I also don't think we should use the force of government. I don't think it's morally right to use the force of government to try to compel, coerce, tax, or use violence against people to make them become vegetarian or vegan. And so this goes on. This is the New York City Greenhouse Gas Inventory's website on the New York City website. And you can see they're tracking citywide emissions, integrated city consumption. There's no tracker of household emissions at the moment, but you could see it based on the way they're communicating. You could see this eventually, because right now this is just tracking the city's emissions, city government, done through them, right? So that's all they have control over. That's what they start with, is what they have most easy control. But you could see this switching eventually and then combined with some sort of app to a carbon tracking, emission tracking app that New Yorkers are voluntarily allowed to participate and then eventually forced to participate in. Here's more reports. New York City will target food choices in its battle against climate change. That was reported at Gothamist. So this is all just in the last couple of weeks. And again, this comes from the C40 cities, c40.org. For those who haven't looked into this, I've written about this as well because I'm from Houston, and Houston's Mayor Sylvester Turner, who sits on the Resilient Foundation, which is funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, is part of this C40 cities mayor. So if you live in a major city in the US, more than likely your mayor is a part of this and is signed on. And it's all just Agenda 2030. They talk about the planetary healthy diet, ideally sourced from organic agriculture. At least this one acknowledges that, but I don't see any of the other ones acknowledging it. And you can see you got C40 mayors here, signatory cities from Seoul, Stockholm, Tokyo, Toronto, Paris, Oslo, Barcelona, Copenhagen, Guadalajara, all over the place, right? So just to show you more about that, I encourage you to look into C40 and to see this is how it works, though, is, and I've talked about this too, you get globalist organizations like the World Economic Forum, like the United Nations, they put out policy papers, or they have think tanks that say, hey, we wish the world would do this. And then the politicians and the media who are attending those meetings, they start to repeat those same talking points. And then you see it work its way down from the international multilateral level like that, global governance level, down to the local level where you have mayors in their cities and towns calling for the same things. And it ripples all the way down. Now, this next story here comes from Children's Health Defense. The Defender was published again a few weeks ago, and it's actually originally from Dr. Mercola, re-aggregated by the Defender, Children's Health Defense. And we're not going to read the whole thing, but this topic is becoming more prominent, I think, right now. Big agriculture panicking over bill to require labeling of gene-altering products. Missouri House Bill 1169 would require labeling of products that can alter your genes. Big agricultural lobbyists strongly oppose it because it would mean labeling livestock injected with mRNA vaccines. So at a glance, pork producers have been using customizable mRNA-based, quote, vaccines on their herds since 2018 without telling the public. I know some of you have seen those stories. It's pretty crazy. All customized mRNA vaccines are untested. Only the mRNA platform itself has been approved. And according to the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, quote, there are no current mRNA vaccines licensed for use in beef cattle in the U.S. However, a lobbyist for the association claims to have, quote, double vaccinated his own herd with an mRNA vaccine against bovine respiratory disease. You can also find Iowa State University began trialing an mRNA vaccine against bovine respiratory syncytial virus on October 1st, 2021. And again, in Missouri, House Bill 1169 is requiring labeling of these products, and it's being opposed by big agriculture. And this story, again, it's written by Dr. Mercola, but it relates to this gentleman who I've heard about recently. I don't know much about his work, but he seems to be doing good work. Attorney Thomas Renz, he is one of the people promoting and leading the way with this legislation in Missouri, the House Bill 1169, which apparently he helped write. And then in April 1st tweet, he stated, breaking news, the lobbyists for the cattlemen and pork associations in several states have confirmed they will be using mRNA vaccines in pigs and cows this month. Wow. We must support Missouri HB 1169. It is literally the only chance we have to prevent this. No one knows the impacts of doing this, but we are all potentially facing the risk of, quote, being died suddenly if we don't stop this. And Dr. Mercola gets into how altering the food is part of the transhumanist agenda and focused on food. This is something that I've covered as well, as I've written about biosynthetics and the bioeconomy that Biden was investing to in last year. And all of that is just part of the bigger transhumanist agenda, trying to get us into gene altering technology, gene editing technology, altering the food, obviously genetically modified. Then you get genetically edited foods. And this is just part of that overall agenda. And this, of course, ties into the World Economic Forum, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, everything that we've seen Klaus Schwab talk about. So I'll be putting this article in, all the articles in the link if you want to dive in and read the full thing. But I want to show you another one that's actually on our website, theconsciousresistance.com. States consider legislation to restrict use of mRNA technology and livestock. And this is coming from our webmaster and contributor, Neil Rademacher. Shout out to Neil. He basically just gathered a list of, we just mentioned the one in Missouri, but he gathered a list of the various bills, at least the ones that we could find right now, that are bills in different states that are working to also restrict or ban mRNA technology and gene therapies in animals, livestock, and demand full disclosure to consumers on the packaging of such food. These states include North Dakota, Tennessee, Arizona, Idaho, and Missouri at the moment. And he does a list of, names the bill and then gives you a list of what it actually is trying to do. And there's some more information. So I encourage you to check that out, because that is just another part of it, right? Like, so if we can't get the quote unquote vaccine in your arm through scaring you with pandemics and panics, then we'll put it in your food. And I mean, obviously no one knows what that's going to do, but if you're not ready to eat genetically modified or genetically edited, engineered food, why would you want to eat food that has been altered by gene therapies? And I don't know, it's just probably something that most of us want to stay away from. Now, this next couple articles here, as we start to wrap up, and we're going to again end with getting into the history of these food wars. And I'll talk to you guys about something I covered in the Pyramid of Power documentary series. But these next two stories, they come from CNN. They're, CNN, so take them for what you will. And you can maybe guess it why CNN is pushing this, because we know CNN is a puppet for the mainstream narratives. And yes, as a vegan, I know for sure they're trying to push veganism on people, but it's not whole foods, plant-based, like organic diet. It's Bill Gates burgers, heavily processed, genetically engineered, 3D printed food, eat bugs, eat your own feces, etc. All that kind of crazy stuff. But what I want to show you guys is these next couple of stories are interesting to me because, for one, they're technically not vegan, right? So this isn't a vegan, this is an argument for veganism. This is actually about these types of new technologies, which again, you could file under the gene editing or cell. It's more like cell cultures. So they take the culture of, like, say, a chicken. They take a real chicken. It starts with a real animal. So again, this is why it's not vegan. And perhaps they take some of those chicken cells, put it in a dish, and they start replicating it, and they create in a lab a chicken breast, right? So it came from an original animal source, has animal cells in it, and it has been cultured and grown in the lab. And who knows, would you notice the difference? I don't know. I don't eat meat anymore, but I guess you probably wouldn't if it was really coming from, like, just on the most basic biological level. I mean, if it's a cell, it's a cell, right? So if it's a chicken cell, whether it's a chicken cell created by God or a chicken cell created by man in a lab, would we know the difference? Is there a difference? I don't know, but I want to start this conversation with you guys because it takes me some interesting places. Let's just read these headlines. This first one says, eating meat without slaughtering animals may be our future. The second one is called Meatballs Made with Mammoth DNA Created by Australian Food Startup. And this is just crazy. Like, again, this is meatballs made by some old school DNA from thousands and thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands, maybe, I don't know, depending on how old this sample is. It says woolly mammoth remains with fur and tissue still intact are regularly found entombed in Arctic permafrost. Their discovery has allowed scientists to sequence the mammoth genome and learn intriguing details about the lives of these extinct Ice Age giants. Now, some of that information is being used to grow an approximation of mammoth meat in a lab. Again, they say an approximation. Vow, which is a Australian cultured meat startup, has made what it describes as a mammoth meatball. The project's goal, according to the company, is to draw attention to the potential of cultured meat to make eating habits more planet-friendly. On Tuesday, the meatball will join the collection at this Museum of Science and Medicine in Netherlands. And the founder says, or the chief scientific officer says, we need to start rethinking how we get our food. My biggest hope for the project is that a lot more people across the world begin to hear about cultured meat. So they're using this from mammoth DNA. It says even calling the creation mammoth meat is a bit of a stretch. It's more like lab-made lamb mingled with a tiny amount of mammoth DNA. So let's go ahead and find out what's really in this. Scientists working on the projects didn't have access to a frozen stash of mammoth tissue on which to base their efforts. Instead, they focused on a protein present in mammals called myoglobin that gives meat its texture, color, and taste. Identifying the DNA sequence for the mammoth version in a publicly available genome database. They filled in the gaps in the mammoth myoglobin DNA sequence using information from the genome of an African elephant. These scientists inserted the synthesized gene into a sheep muscle cell. So now this is getting kind of weird. So it's like they got a piece of DNA from a mammoth and then throw in some African elephant in there and then synthesize this into a sheep muscle cell, which was then cultured or grown in a lab. And eventually they're able to produce 400 grams of mammoth meat. And he says, one of the professors, professor from Australian Institute for Bioengineering and Nanotech at the University of Queensland says, quote, from a genomic point of view, it's only one gene amongst all the other sheep genes that is mammoth. It's one gene out of 25,000. So he's like, yeah, I don't believe the hype. So it goes on from there. And so again, it gets into the conversation of cultured versus the real thing. Advocates hope cultured meat will reduce the need to slaughter animals for food and, of course, help to fight the climate crisis. The food system is responsible for about 1/3, okay, gas emissions, get out of that. Vox hopes to soon get regulatory approval in Singapore, the first country to approve cultured meat, and to sell lab-made quail meat it has developed. In the U.S., the FDA has said that lab-grown chicken is okay for human consumption. Wow, I wonder if any of it's on the market, but the point is they've said it's okay. So that's one of them. alleged meatballs from mammoth, which obviously is not really the case. This one goes on eating meat without slaughtering animals, maybe at a future, but it's kind of the same thing. Cultivated meat is real meat grown directly from animal cells, says the founder and CEO of Upside Foods. These products are not vegan, vegetarian, or plant-based. They are real meat made without the animal. The process of making cultivated meat is similar to brewing beer, but instead of growing yeast or microbes, we grow animal cells. So he says they start by taking a small sample from a livestock such as cow or chicken, then identify the cells that can multiply. Quote, from there, we put these cells in a clean and controlled environment and feed them with essential nutrients that they need to replicate naturally. In essence, we can recreate the conditions that naturally exist in an animal's bodies. Somebody says it's meat without slaughter. And so, yeah, and there's a cultivated beef burger from Mosa Meat, a food technology company based in the Netherlands. So I'm curious. I'm not a meat eater, so I wouldn't be eating any of this either way. But what do you guys think about this? How do you feel about this? Do you think this is maybe a sort of, like for one, I know a lot of my audience is skeptical of the claims about emissions from our food and cow farts and this and that. And the reality is, of course, even plant-based like almond milk or soy, if you're doing monocropping, it's still going to be taking up, deforestation. It's going to still can be harmful to the climate. So there's no guarantee that just because something's plant-based, it's better, right? That's why we need to use permaculture to grow our food, and whether it's meat, livestock or plants. I prefer plants, but do what you will. So it's not just a black and white argument, right? But that's what they're claiming, is that this will be one way to stop the climate crisis and get people away from eating meat. And that brings up to me an interesting question. I wonder, let's imagine, put aside your biases for a moment. Let's imagine that there is truth, and that, let's say that we found out there was a conclusive study that said eating meat is causing harm in the planet. And if we continue to eat meat, the planet will be dead within 100 years, or that we won't be able to sustain human life or whatever. And again, let's forget the details for a moment, but just imagine that there was a study that we could all trust, multiple studies, a big study, the biggest studies ever done. It found conclusively, guys, we're going to die if we don't stop eating meat. Would you stop? Because I have a feeling, because diet is so close to people's heart and being, that even if we were presented with incontrovertible evidence and conclusive evidence showing this action we're taking, in this case, eating meat, but you could insert anything else, like driving cars or anything, right? Like, let's think in a reasonable world, if we did have real hardcore scientific evidence. I know some of you are going to say, Derek, we already do. Others will say, no, that's nonsense. But let's say that we could agree on, and we could conclude that there was real evidence that doing certain actions like eating meat or driving vehicles was going to cause harm to the planet. Would you stop voluntarily? I don't think most people would. And unfortunately, that would justify, at least in the minds of the tyrants, why they need to use authoritarianism, technocracy, top-down control to force people to do the quote-unquote right thing. So I just want you guys to think about that. I will check out the comments. I look forward to seeing what your thoughts are on that. But let's go to one final point before we wrap up here, and that is my Pyramid of Power documentary series. For those who've seen it, we've released 3 seasons so far, 12 episodes. Episode 13, season 4 is coming very soon, about the technocratic state. But if you go to season 2 and you look up our episode on food as a weapon, for one, if you haven't watched this, please do watch this. I put a lot of effort and energy and research into this, but this just outlines how the current food paradigm is GMOs, it's pesticides, and the origin of that goes back to the Rockefellers and their bringing pesticides, bringing unsustainable, destructive agricultural practices to the world, and bringing GMOs through the first quote-unquote green revolution. So you have the green revolution that brought pesticides and monocropping. Then you got the quote-unquote gene revolution that brought GMOs. And now we're at the gene therapy revolution, or the next stage of it. And I go through in here just talking about the various examples of science being corrupted at the EPA and other agencies, the FDA. But now this one part here, because I'm calling this video Food Wars, right? And if you followed my friend Christian Westbrook at Ice Age Farmer, then you know about the food wars that have gone on. But let me remind you, for those who haven't seen, that there's a 1974 memo drafted by former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, where he outlines this plan to potentially use food as a tool. At the time, they talk about for foreign policy, but you could imagine it being used against the domestic population as well, to try to and basically to force their agenda down nations' throats. And he talked about the potential for using food as a weapon of war. It's called NSSM 200, or National Security Study Memorandum 200, Implications of Worldwide Population Growth for U.S. Security and Overseas Interests. And it was drafted by Henry Kissinger and the U.S. National Security Council. All right, so let's go ahead and look at this. It says the memo focuses on the paramount importance to population control measures and the promotion of contraceptive measures to 13 populous nations. So they talk about using contraceptive measures to control nations, using USAID, USAID to use family planning to try to force nations to do what they want. And it says, quote, take account of what steps a country is taking in population control as well as food production. The document also notes that it's important to, quote, avoid the appearance of coercion while also discussing that there's going to be mandatory programs. And the document says, quote, is the U.S. prepared to accept food rationing to help people who can't or won't control their population growth? So they talk about using food and starving people or threatening people or withholding food as a way to try to force them to do population control through like abortion and quote unquote family planning and things of that sort. And you can also go back to when was it? I think it was 2020, 2021. It was right whenever the COVID panic was going on. The Rockefeller Foundation announced the Reset the Table initiative, which was officially titled Reset the Table, Meeting the Moment to Transform the U.S. Food System. And you can see in their own language, guys, that they make it clear that the moment we are facing right now, that we've been facing the last couple of years with COVID-19 84, and that we're still dealing with, which is now shifted to focus on climate, that this is the moment to transform the food system. You know, when you talk about the Great Reset, talking about resetting the economy, Klaus Schwab said we need to reset capitalism, and that COVID-19 gave us that example. But then you have the World Economic Forum, you got Rockefeller Foundation and other groups calling for this is the moment to reset the food supply. This is the moment to push towards climate change. And if you haven't seen my latest article for The Last American Vagabond, it's a part of a series of articles that are going to be coming out in the coming days focused on the climate change narrative. This one's about how the Rockefeller Foundation's new focus on climate change signals the next phase of the Great Reset. I just finished a new article, which will be published maybe by tomorrow, about how the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is complaining that we're lagging behind on the Agenda 2030, and that at this rate, we're only going to achieve 30% of our goals, and we're only going to get one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals completed. At the rate we're going, we need the world to recommit to the climate change narrative. And so they're going to host the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Summit in September in New York City of this year. And I'm thinking of organizing some sort of counter summit where maybe a couple of days we get together and we discuss the autonomous development goals, the alternative to the sustainable development goals that I present in my book, How to Opt Out the Technocratic State, and maybe even a counter protest so that the people of the world can see that we do not support this Agenda 2030. But we should take some solace in the fact that they're having to shift up their narratives. The COVID narrative is worn out. So we see that they're trying to use, they attempted and they did use the COVID narrative to, we're going to reset the world, great reset capitalism. The Rockefellers calling for resetting the food systems. And now the United Nations World Economic Forum and the Rockefellers all shifting their focus towards the climate change narrative as the way to achieve the change, right? COVID, they say, presented the opportunity, but now they're like, if we're going to fix the world and fight climate change, we got to reset all these other systems too. So I've shared a lot, and I hope you guys follow along. I hope you go to theconsciousresistance.com and you get the links and you do the research for yourself. I would love to hear your thoughts about what you think about these stories, about the New York City starting to focus on food emissions, about the various bills and efforts to stop mRNA in animals, and your thoughts on diet. And would you support eating animal meat that was cultured in a lab? And not necessarily because of climate change per se, but just because, you know, if it was better for the planet, or if you just, maybe even if it's just a way to eat animal product without killing animals. I don't know. I want to hear your thoughts though. And I appreciate everybody who shares their thoughts. I will watch the comments and get back to you. That's it for now, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Remember, theconsciousresistance.com is my website. Check out theconsciousresistance.com/invest. If you can donate, we got a P.O. box there listed. You can send checks, you can send cash, you can send equipment. If you don't use it, I'll put it to use. And you can sign up on Buy Me a Coffee. You can support me on Substack. And at the very least, guys, please share this content. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Until next time, remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free, my friends. Peace.
Since 2012, the Conscious Resistance Network has been an independent media organization focused on empowering individuals through education, philosophy, health, and community organizing. We work to create a world where corporate and state power do not rule over the lives of free human beings. Our motto is leading by example and helping others in their pursuit of freedom. Visit theconsciousresistance.com to find our articles, documentaries, interviews, podcasts, books, and more. Remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free.
That's great. Derek is an expert. That's really a fantastic video. And he covered so many things. I like how he asked the viewers, would you change? You know, if you could see what, like, would you change? That's one thing that's important, because it takes a lot to get the car moving. Once you start, then it's easy, but it takes that initial change to get it started. And that's what we're hoping that people choose. They also, well, let's say, James, what would you have to say about that?
Super pumped to be able to, have that video and to have met Derek last month.
Yeah,
you
we
know.
love Derek. Thank you for letting us play your video too.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely recommend people go and catch up with what he's doing over there. It's truly amazing what he's involved with, and what he's, the tip of the spear. He might not consider himself that, because he's a very humble guy, but I would say, that guy, he's, stop watching us, go
Right.
go over there, catch up with him, so that's what I would say first. Second, I would, this is really black pill stuff. This is really, hard to listen, hard to hear, watch. It's difficult.
Right.
We want to think that this isn't going on, and when you look up, when you try to do your own research into this, you're going to be bombarded with things that are fact checks, right? Yeah, wrap that in quotes. It's saying that the mRNA in the meat isn't happening, and it's like, okay, maybe it's not happening right now, but they're making moves on the chessboard to,
right,
to get that to be a reality. And that video does a great job at explaining that.
Right.
I
like how he was particularly not getting into the vegan meat fight, because that
Right.
people really triggered, and then they don't listen to anything else.
Right. Here on Black Pill Digest, we want to make sure that we communicate with the audience that it is the moral right to practice a vegan diet.
Right.
It like we want to.
We don't own their flesh. Like, it's wrong to steal. So
it is an act of theft.
Right.
However, me personally, I would like to communicate from me to the audience that perhaps it is time that we learn how to stop harming each other as a species.
Right.
Maybe that is the first foot forward.
First step. Right.
And if you can lead a lifestyle of veganism, I applaud you.
Yes.
And you're doing amazing.
And that's what this world needs to heal.
Yeah.
Is less harm. But
man, it's just a question of like, well, geez, like, where do we start? Where do we begin? What? And everyone's going to have a different approach to that.
Right.
I mean,
we all have a different body.
It's really easy for some people to make the change over to a vegan diet, a vegan lifestyle. It's very, I'm sorry.
But
I don't want to trivialize that by putting a word like easy on there. I'm sure it's not. And it isn't. But I would also just like to remind people that we are a species on this planet as well, who are harming each other as well.
Right.
And that is also something that we need to really be a focus point. We really need to focus on that as well. And if we are this great conscious species, or this species on this planet that is capable of such great consciousness, then perhaps if we free ourselves first,
Right.
and we don't pull the ladder up behind us when it comes to the other species on this planet.
So, speaking of that, we need to. Well, Jennifer wasn't able to make it because my computer in the other room is a.
I am bummed about that, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, but having three, she had some points that were really important to bring up, and so I'm sorry, you guys. The computer in the other room is like 20 years old. I swear to God, it's like Windows 7, and it just was not working. I was trying to get anyway. I hope I'll get a better one someday. But in any case, we're planning on having a show of just she and I at Wake the Dead, where we can discuss. She has some important things like from her perspective that are that need to be mentioned, and so she and I are going to do a show on our own for Wake the Dead, and we're just going to highlight and let her speak. I'll work out the computer thing. This being on live at 9 p.m. was tough because I was like, it's still not working, and I got we just had to scrap it, and yeah, I'm bummed too. But
Well,
it's her 40th. Happy birthday, Jennifer!
yeah.
Tomorrow, it's almost one more hour. It'll be your birthday. Happy birthday!
So that's great. And so people keep an eye on Sean's feed for that.
Yes.
I would like to we want to make sure that we get into a couple of topics, and one of them is food deserts,
Right.
and then another one is we were just listening to Derek explain about the vaccines being put into meat.
Right.
And I want to be able to make sure we have an article that we're going to get into that's about their growing vegetables that are growing with the vaccines in them
Right.
already. So I think to lead off of Derek's video, we should talk about food forests for a minute, because he is
Food
highlighting
deserts. Right.
food deserts, excuse me.
Mhm.
He was ending, and he's encapsulating, really highlighting about New York City, and that is a food desert.
It can be.
So,
Some
um,
places, yeah.
so Sean, what is a food desert then?
Well, a food desert is an area, usually an urban area, where people that want to buy food can't. They have to go to the local gas station, or your 7-Eleven, whatever, because there is no grocery store that has good food for people to eat. Um, and you'll find that in a lot of like urban areas where they people don't care, and they just like the government isn't going to build one. No company wants to build in the ghetto. It just happens to be that way. So people end up going to Walmart. Really, Walmart is the largest uh, distributor of organic food in the United States. uh, I mean, thank goodness that they're listening to us when we vote with our dollar, and they're stocking these foods now. So that's good. But food forests are areas where people don't have access to healthy food. That's the answer to that.
All
And
right.
I also wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the point that Derek brought up at the end, where it's from Kissinger himself and you brought it
Yes.
up in the beginning about how food is a weapon. And that's really what is happening. They're
Yeah.
squeezing us because it's eugenics. They want the poor people to die. That's why they don't have access to, that's why they create food deserts for these people, so that they're forced to eat Doritos and to eat Subway, and they're ingesting propylene glycol and yoga mats and whatever else isn't, um, that's because there's no other choices for these poor people. And, people like King Charles has all of his own organic food grown for himself on his own land, you know? That's where we wanna
Mhm.
be kings in our own life. So we wanna grow on our own land and take care of
Yeah.
ourselves like the King of England does, you know? They want us to eat the
Yep.
poison. So, yes, that's a food desert. Um, you might find that in, like, it's not always in urban, like, it as in the outskirts too. You'll find them in New Hampshire, you'll find them here in Ohio. They're everywhere. It's not just New York City. So,
And the plan, well, what Kissinger lays out, like I mentioned in the beginning, it goes back even further than that. You can find tactics of war, and even in Sun Tzu's The Art of War, he says that generals should bring war material from home, but forage on the enemy to ensure the army has enough food for its needs. To kill the enemy, the men must be roused to anger, and to gain an advantage from defeating the enemy, they must have their rewards. So this is like just,
that way
it's
the soldier is hungry until he wins.
right. And even in other in other war tactics, they burn the fields.
Right.
They attack supplies. Like this is how we can see what's being done to us.
Right.
As a reflection of, it's not even a reflection, it's a war tactic
Right.
that's being done to
And we
us.
can look at they're burying the chickens, they're burning the food distribution sites. Like, this is especially this year,
Yeah.
everybody's been paying attention, and Christian, God, I forget his name, but the Ice Age farmer, what Derek mentioned earlier, he's been on top of that since the beginning. So people definitely check out iceagefarmer.com. I think he's got a, but anyway.
So I
So
would, oh,
go ahead. I was going to talk about the WEF and connect that to what Derek was saying in the last video.
can we go into
Oh, the article?
the vaccines growing in the food?
Yeah. Do you
Okay.
want me to share it? I've got it.
I have it set up already.
Good.
I would just like to set the table for that.
Mhm.
So this stems off. So let me paint this picture. All right. So we've learned tonight from our distinguished guests that the soil is depleted. Okay. That the food that's being grown in it is full of is not nutrient dense. Okay. We've also got to take into consideration that for millennia, it has been known that the human body needs a nutrient dense diet to be able to sustain a healthy immune system to fight off different diseases and whatever that we get exposed to that could harm us in that respect. So what we're dealing with here is that they have taken the natural medicine away. And this next article that we're going to talk about kind of paints the picture of how James Evan Pilato would say is they steal the real and sell you back the fake. So I'm going to share my screen, and I got it pulled up here. So, all right, hold on one second. Bring that in. And here we go. So this is from September 16th, 2021.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Sure. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. So September 16th, 2021, from the University of California. This article is written by Jules Bernstein. It's called Grow and Eat Your Own Vaccines? ? So
Question mark.
You can find this at universityofcalifornia.edu/news/grow and eat your own vaccines, or you can, we'll figure out how to get it to you.
We'll put the link in the. We'll try to keep track of the links.
Mm-hmm. So the future of vaccines may look more like eating a salad than getting a shot in the arm. UC, which is University of California, Riverside, scientists are studying whether they can turn edible plants like lettuce into mRNA vaccine factories. Why is that cut off? Kidding me.
Mhm.
So the project's goal is made possible by a $500,000 grant from the National Science Foundation are threefold, showing that DNA containing the mRNA vaccines can be successfully delivered into the part of plant cells where it will replicate, demonstrating the plants can reproduce enough mRNA to rival a traditional shot, and finally determining the right dosage.
How do you get the right dosage if you're eating? Oh, I'm gonna have this much salad while they have that much. Like what? I mean, it's so okay. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. Chloroplasts, which are the magenta color here in this picture.
Mhm.
So chloroplasts in leaves expressing a green fluorescent protein. The DNA encoding for the protein was delivered by target nanomaterials without mechanical aid by applying a droplet of nanoformulation to the leaf surface.
Hmm.
So to quote Juan Pablo Geraldo, ideally, a single plant would produce enough mRNA to vaccinate a single person. Juan Pablo Geraldo is an associate professor in University of California, Riverside's Department of Botany and Plant Sciences, who is leading the research done in collaboration with scientists from UC San Diego and Carnegie Mellon University. Wow. Thank you. If you see Carnegie Mellon University anywhere, your ear should perk up.
My brother Jim went there.
Yeah. Well,
Everybody that doesn't get into MIT goes to Carnegie Mellon. That's just how it works.
yeah. Well, the Carnegie family is one of the robber baron families who
Yes.
basically helped the corporate takeover at the turn of the 20th century, along with like the Rockefeller family and so on and so forth. Anyways,
Right.
key to making this work are chloroplasts. Chloroplasts are small organs in plant cells that convert sunlight into energy the plant can use. Quote, they're tiny solar-powered factories that produce sugar and other molecules which allow the plant to grow, unquote, Geraldo said. They're also an untapped source for making desirable molecules. In the past, Geraldo has shown that it is possible for chloroplasts to express genes that aren't naturally part of the plant. He and his colleagues did this by sending foreign genetic material into plant cells inside a protective casing. Determining the optimal properties of these casings for delivery into plant cells is a specialty of Geraldo's laboratory. For this project, Geraldo teamed up with Nicole Steinmetz, a UC San Diego professor of nanoengineering, to utilize nanotechnologies engineered by her team that will deliver genetic materials to the chloroplasts. So Steinmetz, to quote her, our idea is to repurpose naturally occurring nanoparticles, namely plant viruses, for gene delivery to plants. Some engineering goes into this to make the nanoparticles go to the chloroplasts and also to render them non-infectious toward the plants. For Geraldo, the chance to develop this idea with mRNA is the culmination of a dream. Quote, one of the reasons I started working in nanotechnology was so I could apply it to plants and create new technology solutions, not just for food, but for high value products as well, like pharmaceuticals, unquote, Geraldo said. Thanks, Geraldo.
This is like they're bioengineering the planet. Like
Yeah.
this is like Star Trek. You know, they're anyway. It's sick. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So so this I don't know how much more you're going to read of this, but this is what they imagine. This is what they envision for the future. The plants can create pretty much any molecule. I mean, they create tetrahydrocannabinol, delta 9, you know what I mean? Like um, they can manufacture. And so if they can hijack the plant's production, then they can create little factories out of these things, and they can make it do whatever they want, basically, is what they're saying here, right? They
Yeah.
can. And what this does is it goes into us and then affects our genes and the expression of those genes. So in the past, all they've had is poisons and adulterations to make our genes express differently, you know, create cancers and all this. But now, the future, they're going to put actual mRNA genetic material, going to rewire your genetics by feeding it to you without even telling you about it, right?
Well, they told you. It's just you weren't paying attention.
Right, like the Satanists like to do. They tell you, but they put it underneath. They don't tell everybody.
It's in the
Well,
fine
you got to
print.
pay attention, right?
It's in the fine print, folks.
Right.
You know. So, I mean, this should be truly disturbing to people. I mean, maybe it's not happening yet, but they're looking into it. The evidence is clear, and it's there.
Right.
And anything that they're really looking into, when it comes to adulterating like a food supply, when it comes to doing things behind the scenes like this that the average person would have no idea about, and they wouldn't even be able to do anything about it.
Especially if they don't have the choice.
Yeah.
And they got to eat something, right?
They got to eat something.
Right.
They do have the choice. They could die.
Well, yeah, that's true.
They could die of starvation. They could grow their own food. They could contact Jim Gale.
Of course. Right.
There's always a choice.
Right.
But
There's a learned helplessness. People that live in these food deserts, they just think that's the way it is, and they just think that that's food. And a lot of times people don't want to know. They just want to eat it. It's like in the Matrix, the Cypher, when he's eating the steak,
Yeah.
and he's even eating steak like he doesn't want to know. He wants to think it's good, but it's anyway.
Yeah, he knows it's fake, but he doesn't care.
Right.
That's
The
the
real
whole
healthy thing to him is gruel, and it's gross. But to be free is the most healthy thing, even though it's gruel and it comes from the pipe, So this, like the Matrix, it hijacks the dopamine and the receptors of your brain. So this is important because the food we eat, your gut creates those chemicals which your brain uses to give you well-being. So if you are not ingesting the proper ingredients, the result is going to be depression, is going to be like many like negative psychological effects, because you don't have enough dopamine. You don't have, or if you get addicted to the excitotoxins of the MSG and you need more to because they're, just like any other drug, you develop a tolerance, and then your body won't produce as much of the endogenous chemical because you keep putting in the fake. So your body just like a heroin junkie, the more they take, the more their dopamine doesn't work, and they have to have heroin in order to make the dopamine in their brain to feel normal, right? So that's another thing, or we get addicted to these foods. But our gut creates all of our well-being, and all of that comes from the food, and all the food comes from the soil, and soil is inert unless you have the bioavailable the building blocks of life. So people need to go to soilsavior.com. So the last clip was Derek was talking about the Kissinger and the eugenics and using food as a weapon. So I have a clip here about the WEF doing just that. So I'm gonna a local video here. Oh, give me 1 second, James. You take over. I'm grabbing this video.
So the important thing to always keep in mind is just that we have a choice. We have the ability to choose, and one of the first things that you can choose to do is to first gain some knowledge and then speak up about that, and make sure that the message is heard loud and clear, and fight. You know, we
That's
can
right.
we can
That's what
fight.
we're doing now. That's what we're doing here.
We have
Klaus Schwab.
Oh, sorry.
Ouch.
What were you gonna say?
we have a moral obligation to speak up about these things and to make sure that we do something to
Right.
to combat that the condition of slavery that we're
Right.
in, and the way of maximum pain. You know, like, these people are leading us right down the primrose path, and a lot of people don't even understand.
Up the ramp into the abattoir. It's a slaughterhouse. We're walking right into it. Yeah.
So should we just play the video then?
Sure thing. Yeah. Okay. Klaus.
Schwab's World Economic Forum has been laying the groundwork to begin starving the people it considers useless, and has now ordered governments in the West to begin attacking the food supply. The World Economic Forum said jump, and corrupted, infiltrated governments said how high. New York Mayor Eric Adams is the first to announce the master plan, justifying his administration's plans to restrict the food supply for New Yorkers, declaring that 20% of New York's greenhouse gas emissions are tied to food. Before we dive in, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community. The link is below this video, for exclusive uncensored content and to support the channel. Mayor Adams promised to take a bite out of New York City's greenhouse footprint on Monday by reducing carbon output when it comes to emissions caused by production and consumption of food, especially meat. New data released by the city shows that 20% of the Big Apple's greenhouse gas emissions are tied to food, the third largest source behind buildings, which contributes 34% of the emissions in the city, and transportation, which causes 22%.
So I just wanted to pause there. This is all based on a false axiom. Like, global warming is fake. I know a lot of you people are going to be like, "Oh, what? Oh, what?" I mean, those of us that have been around for a while, we all know this. Global warming is a psyop to make people go along with this agenda here. So what they said, Kissinger was saying before, like, Club of Rome, it has to be, in order to make a world thing, like, we all have bodies, so the COVID agenda works on the world, and we all live in the same planet, like on the same planet, so it affects all of us the same. That's why they're choosing these categories. So that's why they're pushing this. Climate change is just your acceptance of their, like, if you believe the one lie, they build all this other stuff on top of it. Just like the Big Bang Theory, something came from nothing, and okay, and you just accept that, and then from there you can go and, like, believe all this other crap they want to shovel at you. So the whole idea of like anyway, everybody should look into it. We'll probably do a show about it someday. Like, I don't know, whatever. But this is like, we have to already believe a lie to accept this other level of shit. So if we can clean away the first lie, we can look at this and just laugh, and it doesn't affect us. We don't get emotionally, we don't react emotionally the way they want us to, and then we can find better solutions. So sorry, I just had to get it in there. So
Mayor Adams eats a plant-based diet, and he has announced that his goal is to reduce food-related emissions produced by the city government by 33% within 7 years' time.
I also, like, the amount of emissions that we have, that's the amount of people that we have. Like, so it's all population reduction. And the best way to reduce our population is to take away the food. And that's what, like, democide, the biggest tool they have for that is to kill us by starvation.
And to accomplish that, he and city officials are going to restrict how much meat citizens can eat.
This is a significant moment, and we're going to look back on what we're doing here in New York and what we're doing in London, and how this impacts the way we have been thinking. And it also is going to be in an uncomfortable moment for many. It is easy to talk about emissions that are coming from vehicles and how it impacts our carbon footprint. It is easy to talk about the emissions that's coming from buildings and how it impacts our environment. But we now have to talk about beef. And I don't know if people are really ready for this conversation. And we can't have a...
See, we're not ready for it because they keep pushing. They push further and further. We're taking away this now. We're going to take away this now. And by the end, we're going to be like Winston Smith, and we're going to have cigarettes that fall apart, and we're going to be like living in in a burnt down building, like afraid to write in a notebook. It's like we're moving progressively, step by step, towards 1984. It's just sick. Like
level of hypocrisy where we want to ensure that we do local laws to address the emissions that's come from fossil fuel, but not willing to have a real conversation on what food is doing to us.
He's not wrong about people not being ready to have this conversation. This is fascist dystopian stuff, straight out of science fiction movies from previous times. It's straight up un-American, and he needs to realise that we won't stand for it. The comments under the video uploaded to YouTube by his team provide some hope. The response has been overwhelmingly negative. One user pointed out that Mayor Adams looks and sounds exactly like a villain in an early 2000s dystopian movie. Freddie Blassie got straight to the point and asked how much Adams is getting paid by the WEF. And another user said that if Adams is a prime example of veganism, then you can sign him up as an extreme carnivore. He's literally trying to reduce the city's population by 33% through starvation. Other users expressed surprise that New Yorkers, famous for being tough and no nonsense, would fall for such a pathetic play by the globalist elite. The fact is, New Yorkers were broken by the COVID pandemic. They accepted all of the restrictions imposed on them by the elite, and now they are ready to accept even more restrictions in the name of climate change, including social credit scores designed to control every part of their lives. The elite have been setting their sights on beef for years. Now we have reached the point where they are openly admitting their agenda. We have been warning our audience for years that this day was coming. So what is the next phase of their agenda? Bill Gates' synthetic meat products are being positioned as the substitute for beef once it's banned by tyrants like Mayor Adams. There are a few problems with this scenario. Bill Gates' fake meat tastes nothing like the real meat. And second, it causes cancer in humans, unlike real beef, which is among the most healthiest and most nutrient-dense food on the planet. We made a whole video about the disastrous health consequences of Bill Gates' fake meat. You can find the link below this video. How are the elite going to enforce their agenda? They are enlisting the help of financial giants, including American Express, and globalist organizations, including the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, to track and monitor everything that we purchase.
I'm excited to announce that for the first time in our city's history, we're measuring just how much of an impact our food choices have on our emissions. First time we're doing this. We worked with the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, and I want to take my hat off to a great corporate partner, American Express and EcoData Lab, to put this new inventory together. Wow. And we're grateful for their partnership. And again, as I mentioned, my colleague across the pond, Mayor Khan, and the partnership that New York and London are bringing together to lead on climate from both sides of the Atlantic.
It's no surprise that Mayor Adams is working with London's Muslim mayor, Sadiq Khan, who is well known to have sold his soul to the globalists many years ago. But it gets even worse. Mayor Adams uses himself as an example of why you should stop eating meat.
But all food is not created equal. The vast majority of food that is contributing to our emission crises lies in meat and dairy products. We already know that a plant-powered diet is better for your physical and mental health, and I am living proof of that. But the reality is that thanks to this new inventory, we're finding out it is better for the planet.
The man can hardly manage to stumble over his notes his handlers have prepared for him, and he is expecting us to consider him a prime example of what a vegan diet can do for the human mind and body. Later, in the press conference, they say the quiet part out loud and admit that they're being controlled by the World Economic Forum. Watch as they admit the role played in their new agenda by the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, which just so happens to be a WEF group. Why is the mayor of a major American city taking orders from Davos?
The city enjoys partnerships and networks with a number of leaders, both domestically and certainly across the globe. The C40 Climate Network is essential to the innovations that we've been able to experiment with and to ultimately make policies out of.
The elite have become so arrogant that they're not even trying to disguise their agenda or cover their tracks anymore. Now that the elite have convinced the climate change cult that eating meat is killing the planet and you must eat the bugs and Bill Gates' fake meat instead, the same people have a new target: rice.
What accounts for 10% of global emissions of methane? It's not belching cows or landfills, but rice. Scientists say if the world wants to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the staple crop cannot be ignored.
The Food and Agriculture Organization notes that rice is one of the most important staple foods in the world. Over 50% of the world's population depends on rice for about 80% of its food requirements. About 95% of the global output of rice is produced and consumed in developing countries. So what is this really about? Comments under the video revealed that most ordinary people are not on board with the elite agenda. Johnny Rotten's American cousin said that banning rice would kill tens of millions of innocent people. Real Alex Lucio declared that the elite's agenda to ban food like rice is sinister. Are they trying to trigger a world famine? We need to start recognizing the voices pushing this agenda so we can push back on this nonsense, he said, adding the World Economic Forum and 2030 agenda as hashtags. At a time when inflation has gone double digits, food production plants are burning down, the supply chain is in crisis and food shortages are on the horizon, we now understand that the elites are making moves behind the scenes to starve huge numbers of the people they consider to be useless eaters. In recent years, the elites at the WEF have been obsessed with promoting the concept of depopulating the world. They have told us everything we need to know to completely understand their agenda. These policies are part of their grand plan to degrade the human race before committing mass genocide. This power-hungry cabal of billionaires and politicians has long plotted to enslave the masses, and now they're making their move. But the future does not belong to them. Thanks to people who refuse to succumb to their brainwashing, people like you, the global elite are finding it much harder than they thought. Here at The People's Voice, we're determined to continue exposing the crimes of the elite. But we can't do it without our community. Please subscribe to this channel so we can continue sharing the news that the mainstream media dares not touch. And join the People's Voice Locals community for exclusive and uncensored content and to support the channel. I hope to see you there. Regular viewers of this channel will know that we are interested in building the body as well as the mind, and that's where today's sponsor comes in.
Thanks for pulling that. We don't want to give them free advertising.
Yeah, we definitely wanted them to talk about their thing with the People's Voice so they can get people to like and subscribe, but we don't want their ads. So
Okay.
that was great.
So where we're at, we're just watching this video here, and it seems like we're closing in on a modern day, democide through this. So this isn't the first time this has happened. I just want to talk about the Holodomor very quickly. I just want to talk about the Holodomor and go over some basic facts about this. So the term Holodomor means death by hunger. So it's a Ukrainian word, and
Ukrainian.
So the term Holodomor refers to the starvation of millions of Ukrainians in 1932 and to 1933 as a result of Soviet policies. The Holodomor can be seen as the culmination of an assault by the Communist Party and Soviet state on the Ukrainian peasantry who resisted Soviet policies. This assault occurred in the context of a campaign of intimidation and arrests of Ukrainian intellectuals, writers, artists, religious leaders, and political cadres who were seen as a threat to the Soviet ideological and state-building aspirations. Between 1917 and 1921, Ukraine briefly became an independent country and fought to retain its independence before succumbing to the Red Army and being incorporated into the Soviet Union. In the 1920s, Soviet central authorities seeking the support of the populace allowed for some cultural autonomy through the policy known as indigenization. By the end of the 1920s, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin decided to curtail Ukraine's cultural autonomy, launching the intimidation, arrest, imprisonment, and execution of thousands of Ukrainian intellectuals, church leaders, as well as Communist Party factionaries who had supported Ukrainians' distinctiveness. At the same time, Stalin ordered the collectivization of agriculture. The majority of Ukrainians who were small scale or subsistence farmers resisted. The state confiscated the property of the independent farmers and forced them to work on government collective farms. That point right there is important. Note that point. I want to repeat this. I know, I'm sorry, this is annoying, but I need to repeat this. At the same time, Stalin ordered the collectivization of agriculture. Keep that in mind. Okay, small scale or subsistence farmers resisted, and the state confiscated the property of the independent farmers and forced them to work on government collective farms. The more prosperous farmers, owning a few head of livestock, for example, and those who resisted the collectivization were branded kulaks, or rich peasants, and declared enemies of the state who deserved to be eliminated as a class. Thousands were thrown out of their homes and deported. So this brings us to in 1932, the Communist Party set impossibly high quotas for the amount of grain Ukrainian villages were required to contribute to the Soviet state. When the villages were not able to meet the quotas, authorities intensified the requisition campaign, confiscating even the seed set aside for planting and levying fines in meat and potatoes for failure to fulfill the quotas. Special teams were sent to search homes and even seized other foodstuffs. Starving farmers attempted to leave their villages in search of food, but Soviet authorities issued a decree forbidding Ukraine's peasants from leaving the country. As a result, many thousands of farmers who had managed to leave their villages were apprehended and sent back, virtually a death sentence. A law was introduced that made the theft of even a few stalks of grain an act of sabotage punishable by execution. In some cases, soldiers were posted in watchtowers to prevent people from taking any of the harvest. Although informed of the dire conditions in Ukraine, central authorities ordered local officials to extract even more from the villages. Millions starved as the USSR sold crops from Ukraine abroad. The USSR vigorously denied that the Holodomor had occurred. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party, secret police, and government archives that have become accessible to researchers support the conclusion that the famine was caused by Soviet state policies and was indeed intentionally intensified by Soviet authorities. So this
Are
is
you sure it wasn't just a bad potato crop?
right.
Because that sounds very familiar to the Irish famine too. What
Right.
Britain did to Ireland, they just stole all the food. They just took it out. There were hundreds of boats a day taking it all away. They don't care. That just like Russia didn't care about Ukraine, it's domination. It's sick. And look at what's happening now. You told us to pay attention to a certain point about the confiscation of the land by the government.
Mhm.
That isn't that one of the points of this? If John Kerry was talking about how in order to meet the goals of climate, whatever, greenhouse gas reduction, we have to reduce by 33%, what Derek was talking about. And this was, I mean, okay.
So the centralization of farming is
Yeah.
extremely important.
The government is there. If you don't comply, they're going to take it. And that's happened before. That's what I wanted to
Well,
get
hold
at.
on. I'm not saying that the centralized. I would. You interjected there.
I jumped on you. I stepped on your dick. I'm sorry, man.
It sounded like I'm saying that that it's important to centralize farming.
No.
No. That was a sentence. I want to clarify.
Obviously.
The centralization of farming is very important for the government to be able to control the masses. Okay.
Right. It's important for us to remember that point because that's what they're going to do. That's what they're planning on doing.
That's what they're already doing.
Right. They're already.
Okay. So what I think we should go into next is the takeover of the U.S. Department of Agriculture done by Monsanto throughout the years.
Right. We mentioned earlier we were going to bring that up. So here we go. Right. Do you have that article? Or do you want me to get that one? I could take one like you did the last couple. Here, which one are we? Monsanto controls both the White House and the U.S. Congress, or
so we have
how Monsanto took over U.S. Agriculture Department.
Yep, I have it right here.
Okay, you got it. Well,
let me zoom in on that. Okay,
yeah, definitely zoom in.
Ooh, big. All right, so this is from a while back. This article was written on May 14th, 2013. This is from occupy.com, and this is entitled The GMO Coup, How Monsanto Took Over the U.S. Agricultural Department. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been taken over by an outside organization, and RootsAction.org has launched a campaign demanding a congressional investigation, which is going to amount to nothing. It did. It amounted to nothing because they keep doing it. Anyways, this is an outdated article, but I want to inform people that Obama and Trump, they've appointed, I'm pretty sure even Biden, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Biden as well. They appoint former employees, CEOs, whatever, from Monsanto. They appoint these people
just like how Donald Rumsfeld came from Searle. Same thing. It's like Searle is one of the big chemical companies. They created aspartame, and like they pushed that onto the government the same way. So go ahead here. Go ahead.
So Monsanto is the world's largest biotech corporation. These are the people who brought us Roundup weed killer and the resulting superweeds and superbugs, along with growth hormones for cows, genetically engineered and patented seeds, PCBs, and Agent Orange, which Monsanto now wants us to use as herbicide on genetically engineered corn and soybeans. This chemical company responsible for environmental disasters that have destroyed entire towns and a driving force behind the international wave of suicides among farmers whose lives it has helped ruin, has monopolized our food system largely by taking over regulatory agencies like the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we could go into the study, but I don't think we have time to, but there's studies that show that Roundup links to autism, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's. So to move on, let's see, where are we? While Hungary has just destroyed all Monsanto genetically engineered cornfields, the U.S. Department of Agriculture takes a slightly different approach toward the chemical giant. The USDA has, in fact, never denied a single application from Monsanto for new genetically engineered crops. Not one, not ever. The takeover has been thorough. Monsanto's growth hormones for cows have been approved by Michael Taylor, a former Monsanto lobbyist turned USDA administrator and FDA deputy commissioner. This was after Margaret Miller, a former Monsanto employee, oversaw a report on the hormones safety and then took a job at the FDA, where she approved her own report.
Isn't that convenient?
Right. Islam Siddiqui, a former Monsanto lobbyist, wrote the USDA's food standards, allowing corporations to label irradiated and genetically engineered foods as organic. The recently passed and signed law, nicknamed the Monsanto Protection Act, strips federal courts of the power to halt the sale and planting of genetically engineered crops during a legal appeals process. The origin of this act can be found in the USDA's deregulation of Roundup Ready sugar beets in violation of a court order. The USDA argued that any delay would have caused a sugar shortage since Monsanto holds 95% of the market.
Great.
Yeah, 95. So that's the sugar market, correct?
And Monsanto is owned by Bayer now. So Bayer, the drug company, owns 90%, 95% of the sugar market. Great.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense because sugar is a drug, people. It is.
Yeah, and Bayer is a pharmaceutical company, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And they're also implicated in a little thing called the Holocaust.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean,
They were from the IG Farben, I think. They were broken up by they were one of the German companies there. A big portion of IG Farben, I think.
the revolving door keeps revolving. Monsanto's board members have worked for the EPA, that's the Environmental Protection Agency, advised the USDA, and served on President Obama's advisory committee for trade policy and negotiations. Clearly, an investigation of large-scale government corruption by this singularly destructive corporation is long overdue. Blah, 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 blah. And
Right.
it just
March
keeps
against
going.
Monsanto. Yeah. So Monsanto is the enemy. We know that. And they've, been still killing people in Vietnam from the Agent Orange. Those PFAS are still in the soil. And that's what they burned in Ohio here. Like they dumped into the soil here. So they're really poisonous on all levels. So what I was saying earlier, how people are like, they're trained what's acceptable as kids. They see, their parents eat, and they see like the TV and we do a lot about the mind control, and what they're trying to push into our heads. And what we just have to bring up this, it's not acceptable to be so unhealthy that you're dying. So, I mean, on the magazines now, they have big fat people, and they say, oh, this is beauty now. And there's Lizzo, she's got this giant like CGI butt that's like jiggling behind her while she's like running around playing a flute. Like, I mean, it's really sick. And I think that is really important for people to recognize and to intercept when you see that coming at your children. Because like I've seen video, I don't know if I downloaded it, but there was a woman laughing into her camera on like a TikTok video, and she's laughing at other people who are trying to get healthy, saying it's 2023. What the F, like, haha, idiots. Look at trying to get healthy, laughing. And like she's got big face, and it's really sad because I mean, if you never start, then you'll never get anywhere. And there's a lot of people that they have self-loathing and they give up, and they feed on this satanic nihilism, and they're just trapped in there, and they just go for the mouth pleasure. Just, Doritos taste good. I'll get a big bag, like remember the big dude on In Street, we won't say his name, but I mean, he would sit down with he would have like 2 liters of soda, and, both of them in like an evening, with the pizza and the subs. And it's just like, holy crap. Like, how do you, like, I mean, like it's a drug, that's his drug. And and we just, everybody's like, don't get in between me and my food. Like that's, and so it has to come from inside. We have to choose it ourselves, and we have to, beauty is natural. Nature is like natural beauty is not fat. Like people recognize this. And I didn't choose this video. There is a video on, My 600-Pound Life is a TV show. And I'm not going to play it because it's absolutely horrific. A mother, 600 plus pounds, whatever. She has to be rolled and bathed with like washcloth in between the folds. And it's her teenage children have to do this. And, they're trapped in this hell, and she's not, I mean, I don't know if there is getting better there. You can always go back, get back to healthy. Like I know people that were morbidly obese and now they're super healthy. Like it's an addiction and they've overcome that. And then, the road to freedom is there. We just have to take the first step. But what do you think, James, about this fat acceptance thing?
Well, before I shed light on that, I want to. We had a recommendation in the chat, a good movie called Bitter Seeds, and it's a documentary about the suicides of farmers in India due to the effects of Monsanto seeds and pesticides.
Right.
So
yeah, those are Terminator seeds. They don't create seeds for the next generation, so you have to buy more seed. So it keeps you locked into the cycle.
Yeah. So that's GMO seeds for you.
Right.
I recommend finding a reputable dealer of heirloom seeds,
Right.
because you'll be able to replant. You grow the vegetables, take the seeds from from the vegetables that you grow and replant them
Right.
after
Nature. Right.
grind them,
Right.
and so get heirloom seeds. Anyways, yeah, this fat fat positivity movement, I mean, I'd like to just say, yeah, there are genetics out there that will fat people, can exist naturally.
Sure.
There are genetic things that are possible. But as far as like a healthy lifestyle or whatever, there's a lot going on the interwebs out there where you see some of these people's diets, and it's just too much. It's not good.
Yeah.
You can't. It is a physical impossibility for you to be living an objective, healthy life and being morbidly obese
Right.
at the same time. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's
And
so
you'll never get better unless you change what goes in. You can exercise all day, but you got to change what goes in. Like 90% of bodybuilding or whatever is the food, But go ahead, please.
You sure?
No, I had to. I'm sorry. I got this thing inside. It's just like, won't let me stop interrupting. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Let's just share this.
Right. Yeah. So
So-
this is what normal people, the normal fat in 1900. This guy, 474 pounds, 17 years old, world's fattest man. And these people are all over Walmart nowadays. And My 600-Pound Life is a TV show. So just to put that into perspective, I wanted to share that. Yeah, like you were saying, it's physically impossible to get better because of the poisons, right? I think that's where you're going. I interrupted you. I'm trying to help you back on track. Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's just people are doing this to themselves, and it's not even about genetics at this point. It's more just like it's more about just from the earliest of ages, the types of food, and this is what we've been kind of going over all evening. Is like that. This is nothing new. It's not just going on this year, or it's like my entire life. This food has existed on the shelves, and we used to get lied to about sugar. We used to get lied to about all sorts of different ingredients that were in the foods, and and it was we're seeing really really deleterious effects of that.
Right.
And the obesity rates, 41% of Americans are considered obese.
Jesus, really? 41? Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah, and
That makes sense, though. I mean,
they're not looking to stop.
Mm.
They're putting additives. I mean, there's additives in the food that make it addicting. There's these little kids are getting type 2 diabetes,
Right.
as a child.
Right.
I want to pull. I wish I had an article or some sort of evidence to provide about the rise in type 2 diabetes in the youth.
Right.
But I mean, this is
That keeps you chained to a system too. Like you have to take the insulin.
yeah. I mean,
Like
this is
pharmaceutical companies sinks their teeth in. Yeah.
yep. So I mean, and these are all things that are preventable if we're paying attention to the thing what we're ingesting. It's all preventable,
Right.
100%. And we're seeing it like it's never been seen before.
Like what Pat said earlier, like they put all the ingredients on, well, not all. A lot of times they'll say natural flavoring, like whatever. But I mean, they put propylene glycol and they put it, MSG, like they're in the ingredients. All you got to do is turn it over and look, and we got a smartphone. Just look up what is propylene glycol. Oh, that's not food. I don't want to eat that. And then you put it down again. I mean, Jennifer and I feel like we're aliens or something when we're at the grocery store because we turn it over and we read them. And everybody looks at us like, what the hell? you know, but that's what they give you the information. So if you don't take that information and like use it to make a proper choice, then you're just you're just a slave. You're just going to be doing what they want you to do. Choosy moms choose Jif, and it's hydrogenated oils, because they tell you that fat is bad, so they demonize the saturated fat. So now, and then the trans fat is bad. They recognize that's bad, but with their word magic, they still load trans fat into everything. It's mono unsaturated, and mono hydrogenated, and auto hydrogenated. Like these fats can't be digested. It totally destroys your system, and the problem reaction solution goes on and on. Like, oh, hey, this sugar is good, but fat is bad. And, and then, okay, we'll give you the solution, statin drugs, which, reduces the amount of cholesterol and saturated fat. And then our brains erode. Like, I think that might be a topic that we're going to be talking about with Jennifer on Wake the Dead. We might go further deeper into that. But this is, that's the plan. They're attacking us with the information. And if we just went and looked, if like what Passio says, like occultism, like that's what their power differential is in the lack of our knowledge. And they have to print it. It's the law. They got to, you know, they own the law too, but I mean, basically, the ingredients are there on every item.
Yeah,
So
but they know that the average person isn't gonna give a damn.
right.
It's all
Well,
about the average person, it's all about mouth pleasure.
right.
It's not they don't the average person's like, "I don't
And the
care."
price too, the price.
Well, you know, of course,
Like
everyone
we got made fun of by a family
the point
member.
is like the price point doesn't really matter. The fact like that's kind of ancillary. It's more that people want to eat stuff that tastes good and they're addicted to things like that. That is a very important thing.
Price is big though. If
Well, of
it's
course, but like they're only considering the price because they're holding something in their hand that they're looking at and going, this tastes good, I want to buy it. And then they consider the price after the fact that they want the thing or the food. And it's all about the mouth pleasure. And then they think about the price after.
well, I mean, I'm just coming from like to feed a big family, poor people. Like sometimes they go to McDonald's because it's cheaper for them. They get the dollar
But
menu.
they
Like I've
engineer the
seen
food.
that shit.
They
I know,
they
I know.
they engineer the food to get people addicted to it
That
because
too. Yeah.
it's cheaper because it's shit.
And there's no nutrients, so you got to eat more. So you got to buy more. But
Yeah.
then people look at the net weight of like, well, there's more material in this one for my dollar. Like, because, you know, if you look at the soups, like a good soup is going to cost you like $5, you know,
Yeah.
at least. And the other stuff, it's $2 and it's all monosodium glutamate, you know, poisons. Like, so
When
that's
when
important. I just want to say that to
when
feed a
somebody
family. Yeah.
when somebody goes down when somebody even with a family goes down any specific aisle, call it the aisle with the cookies in it in like
Ugh.
the market basket or whatever, and
Yeah.
then you go, oh, there's that package of Oreo cookies, I want to get that. They don't give a shit about the price. They just want they want the sugary
That's
snack
true.
that tastes good.
That's a different these are both separate things, but they create the same result of
Right.
the buying of the item. Yeah.
Right, and then they don't they what I was getting at is they don't care about the ingredients. They just want to know if it tastes good. It's
Yeah.
this sort of hedonistic mindset that people are raised into
Right.
to just it's just I want pleasure all the time.
Right.
It's not good. It's leading people into this to death.
Right.
It's leading people down the path toward death.
Sex and drugs. Sex and drugs.
You know,
Death. Sex and drugs, death. It's like TV, you know what I mean? Like, and the same thing, you know, mouth pleasure is same. It's like, you know,
right. And it's not that they're necessarily putting, well, I mean, we're going over stuff tonight about, the potential of putting pharmaceuticals into the food. I mean, where they already drug the animals anyways. We could talk about that, but what I'm saying is that like the food itself becomes a drug
yeah,
because of the brain's response to it.
right.
And then
That's another thing. When the younger you get started on a drug, the more stuck it is in there. So like if you can like sugar is a drug.
Yeah.
You know, coffee's a drug too. You don't give your kid coffee. Obviously, that'd be crazy. A 5-year-old on coffee, Jesus. But I mean, you know, still like if we consider sugar as a drug, then we should ration it the same. Like you don't give a drug to a kid because their brains are still forming. And so same thing with sugar. You don't want because it wires the brain that way. And me as a kid, I was very young eating sugar all the time. I was a fat kid. Sit at the TV and it was hell. I didn't want to be there, but I was addicted to it. And like I just kept going and I didn't think about it. And so that, you know, that happens as we're adults too. You know, I got better, thankfully. I started doing cannabis instead of sugar. I traded drugs. And then I became healthy, you know. But that was my method. You know, a lot of people like they quit drinking, they start taking cannabis and they get healthy. Like substitution is a way. it's a coping mechanism, I guess, for us addicts. But the younger I was, the fact that I was so young, it's so ingrained in me now that like I eat ice cream like it's a drug. I still do that. And so if you allow your kids to get to have the natural um the natural development of a normal brain with normal levels of sugar, then then they can make a proper choice to have the sugar later, and they can be in control of their body without being addicted to it, and not being it's like it's an affliction. You go down the aisle and it's colorful and it's like, oh, buy the Reese's. And if you can allow them to grow up without having that monkey on their back, it will help.
Yeah, and look, it's not about fat shaming, really. I mean, it's your body. Do what you'd like with it. I'm just trying to raise awareness to you out there that that this is poisonous stuff, and you're not better for it. And if you're doing it, if oh, you're such a fucking bigot, you're a fat shamer. Like, yeah, okay, you can label me all you want, but you're the one that's poisoning yourself, and I care about you, and I don't want you to do that to yourself. And like, they're not the people that are like enabling this type of behavior. They don't care about you. They want to see you suffer. They want to see you in pain. I want to see you thrive. I want to see you live for a very long time. And a lot of the things that you're going through are preventable by just like stop eating the shitty food. And it's not cool. No matter what TikTok tells you, it's not cool. Like you're damaging yourself. You're gonna die.
TikTok tells you that if you light yourself on fire, that's a good idea.
I don't want you to die. I
Get
want you
more
to
likes.
I want you to be free. I don't want you to be a slave. I don't want you in the bondage of this mental disease. I want you to be a free, sovereign being, truly. And this is not helping. And on a more, I hate to bring it here, but like this fight that we're in, you could be a part of it, but you're not even going to be able to keep up. You're going to be winded before you even get out the gate.
Right.
And it's not acceptable. I'm sorry. But again, it's your body, it's your property. You do what you like with it. But this is the truth that I'm telling you. I'm correct. I am right. Okay? I am right. What you're doing to yourself is extremely unhealthy. And you don't deserve to do that to yourself. You deserve better. And I just want people out there that might be struggling with their weight or accusing me of being a fat shaming person to know that like shame can be quite the motivator from time to time. And maybe the truth hurts, and maybe you should just grow up and like deal with it.
Right.
I'm sorry to come across harsh, but it has to be
You're
said.
pretty gentle there.
That
was pretty gentle. That was all right.
Yeah, but
Good
like
job.
it needs to be said that people out there have control over the food that they put in their mouth. Yeah. You really have more control over that than you think. And I'm all for body positivity and everything like that, but it's come time that like people, be aware of the damage that they're doing to themselves. And it's not an act of love. It's not, it's an act of self-loathing. It's buried very deep down in your subconscious, but
and the fatter you get, the worse it gets. And then you loathe yourself more. And it's a cycle.
You can't look at me and tell me that it's true that somebody who is doing so much damage to themselves, who's slowly killing themselves, eating themselves to death, becoming morbidly obese and thinking that that's acceptable. This type of person doesn't love themselves. This isn't an act of love. Right. This is an act of hedonism. It's an act of it's immoral.
Right.
You're damaging yourself.
And it's the result of the mind control warfare that they've been attacking us with, like what the culture that's been created is shoveling at us they tell us the people are the problem and they should die, and then they're just like, oh, well, I guess I'll eat some crap because I don't care about myself anyway. It's it's they love the self-loathing. That's the perfect weapon for the Satanists.
And then they want to make it so that a self-loathing behavior is cool and popular,
Right.
and everything, and that that's what you want to do. Back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, women specifically were like anorexic and bulimic because back then what
Right.
was the popular thing was you want to be thin, like
Heroin chic.
you want to be like thin like Kate Moss or Jennifer Aniston, you want to be thin like
Right.
these celebrities, and they popularized this, and there was an explosion of anorexia and bulimia to these young women who wanted to get thin. And now we see like the exact opposite of that, where it's like, but this is the thing, is that like they've done this to entire generations through the poisonous food that they put out on the shelves. And now, in order to distract people from the overabundance of information and the incredible amount of awareness that's being raised to the poisonous food industrial complex, like the nutrition industrial complex, they're making it like it's almost like an occult mockery, where they're saying, oh, it's wicked cool to be fat. Don't pay attention to any of that garbage. Like, you don't want that, in order to distract people from the damage that they've done. It's almost like they've shifted that, that perspective,
Right.
where it's like, oh yeah, because there are a lot of people speaking out against the poison in the food and the obesity rates and the child diabetes and all the health problems that we're witnessing. And as long as you can get a loud enough voice out there saying there's nothing wrong, look, I got, there's nothing wrong with me, they make it cool,
Right.
they make it popular,
That's the easy way.
and
Just to let yourself die. Let
yeah.
them destroy you in the abattoir.
Yeah, but I mean,
So
it's a shame. It's a crying shame. I'm a lover. I'm a lover of life. I'm a lover of spirit, and I really want the best for everyone. I want the best for every living thing, even the people that we're up against. I honestly, I want the best for them too. But there comes a time where like people, certain groups or whatever, or even certain individuals act so immorally that it's no, you're done. Like you're done.
but right now we're talking about how people can just say no and
Yeah.
like take control for themselves. And so I wanted to share the
What I was saying is that like, that like it's those same people that need to be, exiled or worse, that are doing this to the people. They're crippling them through their diets, and it's just high time that people stop being so timid and afraid to really like shout loudly.
so I wanted to you told me about this stuff, ractopamine. Ractopamine. And I've got the Wikipedia. We're going to talk about this for a second. This here I guess, can you explain it? What was it? The itis? Can you explain where you got that idea from?
Oh, that's like an old it's
Is
like
this
an old ebonics thing.
okay? So this is a phenomenon that happens when people ingest like ribs, pork products, right?
Well, I
'Cause I'm
mean,
gonna read it from here, but I mean, I just wanted to get the idea of like what the itis is and how it happens in it's an attack on the poor people.
all right. So the itis is the general feeling of lethargy and well-being experienced after eating a satisfying meal. The phenomenon is particularly triggered by foods and high carbohydrates and meats containing the amino acid tryptophan. So tryptophan is like that shit in the turkey.
Right.
But, I forget what I was really trying to refer to when we had our conversation earlier about this.
Right. You're saying, well, anyway, let's talk about this. Ractopamine is an animal feed additive used to promote leanness and increase food conversion efficiency in farmed animals in several countries, but banned in others. Pharmacologically, it is a pheno-based TAAR1 agonist, a adrenoreceptor agonist. It that stimulates B1 and B2 adrenic receptors. It is mostly commonly, I don't know, that's not normal B there. So here we got the B1 adrenogenic receptor and the B2 adrenogenic receptor. It is most commonly administered to animals for meat production as ractopamine hydrochloride. It is the active ingredient in products marketed in the U.S. as Paylean for swine, Optiflex for cattle, and Topmax for turkeys. It was developed by Elanco Animal Health, a division of Eli Lilly and Company. As of 2014, the use of ractopamine was banned in 160 countries, including the European Union, China, and Russia, while 27 other countries such as Japan, the United States, South Korea, and New Zealand have deemed meat from livestock-fed ractopamine safe for human consumption. So they just deem it safe. They just say, okay, all right. Commercial ractopamine is a mixture of all four possible stereoisomers. It is also a positional isomer of dobutamine, a related drug. So the regulation talks about Canada, Mexico, Taiwan, and I guess, do we have the symptoms?
Hold on. Pharmacokinetic symptoms.
Okay. A study was conducted to define the pharmacological response of humans to ractopamine. A single oral dose of 40 milligrams of ractopamine hydrochloride was given to human volunteers. The drug was rapidly absorbed. The mean blood plasma half-life was around 4 hours, and it was not detected in plasma 24 hours after dosing. Less than 5% of total ractopamine excreted represented the parent drug, while the urinary metabolites were monoglucuronide and monosulfate conjugates, with ractopamine monosulfate being the major metabolite present. The metabolic fate of ractopamine hydrochloride is similar in the target species, pigs and cattle, laboratory animals, and humans. Besides the pharmacology effect, ractopamine may cause intoxication effect. Therefore, any consumption by humans of a meat and or byproducts of animals that consumed ractopamine with feed or for growth stimulation may result in such clinical effects as tachycardia.
So what's tachycardia?
Tachycardia, also called tachyarrhythmia, is a heart rate that exceeds the normal resting rate. In general, the resting heart rate is whatever. So it affects your heartbeat. So we know that combined with what we talked about in our first episode, the mRNA gene therapies also cause heart inflammation, and it attacks your heart. So
Myocarditis, right?
Myocarditis, pericarditis, exactly. So tachycardia is not good to have Anyway, and other heart rate increases, tremor, headache, muscle spasm, or high arterial blood pressure. The effect of ractopamine in humans is not entirely known, but consumption of products that contain ractopamine residues is not advisable for persons with cardiovascular diseases.
Such as myocarditis and pericarditis. I mean, those are inflammations, I guess, but they might not meet diseases. But
Right.
anyways,
So in swine, ractopamine is correlated with adverse effects, especially hyperactivity, trembling, and broken limbs, leading to censure by animal rights groups. In a conversation with Boulder Weekly newspaper, Colorado State University professor of animal science, Temple Grandin, an expert
famous.
on animal welfare, described harmful effects of ractopamine on feedlot animals such as cattle with stiff, sore, and lame limbs and increased heart stress. In the same column, she also opines that meat from ractopamine-treated animals may be tougher. Ractopamine use is a factor in the incidence of downer pigs, animals that are unable to move or stand. This is really hell for these poor animals.
Wait, go back up
Mhm.
just real quick.
Sure.
I want to stress this about this being used in animals.
Mhm.
Correlated with adverse effects in swine, such as broken limbs, uh,
Right.
hyperactivity, trembling, broken limbs. You know, like what the fuck?
Yeah,
What the like? Come on!
I know. And they're enslaved and and their veal sometimes, well, actually, it probably wouldn't give the veal this stuff because it makes it tougher. But still, I mean, it's total torture and pain for these poor animals. And then we consume it. like you said before, we are what we eat. So, but people can think about that on their own time. So, yeah.
It's the law of assimilation.
Right. Right. It's a
With,
law. It happens.
within natural law.
That's what we're made of. It's not considered to be a carcinogen. Not listed by the OSHA. So, musculoskeletal effects.
Go ahead. Yep.
Musculoskeletal effects. Skeletal muscle tremor is the most common adverse effect of beta agonists and is more likely to be seen after oral administration than after inhalation. Tremor results from an imbalance between fast and slow twitch muscle groups of the extremities, and its severity varies greatly between individuals. So that's that shaking that you were talking about earlier when we were on the phone. When people eat a lot of ribs, they get this weird twitch. And it's like, oh, I got the itis. So I think that's how you're explaining it.
It's like I got the itis wrong, but
Okay. All right. It's different. But anyway, that's slang, is whatever. So this is formally, well, this is out of Wikipedia here, but behavioral changes in humans, restlessness, apprehension, and anxiety were reported effects after the use of various beta agonists, particularly after oral or
Pearl.
treatment. In pilot clinical trials with ractopamine, 4 patients showed little evidence for central nervous system stimulation. Whether long-term treatment with these drugs results in the development of tolerance to these adverse effects is unclear. So that pay attention to what you eat, people. This stuff is in the meat. And I just I wanted to say happy birthday and good night to Jennifer. So I did want to play a clip. I don't know if you wanted to speak on this ractopamine any further, but if we could play a little clip, we have some there. We have one quick one. Robert Kennedy speaking about how China has been buying up the farmland. Would you like me to add that one?
Sure.
Okay. So here. Robert Kennedy is going to tell us a little bit about what he's learned fighting these companies over his years.
Hey, everybody. Here I am in Sherwood, Connecticut, on Sherwood Island. There's a little woodchuck hole. Shirley Troubadour asked a question about why Gates and China are being allowed to buy up all the farmland in our country. And I'm going to tell you something that I had an experience with. I spent many years, about 20 years, suing the factory farms, the big hog farms, and the big chicken producers like Tyson and Bo Pilgrim and Purdue, Frank Purdue. But Smithfield Foods was the biggest pork producer. And Smithfield came to the state of North Carolina, and they built a slaughterhouse that could process 30,000 pigs a day. And then they had a partner named Wendell Murphy, who was in the state Senate, and he passed 28 laws in the North Carolina State Senate making it illegal to sue a factory farm. And they dropped, he left and went into partnership with Smithfield, created a way to raise pigs that would instead of raising them on farms, to raise them in warehouses called Murphy 1100s. And they dropped the price of pork from 60 cents a pound to 2 cents a pound. It put out of business all 28,000 independent hog farmers in the state of North Carolina, and it replaced them with 2,200 factories, all of them either owned by Smithfield or contracted to Smithfield. The only farmers who could stay in business were farmers who signed that contract with Smithfield to mortgage their homes, to put those big hog sheds, the Murphy 1100s, on their property. And then they lose all control. They become serfs on their own land. Smithfield dictates all their farming practices. It gives them the food. It delivers the piglets, picks up the grown animals, and brings them to slaughter. And none of the decisions made on that farm are made by that family farmer anymore. He's no longer a family farmer. He's a serf working on his own farm. They put out of business 28,000 farmers, and they control now 80% of the hog production in North Carolina. Because they dropped the price in North Carolina, Iowa had to adopt the same system, had to cave into Smithfield. They ended up taking control of 80% of the hog production in our country. Then they sold themselves to China. So now China owns all that hog production in America, and it controls our landscapes. And that's the end of Thomas Jefferson's vision of an American democracy rooted in tens of thousands of independent freeholds, each one owned by family farmers, each with a stake in our system of government. And that's why all of this industrial agriculture not only gives us substandard food, and is food that is not nutritious, that is filled with chemicals and hormones and antibiotics, but they're also taking control of our landscapes, and that is a huge threat to American democracy. I hope you guys have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert Kennedy Jr., for that. That's very important. We need to understand that if it's going to be a global New World Order, other nations are going to start divvying up America, chopping us up, just like they did to the Ottoman Empire,
So how he's describing Smithfield buying up the farmland, buying up the pork farm, the pig farms and everything like that, and turning these farmers into serfs on their own land is the same exact way that the Soviets did the Holodomor, which I explained before. That point that I made sure that people remembered and noted. This is happening again right now, right in front of our faces. So history surely doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes.
Yeah.
So
they're also recreating the Weimar Republic too. I mean, like,
the Soviets were funded, the Bolsheviks were funded by Wall Street.
right.
Okay, these are experiments on like the way that the Nazis came into power, the way the Soviets came into power, the way that the way that Israel was formed, the way that all of these weird things have gone on during the 20th century alone. Governments killed over 250 million people across the world. Red China, the Soviets, the Nazis, the US, all of the, like, it's been going on for over 100 years now, and it's called democide, and they've been running game on us, and they've been doing it they've been test driving all of the different vehicles to see which ones work the best and which ones don't. And now they're bringing it all full circle right around, but through places like the World Economic Forum, through the WHO, through this COVID pandemic bullshit that they fucking tried to pull for the last 3 years. Like, all of these things, people don't connect the pieces.
It's culling. They're culling us.
Yeah. So it's the same exact playbook. It's just like in The Water Boy, where it's like the playbook's in the other coach's hand now, and he's got all the plays, but he didn't write the playbook, and it's working. They know what not to do now. They know what doesn't work now. So we're here to raise awareness of that stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
We have there is a lot of people don't, but I'm sorry, my dog is sloshing in the water bowl. But there's a lot of people that don't believe that gluten is really a problem nowadays, and they just believe it's just fake. It's just some lies that they're telling you. I wanted to play a little clip which helps to illuminate the problems. Sorry about all the noises, nails clicking on the floor. Everybody, he's an old man, and I'm not going to yell at him for making noise. We love echoing. Anyway, so I have a clip here. Some gentlemen speaking about gluten.
How long is this clip?
This one is not. Let's see.
Shit.
What? Are you too late? Are you falling asleep? Did you say that you don't? Did you want to get to some stuff before we went into more clips, James?
No.
Did you want to bow out? Do you want me to start taking over and just doing clips?
Dude.
Right. Everybody needs to understand that James is he works, like, he usually starts getting up in a couple hours from now is his normal schedule. So we thank you for staying up, James. And if you want, I can take the helm. I've got a couple good ones. And
Yep.
Did you want to say anything that people for the people before you went? Did you want to talk about to promote anything or say anything?
Go over to freeyourmindne.com and check out my website. Next week on June 3rd at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be joined by Mark Passio live. So come on over to check that out. We're going to be talking about his How to Become the True Media seminar.
That's great.
Where you can really learn how to do a lot of the things that you see Sean and I do, a lot of the things you see a lot of podcasters do. You can learn how to do that over there. And then, of course, like go to seedtruth.com to check out what's going on over there. There's the Seed 5 conference coming up later this year. I'm going to be giving a presentation at that. And, look, we're independent media. we need all the support we can get.
Yeah.
The best way for you to support this show is to simply fight the algorithm, like it on whatever platform it is on, give us a good rating, share the show around with your friends and family, and subscribe so that way you can stay up to date with the different things. So find Wake the Dead, find A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, find Black Pill Digest, and like, subscribe, and share these shows with people. If you can make a small donation, we appreciate whatever it is, but the message getting out is more important. You know, the reason why I even bring up money in the first place is because this isn't free to support. Like, this isn't like we're giving out the information for free, but like this costs money to support, and any type of help that we can get with that is so appreciated. Because like, even if like, dude, if there's like 10 of you, 20 of you out there out of the thousands that listen to this, if there's like 10 or 20 of you out there that can give up like $2 a piece, that covers like pretty much everything. And for a little while at least.
Well, the yearly price tag for like this platform that we have here, and the websites that, you know, it costs money. Things cost money. And
You know,
we're struggling on our own to pay for like houses and car and like have families and stuff. So an added price of paying for these things is really, it's hard.
the content's never going to go away, but to be able to keep up with doing it at the pace, and like with 3 shows between the 2 of us,
Right.
like the pace in which we do it and the way that it all works. Like I said, if there's like, you know, out of how many people listen to this, if there's like 10 people out of all of you that can help us out just a little bit, that would go so far. And if you can't do that, if you don't feel like doing that, for crying out loud, I see my analytics. Like, what's wrong with you people? Give the show a thumbs up, share the show. You know, if you found it worth your while, like, what's wrong with you?
We love you all.
Yeah, but
we know how it is. But we wish that you would like and share.
You know, it's like, all right, you know, and then that's the best way to support this show is to get it out to more people, because it's not about money, it's about the message, and
And
it's
we
trying to
want-
help people understand like what the heck is going on here.
That's right.
So that's all I gotta say. And so yeah, tune in next week at A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, June 3rd, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as Mark Passio and I sit down and have a nice conversation about his media course that I've been plugging all fucking year. And you people need to get in on this, because, you know, there's not a lot of people really doing it. And
Well, I mean, computing is a language, you know, and if we understand how to use it for our own will, then we can do a lot more, you know, and we can speak to a lot more people. So, you know, if we know how to read and write, that's one thing, but learning how to use a computer, that's the next step. So I think it's great that Passio's teaching people that. And I went through the course, and I'm thankful for it. And I'll be listening to your show. I'm glad you're doing that. It's great.
well, thanks, man. And yeah, so you can find the only real dedicated channel for Black Pill Digest is at odyssey.com. You can find it over there, and that's where you can find all the episodes, other than on our own, you know, Wake the Dead and A Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth RSS feeds. You can find all of our stuff. Come over to freeyourmindne.com. Pretty soon we're going to be, you know, we're going to be making some changes over there at that website pretty soon. We're going to see if there's a way for us to make sure that that Sean can jump in over there and have his own pages.
Man, I'll pay for some of it. It's you know, it sucks. I know I haven't got my own website yet, but
we're gonna
work on it.
We're looking on it expanding, and and
we want to grow.
So yep, that's all I gotta say.
Wonderful. That's great. It was great to have you again, and to be here with you to do this. This is it's a big effort. Like we talk about it like all month, you know, you and I are on the phone and we're thinking what we're going to do. And it really, it comes together very well. And I'm very glad to be sharing this with you. And, you know, thank you for being my brother. And I'll see you next time. I'll talk to you tomorrow probably, and have a happy weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Awesome. Cheers, brother. Okay. So here we are. Just me now, loving you people. So this here is a little clip about gluten, so we can learn a little more about how what its effects are, even if you're not gluten intolerant, or even if you can tolerate gluten, the levels of gluten are higher than they have ever been, and it creates a leaky gut. So let's learn more about this.
Hundreds of years ago, we were eating gluten, we were eating wheat, and we didn't see the levels of autoimmunity, we didn't see the levels of celiac disease that we do now. Is the world overreacting to this gluten issue? Is it a fad, or is there something there?
Hi, I'm Kaya Perowit, one of the producers of the Doctor's Pharmacy podcast. We are all aware that gluten has become a major topic when it comes to our food and our health. In this mini episode, Dr. Hyman speaks with GI health expert Alessio Fasano about the rise in celiac disease and gluten sensitivity, and why so many of us are suddenly experiencing challenges when it comes to eating gluten.
My wife now is in Sardinia. I wish I was there with her. And she has trouble eating pasta in America because she always gets a stomach ache. But she said she's in Italy now, and she doesn't. I know they don't allow GMOs in Italy, although wheat is not GMO, although they spray our wheat here with glyphosate at harvest, which may have an effect on the microbiome. But how do you sort of explain why we all of a sudden got this way? What are the changes that happened that make people more susceptible? Because the gluten's always been there. Is the gluten different in the wheat we have? Is something else changed in our guts and environment? Like, what is this driving force?
First of all, the timeline that this epidemic is materializing is telling us that it's not genetic mutation in humankind that makes us more susceptible. So most likely we're changing the environment way too fast for us to adapt. And the example you were mentioning about your wife, and actually I hear this many times.
You hear it a lot, right?
Yeah.
I hear this all the time with my patients.
That they say, how come that I go to Europe
and I'm fine?
And it looks that I can tolerate stuff that I cannot even look at when I'm in the United States.
Yeah.
Definitely, I don't think the GMOs is the issue because, of course, Europe in general have very strict regulation, GMOs much stricter than us. Yeah. But when you talk about grains like wheat, there is no such a thing. And it's not an isolated, phenomenon. Every chronic inflammatory diseases are on a rise. Allergic disease, autoimmune disease, neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's.
Everybody's inflamed.
That's right. We as human beings, we do not have enzymes to completely dismantle gluten in its basic elements, amino acids. What we do is a partial digestion, and what is left over, these undigestible fragments that can instigate inflammation. We know that. To make bread, you take yeast, you take water, you take the flour, and you make your dough. Yeast have those enzymes that can completely dismantle these toxic elements. In Europe, bread is still made the old-fashioned. This is an overnight process. So you have 10, 12 hours that these enzymes can dismantle the load of these, fragments. Not here. The process takes 2 hours because now it's accelerated artificially. So you give only 2 hours to these enzymes to decrease the load. So
risky.
The grain is the same, the culture
is
the same.
What about pasta? You don't
same story.
Pasta.
No, but again, the way that you prepare pasta is there are processes that you have to go through, the desiccations, the drying of the pasta, and so on and so forth. And again, give less time if you speed up the process to make this right. That's one. The other is, as you were alluding to, pesticides. We use pesticides here. They are not allowed in Europe. And, again, that changed completely the landscape because now you introduce another variable that can affect the way that we, in terms of our immune system, can react to any given product. And it happen to be grain, but it can be any other product that can give you the same kind of reaction. So, and then, of course,
the great unknowns that we still don't understand, because even here in the United States, it's not homogeneous.
No.
So you have pockets of places in which this phenomenon seems to be much stronger than other pockets of the place. So got to be some environmental situation that we still poorly control.
So there's the quality of the food, how we produce the food, all those things in terms of traditional methods that may affect people's sensitivity. But you also talk about the changes in the gut microbiome. And you know, you originally came into this through your study on cholera,
That's right.
and now you're sort of coming back to it, looking at, wait a minute, why are people so sensitive? It's not, oh, you're sensitive to gluten, let's get you off gluten. It's like, why is this happening? And how is our change in our environment, toxins, stress, diet, antibiotics, C-sections, how has that led to this increase in autoimmunity, increase in celiac disease, and allergic and inflammatory disorders?
And of course, you alluded some of the factors. So, our lifestyle, mostly we're living a rural lifestyle, 1 or 2 generations ago. So living, in vicinity of animals.
We're exposed to a lot more microbes.
That's right. A variety, but you name it, parasites, viruses, bacteria. But there was a full exchange. And then again, we make, this other convention that we are isolated, xylus in terms of environment. We are in a continuous cycle of life. So soil, animal, human, back to soil, and the waters, we conventionally analyze them separately, but we are a unified ecosystem.
Yes.
And we are whatever we are because we co-evolve with microbes. It's not that
it's not
came
just waste,
sterile,
right?
That's right, from Mars, and then all of a sudden we've been exposed to something never seen before. We look and act and are shaped the way that we are because we co-evolve with this ecosystem. If you affect foods, you affect the composition microbiome. If you put the microbiome back in balance where it's supposed to be based on our evolutionary plans, the immune system will defend us rather than be belligerent against us, and will unleash inflammation only when it's definitely needed. If you have a balanced microbiome, you also will have a gut permeability that will go back the way they're supposed to be. And a good gut permeability will make the immune system to be less belligerent. So it's all interconnected.
It's all connected. One of the things I read, I don't know if it's true, is that in the effort to increase food production, we hybridized and bred wheat to contain more starch and to be shorter and drought resistant and grow better and produce more carbohydrates, which is a dwarf wheat. And in the process, we combined the genes of different wheat strains, which led to more gliadin proteins in the dwarf wheat. And that those gliadin proteins seem to be more of the ones that trigger inflammation. Is that part of why we've seen this increase?
There's been such a change, no question about that. So Romans and Greeks, they used to eat, a very tall,
very different wheat.
The
wheat we eat is not the wheat we ate.
No, absolutely. But, was a tall plant. Only 5% of the top had seeds. 4% of the dry weight was gluten at that time. And then, later on during, the Renaissance, we increased the heel to make, more, producible, and a useful wheat by doubling the amount of, gluten in there. So from 4 to 8%. And then the last iteration was during the agricultural revolution that we had this dwarf wheat. So 1/3 of the plant now is seeds. So the efficiency is much higher. And now we're talking about 12% rather than 4% as we started 2,000 years ago. The epidemics that we have seen materialize after this event. So I don't think that is the cultivars that have been pretty much fueled by farmers to increase, yield. That's what it is fueling the, the epidemics. I really do believe that it's more the way that we handle the products. And, what your wife is experiencing in Sardinia is testimonial that it's not that the genetics and the load of wheat, a load of gluten in wheat is the culprit.
So it's not like they grow more ancient strains there?
No. Well, of course, there's going to be less gluten in there, and ancient grains can be beneficial, for example, for people with non-celiac gluten sensitivity. To
Like
decrease
einkorn wheat.
That's right. To decrease the load of gluten would not be beneficial for celiacs because
Right.
no matter if it's 4% or 12%, it's
Yeah.
way too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Gluten has been found to negatively impact the lining of the gut, creating leaky gut or intestinal permeability, even in those who do not have celiac disease. This is why, as a part of his vegan diet, Dr. Hyman recommends avoiding gluten. As you've surely noticed, many food companies, restaurants, and supermarkets have hopped on the gluten-free bandwagon. Don't let the food industry fool you. Gluten-free junk food is still junk food, loaded with artificial sugars, processed vegetable or hydrogenated oils, trans fats, added gums, and other additives to increase their shelf life. Pay attention to the ingredients in the food you eat and the order in which the ingredients are listed. If a real food is listed at the end and sugar or ingredients you don't recognize are listed at the top, it might be best to avoid the food. The most abundant ingredient is always listed first. Others are listed in descending order by weight. If you see any words on a label you can't pronounce, you might also want to avoid the food. As much as possible, take it one step further and avoid foods with extensive labels altogether and stick to real whole foods. Thank you for tuning into this mini episode of The Doctor's Pharmacy. I hope you enjoyed it.
We enjoyed it. Thank you. So yeah, that was very informative. Learning a little bit about the history and there's more to it, and maybe that will help with the conversations you're going to be having with your family, because sometimes people just are going to eat what they're going to eat and they don't want to listen to you. So we're probably going to talk about that with Jennifer on Wake the Dead. That'll probably be one of the topics because it's important. So next, I wanted to share a article and about the food dyes. So I'm a parent, and this is I'm sorry I keep bringing it back to this stuff about how you feed your kids, but that's really what I care about. And I want people to see what they're doing. Okay, so public health professor shows food dye linked to childhood behavior. Okay, here. Okay, so we can all see that. So, public health professor shows food dye linked to childhood behavior in California EPA study. Public health professor Asa Bradman contributed to a new report that examines the relationship between synthetic food dye found in everything from juice to cupcakes and child development. The report, released today by the California Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, finds that current federal levels for safe intake of synthetic food dyes may not sufficiently protect children's behavioral health. In quotes, this is the most comprehensive study examining dietary exposure to artificial food coloring in vulnerable populations such as young children and pregnant women. We found that children tended to have higher exposures than adults, and some exposures might exceed regulatory guidelines. Bradman said, we also observed higher exposure in lower income populations, pointing to the need to improve consumption of and access to healthier food. That goes back to the food deserts we talked about earlier. The report is a product of a 2-year multifaceted evaluation of 7 synthetic food dyes that have been approved by the FDA. OEHHA extensively reviewed existing studies of the effects of these dyes on both humans and laboratory animals. The percentage of American children and adolescents diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder has increased from an estimated 6.1% to 10.2% during the past 20 years. Concerns about increasing rates of ADHD and other behavioral disorders prompted the California legislature to ask OEHHA to conduct the food dye assessment. In quotes, evidence shows that synthetic food dyes are associated with adverse neurobehavioral outcomes in some children, said the OEHHA director, Lauren Zeiss. With increasing numbers of U.S. children diagnosed with behavioral disorders, this assessment can inform efforts to protect children from exposures that may exacerbate behavioral problems. OEHHA evaluated old and new research and then applied modern risk assessment methods to interpret the findings. The risk assessment evaluated studies that placed children on a dye-free diet for several weeks and measured their behavior. The children were given food or drinks with dyes added, and measures of their behavior were recorded by a number of standardized methods. These studies demonstrated that some children are likely to be more adversely affected by synthetic food dyes than others. Animal studies indicate synthetic food dyes affect activity, memory, and learning. These changes in the neurotransmitters in the brain and cause microscopic changes in brain structure. The OEHHA findings reveal that consumption of synthetic food dyes can result in hyperactivity and other neurobehavioral problems in some children, and that children vary in their sensitivity to synthetic food dyes. According to the OEHHA, approved levels of synthetic food dyes were established by the Food and Drug Administration decades ago and do not reflect newer research. The FDA's acceptable daily intake levels for synthetic food dyes are based on 35 to 70-year-old studies that were not designed to detect the types of behavioral effects that have been observed in children, according to the OEHHA. Comparisons with newer studies indicate that the current ADIs may not adequately protect children from behavioral effects. So it doesn't matter how long it's been, like it's always been poison. They just put a level of the poison that you can consume. They deem it safe. And they're like, well, it's actually not safe. And they're like, oh, those are old. But in any case, none of it is safe. It's poison, especially the red 40. Yeah, red 40 is the worst of them. But anyway, the study result is a result of OEHHA's collaboration with Bradman and scientists at UC Berkeley and UC Davis. The research team found that children are exposed to multiple dyes in a day, and that the highest exposures are usually from juice drinks and soft drinks. They also found that common exposures to red dye number 3 from new foods may exceed from a few foods may exceed the existing ADI. If revised ADIs for some of the dyes were based on newer studies, updated acceptable intake levels would be much lower. OEHHA began the study by inviting the public to submit scientific information on the health effects of synthetic food dyes. It conducted a 2-day symposium in September 2019 to foster discussion among researchers in academia, industry, government, and the public on potential effects of synthetic food dyes on children. A draft version of the report was released in August 2020 for comment by members of the public and external peer review by experts identified by the University of California Office of the President. So that's the whole thing. Food dyes make a kid cracked out. So that's important. We have another clip. They want you to consume. I'm going to find it here. I've been downloading it forever for some reason. So we're just going to share from the YouTube.
selling candles and soap made from animal fat for a few decades now. But come 1870 and things are getting tough. There's an economic downturn and you really don't want to end up on the streets like these schmucks. So you quickly swap out the animal fat in your soaps for a cheaper alternative, coconut and palm oil. You call your new creation Ivory Soap, and you market it as a pure alternative to all those nasty fat-based soaps your competitors are manufacturing. And people love it. Ivory Soap becomes the #1 soap used by hundreds of thousands of people all around the world. And since you're manufacturing it from cheap coconut and palm oil, you're making more money than ever before. But then you start thinking, we saved a ton of money switching from expensive animal fat to cheap coconut and palm oil. But what if there was an even cheaper oil we can use in our soap? Even cheaper oil equals more profits. So you start experimenting with cottonseed oil. What is cottonseed oil, you may ask? Why haven't you heard about it before? That's because cottonseed oil was only used as an industrial oil for lubricating machines and stuff, and it's highly toxic, causing things like infertility, pregnancy problems, liver damage, respiratory problems, and loss of appetite. But whatever, let's just work with it. All you have to do is find a way to remove the toxin gossip pole from the oil, figure out how to turn this permanently liquid oil into a solid, and you will be golden. Compared to coconut oil, cottonseed oil was dirt cheap. So you hire a chemist named Edwin Kaiser to try to figure out a way to get around that little toxicity issue with cottonseed oil. And boom, Edwin Kaiser pulls through. He comes up with a chemical process called hydrogenation and successfully turns this highly toxic liquid oil into solid gold. You can see it now. Your cottonseed oil innovation would change the world of toiletries forever. But that's not all. As you sat back and took in the glorious bar of solid oil sitting in front of you, something hits you. See, unlike today where pretty much every single family cooks with vegetable oils in their kitchen, back then every housewife cooked with real animal fats. They cooked with animal fat in the form of lard. Lard that was very pricey. So you thought to yourself, wait a minute, doesn't this solid form of cottonseed oil kinda remind you of lard? Why don't we also market it as a cheaper alternative to lard? People will love it. And so Crisco was born.
Really crisp, not greasy. Sure, the crisp goes in the French fries because Crisco oil stays in the pan. All the oil? Almost. Watch. I'll measure the Crisco oil, then fry these potatoes and... Oh, Crisco oil stays in the pan.
And you poured everything you had into a massive marketing campaign. A marketing campaign to inculcate the masses into switching from natural animal fat to this industrial food product that started out as toxic. Crisco was new, it was fresh, it was so much cheaper than buying real nasty animal fats. I mean, come on! What sounds better to you, nasty, fatty animal lard or Crisco? There was simply no competition. So within just a few years, America became hooked on Crisco. But then you thought to yourself, why just stop at cottonseed oil? There are so many other seed oils out there. So throughout the years, this same hydrogenation process you used to turn cottonseed oil into a solid would also be used to create soybean oil, corn oil, canola oil, grapeseed oil, and many other industrial vegetable oils. There, that has a nice healthy ring to it.
You know, I always wonder about what PR room came up with the word vegetable oils. They're not made from vegetable oils. Vegetables, like broccoli or anything, they're made from seeds and beans.
So grapeseed oil, like any of these grain and seed oils, like corn oil, canola oil, which comes from the rapeseed plant, soybean oil, they're referred to sometimes within the food industry as RBD oils, refined, bleached, and deodorized oils.
Ugh.
Yeah, because they have like these these harsh, bitter flavors, right?
Mhm.
Some of them, like the rapeseed, contain toxins like urucic acid.
They might want to change the name of that seed.
Yeah, right?
Doesn't it seem like a rude way? Yeah. You know, you want to murder fruit? No. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, why is it rapeseed?
Exactly.
And it worked. By 1980, almost every restaurant in the US switched over to using these cheaper seed oils in their fryers. And by 1993, Americans were consuming an average of 30 grams of seed oils per day compared to just 2 grams in 1909. And for you as Procter & Gamble, life couldn't be better. You were making millions. But then something happened that would turn your fairy tale into a nightmare. The studies started coming out. Studies showing that polysaturated fat found in vegetable oils turns into a varnish-like substance in the intestines, like this kind of varnish. That vegetable oil is linked to high rates of cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and heart disease. And because these oils are not natural like their names want you to think, they get stored deep in our tissues and brain. So everyone's walking around with old toxic oil in their bodies, slowly inching them towards disease.
these fats also integrate themselves into your body. You are what you eat, right? And this is especially true for the kinds of fats that we consume.
Any polyunsaturated fat you give a pig is ending up in its fat. Any polyunsaturated fat that you or I eat is ending up in our fat tissue.
This is how much natural fats from things like beef, pork, dairy have been in our diet since 1960. This line is for vegetable oils. And this line is the obesity rates. Procter & Gamble fooled us all. Procter & Gamble and all these other companies fooled us into throwing away perfectly fine natural fats that came from real animals in exchange for these food products. Food products that started out as toxic industrial waste. And yet we willingly take the bite every single day. Popular Science wrote, quote, what was garbage in 1860 was fertilizer in 1870, cattle feed in 1880, and table food and many things else in 1890, end quotes. But today, industrial seed oils are found everywhere. From fast food to restaurant kitchens to cookies, crackers, chips, candy, vegetable puffs, granola bars, and even nut milks. You and your family probably have some in your pantry right now. The seed oil industry oiled up America, they oiled up the world, and they're raking in $250 billion every year from it at your expense. Stay dangerous, subscribe for more, and this is the evil business of seed oils.
Crisco oil wouldn't let me down.
It's nice to know you can trust Crisco oil to fry chicken that doesn't taste greasy.
Today, I try my best to cut out all seed oils from my diet, and something I've also started obsessing over is longevity. Living longer, healthier, and reversing aging. And the great news is that longevity research has exploded over the past few years, and researchers have actually found real supplements that you can take that have been shown to decrease aging. If you follow people like Dr. David Sinclair, you know that he takes something called NMN and resveratrol. That's because taking these two things increases something called NAD+ in your body. NAD+ is insanely important for your longevity because it helps with things like DNA repair, energy metabolism, and mitochondrial function, so you definitely want to supplement it. I was ready to buy some, but the problem was I didn't know what brand to trust because the supplement industry is super sketchy. Sure, you can pick some up on Amazon, but how do you know how much actual NMN is in there, or if it's been tested for toxic metals, or if it was made in China? That's why when I found out about Verso from the Concrete Podcast Big Fan, I bought some with my own money on the spots. And I've been taking their Cell Being supplement every day since. All you gotta do is take 2 of these capsules every day, and boom, you got your daily dose of NMN, resveratrol, and something called TMG. But what I really love about Verso is that their products are made in California, they perform third-party testing on every batch that you can check on their website, they store their stuff in cold storage so the molecules don't degrade, and they come in this cute packaging. I am a sucker for good product design. I am telling you guys, it doesn't matter how much money or power you have if your health sucks. That's why you gotta pick up some Cell Being at ver.so/JakeTran with code JakeTran for 15% off your order. That's ver.so/JakeTran with code JakeTran for 15% off with the link below. Thanks to Verso for sponsoring this video.
Are you sure this is gonna work? Why not? I made a Crisco pie. Yeah, me too, but a cake. I think you should have waited till your wife gets back.
Crisco first hit grocery shelves in 1911, and going in, your marketing teams knew they couldn't just let the ingredients speak for themselves. You had to convince the American public that eating a chemically solidified slab of cottonseed oil that previously could have rendered you infertile was not only normal, but better for you. You had to convince the public that it was even better than butter. So to achieve this monstrous feat, you were gonna have to launch one of the most epic advertising campaigns in American history. To do that, you hired J. Walter Thompson, a legendary full-service ad agency created by the American advertising pioneer by the same name. J. Walter Thompson was actually the very first full-service ad agency in America as well, and they got to work right away. They mailed samples of Crisco to restaurants and grocery stores. They handed out Crisco fried donuts in the streets. They gave away free Crisco cookbooks with every purchase, which all sound like standard marketing tactics today, but back then it was nothing short of revolutionary. You tell the writers at the agency to say Crisco is digestible. Although you had no scientific proof of this, it sure does sound good. And you also make sure that no one ever mentions the word cottonseed, because that would just remind people of soap, detergent, and machinery lubricant, and not something that you would want to consume. The only thing on the ingredients list is 100% shortening. And if anyone ever asks you what shortening is, you say it's made from vegetables. In reality, cottonseed is a seed. But sure, I guess you could technically call it a vegetable if you really wanted to. It grows on cotton plants, doesn't it? And vegetables also grow on plants. So it's basically the same thing. And all of this mislabeling and misinformation was happening at the perfect time in history. because detailed food labeling laws from the FDA wouldn't be mandated until the late 60s. So for 50 sweet years, you could say Crisco was whatever you wanted it to be.
Oh, and look what Crisco will do for a pie. Makes my pie so flaky as all get out. Cause I get out my Crisco and I do some special baking. I love trying out new recipes.
To make these light and golden Christmas cookies, butter-flavored Crisco is the recipe for success.
And within just a few short years, Crisco officially became the American baker's best friend. But why stop there? Why not use all your Crisco expertise to expand your product line even more?
Betsy, what are you saying? Don't use Crisco oil, Mom. There's something new. New Crisco oil. New Crisco oil.
After World War II, Procter & Gamble started experimenting with partial hydrogenation. So instead of turning cottonseed oil into a solid, they just kind of stopped halfway, leaving it as a liquid, while still removing all the toxic chemicals, color, and bad smells. This partially hydrogenated oil could be kept on the shelf for years, unlike disgusting animal fat. Restaurants loved it because they didn't have to keep changing the oil in their fryers. They could just keep reusing it. It just never went bad. What a miracle, right? Nabisco and Kraft loved it because their cookies could stay on warehouse shelves for months and months and months and still be crunchy. And during this new era of hydrogenated oils, Procter & Gamble ditched the rancid cottonseed oil that they collected from cotton farms for an even cheaper alternative: the leftover rancid soybean oil from animal feed production. So we went from using real animal fat to coconut and palm oil to cottonseed oil to now using a waste product from animal feed production. You know, the stuff that isn't even fit for animals to consume. Now that sounds yummy. So now Crisco products no longer contain cottonseed oil. No, that's far too luxurious for the masses. Now Crisco only contains soybean oil, and your empire only continued to grow.
Today's Crisco oil is remarkably clear, remarkably light, so you taste your fish, not our oil. And there's no cholesterol.
Deliciously, Crisco oil so light it sets the flavor free.
But then, just like Crisco's lard alternative, scientists started telling the world just how bad these hydrogenated oils were for your body. And so the war began.
It's new Crisco oil. You're gonna love eating light.
Baby, you're the one who put the healthy in my healthy appetite.
With all this talk of vegetable oils being the new frontier, scientists all over America started getting suspicious. How could an oil this processed be good for you? And if it was, why didn't we think of it first? So they headed for the labs, and what they found was not flattering for you. One group of scientists found that although replacing animal fats with vegetable oils did lower cholesterol by 13%, it also made you twice as likely to die from cancer. Another group replaced animal fats with vegetable oils in the diets of men who had a history of heart disease and discovered that the ones who ate vegetable oil had a higher chance of dying. This wasn't exactly music to your ears, but you also weren't too worried about a few nerds in the lab. Because even though scientists were telling the world how bad vegetable oils were for your health, you had already formed a secret alliance with the one organization that mattered most: the American Heart Association, or AHA.
If you took all the cigarettes in the world and laid them end to end, you would never have time to smoke a single one. Now, isn't that a great idea?
See, in the 40s and 50s, the American Heart Association wasn't the huge nonprofit it is today. Back then, heart disease in the American Heart Association wasn't exactly a big deal to most Americans. But you knew something was coming. You knew the truth about your cheap oils would eventually be revealed. So you went on the offensive. In 1949, you chose the American Heart Association to receive a $1.5 million prize from a national radio competition that you happened to be the sponsor of. $1.5 million in 1949 would be the equivalent of $19 million today. A huge paycheck for a relatively unknown organization like the AHA. Generous, right? And it helped them go national overnight. The AHA now had all the power and resources it would ever need to influence the masses. What direction would it influence the masses in? Well, these scientists are humans at the end of the day. Humans that would like to maintain their prestigious titles and positions if possible. So if the AHA wanted daddy's money to keep rolling in, it would be in their best interest to maybe not badmouth vegetable oils. It would maybe be in their best interest to paint vegetable oils in the best light possible.
And then they, of course, as we know, they got a huge boost when the American Heart Association started recommending polyunsaturated vegetable oils to replace saturated fats. And this was a tremendous boost to the vegetable oil industry.
So thanks to your new propaganda arm, you, the seed oil industry, finally had free reign to market your oils as good for your heart and overall health. So you went around advertising all the upsides of the scientific studies we mentioned earlier. That seed oils lower cholesterol by 13%, that they're way healthier than butter, that they're so clear and white there's no way you could doubt their purity.
Gets new Crisco oil. You're gonna love eating light.
But that wasn't all, because in 1961, a study would be released by the AHA that would forever change the way Americans thought about vegetable oil. The study was done by a famous physiologist named Ansel Keys, and it said that animal fats like butter actually raise cholesterol, and high cholesterol causes heart attacks. His solution? Replace your thick, disgusting animal fat with vegetable oils because of their proven ability to lower cholesterol by 13%. And the world ate it up. And with that, the seed oil industry had achieved something staggering. What was garbage in 1860 was fertilizer in 1870, cattle feed in 1880, table food and many things else in 1890, and now what's the hottest new health food in 1961? And oh, have we paid the price.
Here's Crisco cooking up fries, and because most of it comes back, there's no oily taste. Here it isn't, no oily taste, it's true, so you cook.
The process of hydrogenation made your vegetable oils edible, but there was a caveat. See, during the hydrogenation process, a new type of fat is created, trans fats. You could call this fat man-made frankenfat. In general, trans fat is considered the worst fat anyone could eat because it's not from nature. It's an artificial fat that's produced through the hydrogenation process.
These polyunsaturated fats, as I mentioned, the oils that are rich in them have trans fats, which we know are not friendly to your cardiovascular system. They're not friendly to your brain. Higher consumption of trans fats is associated with higher risk for developing Alzheimer's disease and worse memory function, even in the young and healthy.
The potential is that every single day, all of us in the Western world, if we're eating excess vegetable oils, excess polyunsaturated fats, specifically linoleic acid, we are driving a signal to our adipocytes that winter is coming. Get fat, stay fat.
Whoa.
And by the 1980s, all those pesky scientists that keep trying to debunk your healthy oil claims were getting really concerned about these artificial trans fats. In 1990, 2 Dutch scientists released a study revealing that artificial trans fats actually raise your cholesterol, even more than animal fats do, causing a huge risk for coronary heart disease. This was not what you and your other vegetable oil giants wanted to hear, so you tried to fight science with science. In 1994, a group of edible oil manufacturers funded Joseph Judd, a scientist from the US Department of Agriculture, to try to prove that trans fats didn't cause heart disease, but it didn't work. Joseph ended up with the same results as the Dutch scientists. And this finally caused the FDA to finally pressure the seed oil industry to at least label how much trans fats are in your products. As simple as the request seemed, you really didn't want to do it. Why? Because your Crisco shortening contains 50% trans fat. And according to the studies, if just 2% of your daily fat intake comes from trans fat, your risk of heart disease goes up by 23%. People were basically spreading heart attack on their morning toast. The FDA's decision to make trans fat information public could end you. So what did you do? You reformulated. You went to none other than Monsanto, the company behind Agent Orange, GMOs, seed licensing, which practically makes them the company that owns the world's food supply. Watch our private documentary on Monsanto by clicking that join button below. And you asked Monsanto to create a genetically modified soybean that doesn't produce artificial trans fats in the hydrogenation process. What, did anyone really think you were gonna learn from your mistakes and go back to a healthier, more expensive oil source? Don't be silly. Thanks to Monsanto's GMO genius, you got what you wanted. Now all your packages sported a big red stamp saying zero trans fat, so everyone knew you were the good guy now. The guy looking out for everyone's health. But there's just one last secret. One last loophole you used to rebrand into a health-conscious alternative fat brand. See, when the FDA announced in 2003 that you guys had to put trans fat content on your labels, you were actually still allowed to say zero trans fat as long as the product didn't have more than 0.5 grams per serving, according to the FDA's rules. The key word here is per serving. So if 1 tablespoon of Crisco has 12 grams of fats, and 0.5 grams of that is artificial trans fat, then 8.3% of the fat content is trans fat. And that study said if 2% of the fat you eat is trans fat, it could cause a 23% increase in heart disease. I know, it's enough to make an oil tycoon's head spin. But this still wasn't the end. You needed to ride the 0 grams of trans fat wave for as long as possible before your time finally ran out.
Today we're going to talk about eliminating toxic seed oils.
And margarine is terrible for you.
Vegetable oil.
Yeah, and now people know what's really good for you is grass-fed butter. The grass-fed butter is actually not bad for you at all.
The more I dig into it, the more I believe this is the center of human chronic health issues.
The year is 2015, and the FDA has officially banned artificial trans fats from all foods, giving everyone until 2018 to get them completely out of their products. Except the 0.5 grams per serving because we all need a little wiggle room. This is why you'll still see Crisco sitting on grocery store shelves with 0.5 grams of fat missing from their nutrition label. And even though shortening is way less popular than it was in the 60s and 70s, it's still available to buy. People are still using it in online cooking videos.
Certainly, high fructose corn syrup is not helping anything, but I think it's important for people to understand that that might not be the only villain, and that a lot of people might get rid of the sugar but then continue eating processed food or hummus with canola oil or, chips from the store that are cooked in soybean oil and not understand it. And this could be driving a lot of the disease that we're seeing in a really subtle way.
Some restaurants have molded their entire business structure around these cheap, long-lasting oils. Even In-N-Out, the legendary burger chain in the West Coast of America, proudly proclaims that their French fries are only fried in 100% sunflower oil. And because the label says trans fat free, we think it's okay to eat. At least it's better than before, right? Well, these trans fat free oils actually might be worse than their high trans fat counterparts. Studies are coming out on the dangerous chemicals created by trans fat free oil that has been heated over and over again in restaurant fryers.
Aldehydes, one of the aldehydes is a formal marker for your cancer, for cancer risk. And aldehydes are created, are just created in huge amounts when they fry food in polyunsaturated oils.
Restaurant owners are saying that this oil is creating a strange gooey substance that is impossible to clean off their walls. Turns out that gooey substance is actually a polymer.
He said the polymers, these degraded molecules were so unstable that when they would put the uniforms in the backs of trucks to go take them to the cleaners, the uniforms would spontaneously combust. And then when they took them to clean them and they put them in the dryers, there were still so many of these toxic chemicals in them that they would explode in the dryers. So, I mean, just imagine we're just all putting this in our bodies.
Once more studies on the effects of these new oils hit mainstream media, Crisco, Mazola, and all the other vegetable oil brands will probably have to adjust again. Whatever they do, we probably won't know about it until 3 decades from now. And by then, the damage will already have been done. To this day, US dietary guidelines still say that we should cook with canola, corn, and soybean oil. That's right, even after all of this, the edible oil industry still has the faithful backing of the US government. That is how powerful they are. And you want to know what else the government shoves down our throats? Fluoride. You know fluoride, right? It's in your toothpaste, tap water, table salt, bottled water. The government doesn't let you escape it even if you wanted to. Why? Because it's good for you, they say. It's good for your teeth, it prevents cavities. When in reality, fluoride started out as a harmful poison that was part of the aluminum manufacturing process. In reality, high doses of fluoride have been found to lower IQ in children, among many other very bad things. And yet for some reason, fluoride was able to go from this manufacturing poison to something that's good for you that we need to shove into your water supply. For some reason, the United States, Canada, Australia, Ireland, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom generously provide you with fluoride in your tap water free of charge. Why? Click the card on the screen to watch our new documentary on fluoride right now on our new channel called Evil Food Supply. I created this new channel because I've been getting way more serious about my health, so this channel will be a way for me to force myself to study all the evils of our modern diet so we all benefit. Click the card to watch and subscribe now.
Okay, you're going to have to go to Jake Tran on his YouTube and click over there because, no. Anyway, thank you, Jake Tran. That was a great little piece. And we're going to stop sharing. So we talked about, this is culling. This is a culling operation. And that's why he added a little bonus of fluoride at the end there. So, it's more examples of where they're trying to kill us. This is war. Anyway, So I'm gonna do one more article here. I wanted to talk about the ingredients in things like Twinkies. I mean, people look at a Twinkie and they think, "Oh, it's a Twinkie." So here, let me share. It's a lot more involved than just a simple word like Twinkie. So here's a little video that goes with it. These are the ingredients inside Twinkies. Yes, beef fat is found inside Twinkies. Whey, culture, lactic acid, carrageenan. For those of you listening, it's showing pictures of all of these ingredients. Cheddar cheese is not naturally orange. Autolyzed yeast, niacin, baking soda, dextrose, TBHQ. These are the ingredients inside McDonald's. TBHQ is used in perfumes, in obscenely large quantities. And I guess this video isn't very good for the listeners. It's good for the viewers. I'm just going to stop that. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I guess it's not very good for the listeners. I wasn't thinking about that. It's more of a visual piece. So we're just going to take my word for it. It's horrific, the ingredients that are in those things you'll find on the shelf. So I guess we've gone over a lot tonight, and all of it is pretty black pill, right? And I'm glad that we were able to start the beginning of the episode with the solutions again. That's great. I like having guests that can give us a way out, and it starts with the soil, and it's very important and even the fertilizer for your soil. You have to find out. You have to be sure of what's going into that, because it all goes in. It all goes in if it goes in your mouth, then it goes in your body. If it touches your skin, it goes in your body. So we need to pay attention to these things. So I'm glad you are all here for this episode. I'm going to play one last clip. It's pretty long. So I guess I'm going to, I'll say my goodbyes now. And we thank you very much for joining us and listening to Black Pill Digest this month. Next month, we're going to have another mind-bending, horrific subject to talk about. So we hope you join us then as well. And like James said earlier, we are, we're doing this from our bootstraps. I don't even have a website because I can't afford one. And I work 12-hour shifts just to survive. It's really tough. And any donation that if you feel the need or you feel the urge, please, anything is very much appreciated. Every little bit counts. And thank you. So please look forward to the episode with Jennifer Rose. I apologize for her not being here. My computer is not up to snuff, and I couldn't make it work. So she had to bow out for that one. We're going to try to do our best to make it work. And if not, maybe she'll sit beside me and we can do it together that way. But in any case, she has a lot. She's a mom, and she has been paying attention. She's a bodybuilder. She's been bodybuilding and she's been paying attention to this for a long time. And she really focuses hard on this stuff. And, in our household, that's one of the common topics. And so I really want to share her voice with you all, with all of you listeners as well. So it helps my life, and I hope it'll help your ears too. So please visit foodforestabundance.com and check out Jim Gale's podcast, and also visit soilsavior.com and check out Pat Militich's Soil Solutions, and also check out Tim James's Health Hero podcast, and visit chemicalfreebody.com. So we need to do our best to put in the good so that we can have a good life shining out. So thank you very much. This next clip is, hold on. This next clip is 6 foods you should never eat. And they're going to go from there. So it's about an hour. So it's important though, so I wanted to include it in this episode. Thank you all for listening, and hopefully we'll see you next time on Black Pill Digest.
Fructose is a very toxic compound when it's free and unattached to fruit. And it's in everything. It's in bread, it's in salad dressing, it's in tomato sauce for your pizza.
If you care about health, these are the foods that I think it's okay to say you should never eat. Now, we got to be careful with the word should, because you never want to judge upon people, but you're giving strong recommendations. So let's jump right in and talk about which one of these foods.
Well, the things that I'm talking about, Drew, are not my opinion. These are scientifically proven to cause disease and death.
Speaking is Dr. Mark Hyman, for those of you that are listening and cannot see the screen. So continuing here.
So there's no doubt in my mind that these should never cross anyone's lips, and they should be banned. In fact, one of them was recently by the FDA, was considered something not safe to eat anymore. And yet it's been in the food supply for 100 years. Actually, maybe, a little 101 years, since 1911. So when Crisco was developed, and that is trans fat or hydrogenated fat, that should never pass your lips. That's highly proven to cause heart attacks, many other health issues, diabetes, inflammation, and it's toxic. And it's made from vegetable oil that's converted to a solid fat like margarine or shortening through a process called hydrogenation, where they put in extra hydrogen atoms. You should never eat that. So if you look at the words on the ingredient list, and you have to not look at the nutrition facts label only, you have to look at the ingredient list. And the ingredient list will tell you everything that's in there. And by the way, the ingredient list in America sucks, because in Europe they put what percentage of things are, and so you know exactly how much of which thing you're getting, and I'll get into that in a minute. So never eat anything that says hydrogenated, partially hydrogenated, soybean oil, any kind of fat like that.
And just one little note, we'll expand on it later on. It was banned, but through a little bit of a tricky loophole, you can still find it in certain products.
Well, they gave the food companies a long runway to actually get rid of it from the food, but it's still all over the supermarket, even though in 2015 it was ruled not safe to eat. There's something called GRAS, or GRAS, or generally recognized as safe. So it's even the FDA finally, and by the way, it was only after 50 years of data proving that it wasn't safe that finally a guy who's been working on this for 50 years, he was in his 90s, a doctor, a scientist, sued the FDA. And that's why they finally had to succumb to getting it up, because the food companies didn't want it. They had to swap out all kinds of ingredients in their products. Every single processed food had this in it for decades and decades. The second is just about as bad, maybe worse, and that's high fructose corn syrup. Now, why is that worse than just sugar? Well, high fructose corn syrup has a number of qualities. One, it is not like regular sugar, which is 50-50 glucose and fructose. It's sometimes 55% fructose, even up to 75% fructose. And fructose, and we've had podcasts about this, you've had Dr. Richard Johnson on your podcast about this, fructose is a very toxic compound when it's free and unattached to fruit, right? Fructose comes in fruit, but if it's just free in the product you're eating, which is in sodas and all kinds of sugary drinks, and it's in everything. It's in bread, it's in salad dressing, it's in tomato sauce for your pizza. I mean, it's terrible. It actually has a very bad effect on your liver, causes fatty liver, high triglycerides, inflammation, insulin resistance, and it's really driving so many of the diseases of aging: heart disease, cancer, diabetes, obesity, dementia, etc. So you don't want to eat that. The other reason it's bad is because it seems to take a lot of energy to absorb across the gut. And so glucose gets in and sort of naturally gets in. Fructose requires energy. And so if you're having a lot of fructose, free fructose, it basically depletes the energy in the gut, which is required to keep you from having a leaky gut. So your cells in your intestinal lining are stuck together like Legos. But if those Lego junctions come apart, those tight junctions come apart, you get what we call a leaky gut. And leaky gut leads to a whole host of downstream consequences that drive inflammation, because basically protein from food and particles that shouldn't be getting in, and foreign proteins from that, and also poop and bacterial toxins get absorbed, and your body's like, and the immune system starts reacting, and you start getting autoimmune disease and allergies and heart disease and cancer and everything. It's bad. So you really want to stay away from high fructose corn syrup. The other thing that's interesting is when they process it, they often use something called chloralkali. And I'll tell you a funny story, because this scientist I knew wanted to study high fructose corn syrup. And so she asked the makers of high fructose corn syrup, Gale and other big food companies, to get a supply so she could test it. They wouldn't give it to her. But then she kind of changed her name and she pretended to be someone who was making a new soft drink or a new beverage. She said, I'm using this, I need it to make my new beverage. So they're like, okay, fine. They sent it to her, and then she analyzed it and found almost all the samples had high levels of mercury, because chloralkali used to extract the high fructose corn syrup from the corn actually is a mercury-dependent process. So you might be eating toxic from mercury too. So for a number of reasons, leaky gut, mercury, fatty liver, inflammation, you should never have high fructose corn syrup. And if you get rid of those two things, high fructose corn syrup and trans fats, you literally eliminate 90% of things in the grocery store. I mean, it's true. The next thing you should think about are, what are the toxins in the food that are inadvertently in there? Now, in Europe, they have a legislation called REACH, which eliminates a lot of toxins from the food supply. But in America, the FDA is not very good at protecting us from harmful chemicals. For example, butylated hydroxytoluene is a known carcinogen, and it's otherwise known as BHT. It's a common preservative, and it's allowed in our food. And in my book, Food Fix, I detail a lot of the science around which of these additives are in food, which are not in foods in Europe, which are in here, and what the FDA has done about it. And often there's these huge efforts from the food companies to keep these things in the food supply, like dyes and artificial colors and flavorings, because they are actually good for the food industry, but they're not good for people.
And by the way, 46% of the FDA's budget comes directly from user fees, and that accounts from food companies and pharmaceutical companies that are paying directly for the budget. I think we're the only country where that's the case.
It's bad. It's bad. And the next category is ultra-processed food. And I'll get to what that is in a minute. Essentially, it's highly pulverized ingredients from industrial food. They usually come from 3 ingredients: wheat, corn, and soy, turned in all manner and size, color, shapes of extruded food-like substances that shouldn't really even be called food. And if you can often tell it's ultra-processed food, but if you look at the label, and you don't read the front of the package, but you look at the ingredient list, and if you can't tell what it is, it has 45 ingredients, and you actually can't tell if it's a corn dog or a Dorito, then you probably shouldn't eat it, right? And if it has ingredients you can't pronounce or in Latin, things you wouldn't have in your kitchen cupboard, you probably don't want to be eating that. And now, ultra-processed food is about 60% of our diet, 67% of kids' diets. For 10%, every 10% of your diet that's ultra-processed food, your risk of death goes up by 14%. Now, I'm not good at math. Whatever, 66 times 14, that's a lot. It's going to raise your risk by, 75% of death from eating this food. So in the world, globally, it's been connected to 11 million deaths conservatively by the Global Burden of Disease Study. That's been a long-going study looking at people's food habits and their risks of a disease. So we really don't want to be eating an ultra-processed food. The next thing you should avoid are artificial sweeteners. Why? Because for a whole host of reasons, they harm your body. One, they create damage to your microbiome and lead to increase in obesity and diabetes. Two, they seem to trigger your brain in a way that creates a what we call a cephalic insulin response. They're 1,000 times sweeter than regular sugar, and they'll trigger your brain to think sugar's on the way. It's like Pavlov's bell. It rings the bell, the dog salivates, even if there's no food, because it gets conditioned. So the body's conditioned to respond, and when you ring the bell of sugar on the tongue at that level, it sends a message to the brain, and it starts producing secondary metabolic effects like increasing insulin, for example. We call it the cephalic phase insulin response. And that drives you to be hungrier, to eat more. So that's why when you look at all the studies, people who drink artificial sweeteners are more likely to be overweight, more likely to have diabetes. It seems to be counterintuitive, but it actually is what the data show. And lastly, if you can, you really should avoid any of the foods that are in the Dirty Dozen foods from the Environmental Working Group, or EWG.org. These are the foods, and basically fruits and vegetables, with the highest amount of pesticides. So like strawberries, for example, grapes, you don't want to eat those if they're not organic. Now, I love strawberries, but I won't eat them if they're not organic. Now, you can't always be perfect with that, but you want to really minimize your intake of pesticides, and that's the best way. They also have a Clean 15 list, which is, if your budget isn't really high, you go, okay, well, these Clean 15, it doesn't really matter if they're,
like
organic.
avocados.
Avocado or a banana or whatever, it doesn't matter. But if you're eating a strawberry or a nectarine or certain, celery, for example, people are eating celery juice like crazy. If it's not organic, it's just a reservoir of toxins. So I wouldn't really be doing that. So those are the foods you really want to avoid at all costs. Then there's the ones you want to kind of limit. Flour. Any kind of flour. Think of it as a drug. It's like sugar, it's tequila, it's wine, it's a drug. And you can have it, but you want to make sure, one, you don't overdo it. And the Americans are eating about 133 pounds of flour every year. It's a lot of flour. It's almost a little bit, maybe a third of a pound a day per person. When we have muffins, bagels, bread, pasta, right? I mean, it's just we have so much flour. And that drives your body to think that there's high levels of sugar, because this flour is actually worse than sugar for your blood sugar. So it spikes your blood sugar more than table sugar. So you really want to eliminate that. The next thing you want to limit is really sugar. We eat about 152 pounds of sugar per person per year, and a lot of it's high fructose corn syrup, as I mentioned. We don't want to be drinking liquid sugar calories. Again, think of sugar as a recreational drug. Do I eat sugar? Of course I do. But I do it in limited amounts. I do it in the context of usually a meal. I don't have it on an empty stomach. It prevents the spikes in blood sugar. You also want to avoid refined oils, all the highly processed refined oils. Yes, we can use oils like avocado oil, olive oil. Oils are fine. Fat is good. But all these highly refined oils that are from, quote, vegetable oils, they're made through solvents and hexane and high temperatures, and they oxidize easily. They're very unstable, and they can be linked to increased inflammation and gut issues and so forth. So I try to really get rid of those. And those are all in the processed food. When you go out to eat, they usually use these crappy oils. So you really want to be careful. And the last category is GMO foods. Why is GMO bad? We can argue that all day long. But here's what we know about GMO foods. One, there's a lot of glyphosate. 70% of the agricultural chemicals used today in the world is glyphosate. What's glyphosate? It's an herbicide. Herbicide that causes damage to the soil, so it kills the microbiome of the soil, which is needed to actually grow healthy plants that are nutrient dense. It also destroys our microbiome, and it's been linked to cancer. There's been, I think, 14,000 lawsuits and billions of dollars in settlements for Monsanto's glyphosate or Roundup. And so you want to really avoid that whenever possible. And that's by avoiding GMO foods. Now, we may also potentially have other factors that GMO may cause adverse effects in humans, but I think there's still a lot of debate about that. But we know there's a lot of reasons. And if you're eating GMO foods, you're contributing to the destruction of the planet and the degradation of the environment and the destruction of soil and climate change. So you might as well be driving a Hummer if you're going to eat GMO foods.
You heard it here first. Mark, let's dive back into a couple of these top ones that you had, trans fats and high fructose corn syrup. You said 90% of the grocery store. So what are some common products or types of products, just to make it real for people, that would have trans fats in them still to this day?
Anything. It's shocking to me, Drew. I go in the grocery store. I'm like, wait a minute. Isn't this 7 years ago that the government said this is going to kill you, and it's still on the shelves? I don't get it. Like Cool Whip and they might be swapping it out. So I can't be 100% sure because I haven't been on every product, but it's basically in any kind of processed food. So any kind of baked goods, it's been in bread. It's been in all kinds of baked and cooked goods that people are buying, whether it's frozen meals or anything, pizza. I mean, I once took my son to the grocery store because he said, Dad, there's nothing to eat. When he was a teenager, there's nothing to eat in the house. There's nothing to eat in the house. There's plenty of food to eat in the house, but there was nothing junky. And I said, okay, we'll go to the grocery store. I want to have friends over. We want to watch a game, but there's nothing to eat. I'm like, okay, let's go to the store, and you can buy anything you want. One rule: no trans fat. Pizza, cookies, whatever you want. Buy whatever you want, no trans fat. You couldn't find anything. Like, there was almost nothing in the grocery store you could find. This was like 10 years ago, but it was like terrible. So I think we need to really be careful about looking at the labels on that.
And just for reference, because we have everybody here, you were in a documentary, Fed Up.
Yeah.
And a big part of that was how sugar is driving all sorts of downstream effects that are impacting people's health. We say sugar, but that sugar could show up in high fructose corn syrup. You talked about it here, but it could show up under a lot of other names that are there. What are some other names that high fructose corn syrup could be disguised as
Well, high
instead of
fructose corn
fruits?
syrup is usually high fructose corn syrup, but the thing is with sugar, it's fascinating. In Europe, it says you have to say the percent of everything on the label. In America, you just have to put what's the most abundant ingredient first in order of. So you could have 5 ingredients, but you could have like the last ingredient could be 1%, and the first ingredient could be 95%. So you don't really know the amount. So what they've done is food companies have come up with 5 or 6 different kinds of sugars that they'll put in a particular food, like a cereal or a cookie, so they don't have to have the first ingredient be sugar, because it's barley malt, and it's maltodextrin, and it's all kinds of weird names that people use for sugar that are actually just the same thing, that are made a little bit different, but then the food companies put them all in this food that makes it look like sugar is not the main ingredient. But like cereal is a great example. There might be 4 or 5 different kinds of sugar, corn syrup and cane sugar and whatever, high fructose corn syrup, and you get the cereal and it's 75% sugar. So you really have to be careful to look at all the different hidden names of sugar. And there's like 50 different names. I can't remember them all now, but if you Google 50 different names for sugar, you'll see all the different names for sugar.
One of the things you've talked about is in Europe also, again, just looking at what other countries have done, ways that they're trying, it's not perfect, but to better protect their population and encourage literacy for nutritional facts, is they have a red light, green light, yellow light system, kind of like the traffic lights, right? And another thing that they do is for sugar, they also say what percentage of the daily value it is. We're the only country that doesn't have a daily recommended value when it comes to sugar. So people often don't even know how much sugar, whether it's high fructose corn syrup or something else, how much sugar they're actually consuming in their day.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. dietary guidelines say we should have less than 5% of our diet as sugar, and yet it's not on the label. In fact, there was a huge fight under Obama because Michelle Obama wanted to change the food labels and put the amount of added sugar on the label. But the food companies didn't want that because they didn't want people to know how much sugar they were adding. Because it could say carbohydrates 30 grams, and it could be a lot of fiber, or it could be good stuff. But when they actually have to put in added sugars, it actually shows how much they add to the food. So the problem is all these foods, in order to taste good, because they're just made from garbage, they have to either add a ton of sugar or a ton of salt or a ton of fat. And that's basically what makes people sick and overweight.
So Mark, one of the things that the food industry will often say, and I'd love your take on it because it's part of the problem and the mess that we're in, is they'll say, well, if we didn't make this hyper salty, hyper sugary item, somebody else would go make it instead. So we just have to give the people what they want.
Yeah, I love when they say that. The food industry is very good at controlling the memes and the mantras that are culturally pretty much out there for people. One is, in order to lose weight, you have to eat less and exercise more. Eat less, exercise more. It's all about calories in, calories out. And the implication of that is it's your fault you're fat. Like, you're just a lazy glutton, and if you just stopped eating so much and start exercising off the couch and moved your butt, you'd lose weight. That's just a big fat lie, and the science doesn't support that in any way. The food is information, calories information, and eating 1,000 calories of broccoli or 1,000 calories of high fructose corn syrup, profoundly different in the way they affect your biology. Everybody can understand that. The second is that they say, well, just give people what they want. Well, guess what? If I stood on the corner and handed out cocaine, everybody'd want that. If I was selling $2.99 bags of cocaine at McDonald's, you think that would sell out like that? Of course it would. Well, we're just giving our customers what they want. They want a little heroin. They want a little cocaine. But That's ridiculous. These are highly addictive foods. And the food industry is so smart about designing foods to hook us. Now, there's a book by Michael Moss, New York Times reporter, called Salt, Sugar, and Fat. It was actually my first podcast. And he describes the ways in which the food industry has created taste institutes where they hire, quote, craving experts to create what they call the bliss point of food in order to create heavy users. They literally use this terminology, heavy users, like a heavy drug user, right? And so they design foods for the right mouthfeel, the right crunch, the right flavor, the right stimulation of the dopamine in the brain, which is the addiction center. And so these foods are highly addictive, and you crave them, you want more of them the more you eat. I mean, nobody is going to eat 25 avocados, but very often people can eat 25 Chips Ahoy cookies, right? So that's because of how it affects our brain. And I think if we really look at the science of this, we have to sort of start holding these companies accountable to the foods they're producing. We limited smoking. We had taxes. We have alcohol. We have alcohol taxes. We have restrictions and so forth on what people can and can't do. These are biologically deadly substances that are rampant in our culture that the majority of people are addicted to in some way or another. Some very, very much so, and some less so.
And I think the important part of that, and that goes back to the title of this episode, which can seem a little bit clickbaity again, but we did it to get people's attention to listen to this conversation. It's actually harder, in my opinion, and I've seen you treat a bunch of patients and know many of them. Even my mom is a patient of the Ultra Wellness Center. She had a great experience there. It's so, because these foods are so highly addictive, if you try to practice moderation around them, I'm talking about the ones in the first category, high fructose corn syrup, trans fats, and especially the artificial sweeteners and the ultra processed foods. If you try to do and practice what's called the moderation approach of, okay, I'm going to just have a little bit. First of all, a little bit means different to every person. But secondly, you're gambling because you don't know how these foods are going to play with your own level of addiction. And it's actually kind of hard to stop eating them. That whole Chips Ahoy or Pringles commercial, once you start, you can't stop. It's kind of true. They made these foods.
I ate the whole thing. That was the Lay's potato chips. I can't believe I ate the whole bag.
You eat a little bit. These foods are addictive, and they just keep on pulling you back in.
Yeah, it's so true. And I think, the science of this is really compelling. I'll just sort of break it down a little bit. But, my friend David Ludwig, who's at Harvard, is one of the most brilliant scientists, clinical trialists in the world, has done a number of really elegant studies looking at this. One was he took a group of overweight guys and he fed them what seemed to be identical milkshakes on different days. So they were the same in protein, fat, and carbohydrate, same percentages, same amount of fiber, exactly the same, except for one difference. One of them, and they tasted the same. One of them had a very quickly absorbed carbohydrate that spiked blood sugar, and the other one didn't. It was much more a slow carb. Let's call it a slowly absorbed carbohydrate. And they fed the same guys different milkshakes on different days. And then they tracked their blood and they looked at functional MRI imaging. And when they look at their blood, the guys who had the high sugar, spiky carb, their insulin went up, their sugar went up, their cholesterol went up, their triglycerides went up, their cortisol went up, their adrenaline went up. It was like a stress response. When you eat sugar, it literally creates a stress response. So when you eat a lot of sugar, it's like being chased by a tiger. Your body doesn't know the difference. And so cortisol causes all sorts of problems, causes diabetes, causes you to have dementia, it causes you to gain weight, it causes you to lose muscle. It's really bad. It causes your bones to dissolve. And this is what happens when we eat sugar. So then he took these guys and put them in these MRI machine and looked at their brains before and after the high sugar milkshake. And they found that the ones who had the high spiky sugar milkshake, the area of their brain that's the addiction center called the nucleus accumbens lit up like a Christmas tree. Essentially, it's the addiction center that gets stimulated by cocaine or heroin or anything else that is addictive. And so it proved that from a biological perspective, it's addictive. And there's studies in animal. I wrote the 10-day detox diet, which I cataloged a lot of the research, but that was like 10 years ago, almost 8 years ago, I wrote that book. And they found, for example, with animals, if a rat was connected to an IV cocaine and they could hit the lever and give themselves IV cocaine, they would literally always switch over to sugar if given the chance. And they would work 8 times harder to get the sugar than the cocaine. And another experiment was kind of a terrible experiment, but they put them in this cage with an electric shock floor. And whenever they ate the sugar, they give them an electric shock. And they kept eating the sugar despite the fact they were getting shocked over and over. It's like getting electric shock therapy while you're eating sugar. And think about it. I mean, how does someone get to 500 pounds? Not in one day. It's slow. And they keep eating this stuff, even though it's making them sick, even though it's making them incapacitated. They can't stop themselves.
Their whole system, including their brain, has been hijacked.
Yeah.
And they're more likely to be depressed, which also makes them feel like there's no hope. And one thing leads to the next. All right, Mark, let's pivot a little bit to this category, which is the highly minimized. If we can avoid it, amazing. It's tough sometimes, and it takes a little bit of education, but it's really worth it. And one of those things that you mentioned previously, one of those topics is these gums and emulsifiers. So first of all, what are they, and what are they used for when it comes to processed foods?
So these are basically thickeners, right? They thicken stuff. They're used in milks. All the nut milks have them often. There's ones that don't. So you have to really be conscious, like carrageenan and xanthan gum. And what turns out that these thickeners seem to have a really bad effect on the gut. And they damage the gut and cause what we call leaky gut. And they've been linked to allergy and autoimmunity and all kinds of other issues, digestive problems. So I'm very cautious about these various emulsifiers and thickeners. And I read an article in a medical journal not that long ago, which is like, holy cow, these are really a problem. There's one, and this is not on the label, which is almost in most processed food, which is kind of weird that they don't put on the label, but it's called microbial transglutaminase.
Wow.
And this is a compound that sounds like a big fancy name, but transglutaminase is from gluten, transglutaminase. So it comes from gluten. And it's literally manufacturing gluten, which makes things stick together. I mean, you ever make bread and use the flour and it gets sticky? That stickiness is gluten. That's what they call it, gluten, because it's glue. It's like glue, right? They used to use it on envelopes to actually, when you lick envelopes to seal the envelope, they would use gluten to actually make the envelope stick, right? So it's sticky. And so they take bacteria and they kind of genetically modify them to produce this microbial transglutaminase. But it's not on the labels. So it's in a lot of processed food, and it's basically like concentrated gluten you're eating. If you're gluten sensitive, it's a problem. Even if you're not, if you eat a lot of this stuff, it damages your gut. Even healthy people, a little bit of gluten they can handle. You get a little leaky gut, whatever, your body handles it. But for the most part, like gluten is just not good for your gut.
You know, the thing about these and why education is so key is I can remember, let's say like 15 years ago, 12 years ago, there started to become commercially available almond milk and nut milks that were out on the market.
Yeah.
You know, you can go to most grocery stores and pick them up.
Yeah.
At that time, anyone that you looked at, they all had carrageenan. I can't think of anyone
Pretty
except
much.
if somebody made it themselves at like a store or like a small batch, or raw almond milk or the ones that you make at home, but all of them had it. Now, through all this education and the fact that companies are listening, right? You say like we're voting with our dollars. Companies are listening. I counted in my Los Angeles Whole Foods store, there's now 3 or 4 commercially available almond milks and nut milks that are available in like the refrigerated section that have no emulsifiers and no fillers.
Yeah.
And so this is why it's so important, because we as the population that's eating all these foods, if we learn about these things and we speak up and we share the knowledge, the companies will change and they'll start making products that we actually care about and want to consume.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to be conscious of what we're eating. We have to be discerning. And when you start to take the meta framework, which is the framework I take of functional medicine, which basically has reframed food not just as calories, but as information, as code, as instructions that upgrades or downgrades your biology with every bite. So if you're eating information in processed food or other bad ingredients that's doing harm to your body, why would you do that? And it doesn't necessarily cause harm over decades. It causes harm immediately. Like, food is the most important chemical signal that's instructing our body what to do every minute, instructing every cell. So are you eating food that's causing inflammation, damaging your microbiome, impairing your detox system, causing problems with your circulation, causing hormonal dysregulation, causing problems with making energy in your cells? Why would you do that? So once you begin to understand what food is, you only want to eat the right information. I mean, you wouldn't take your nice car and put in crappy gasoline. It's watered down or got junk in it. Your car's not going to run. Why would we put junk in our bodies?
People often underestimate how much processed foods they're eating. So are there any tips or tricks or hacks that you have. And one of the main reasons why, and I bring this up, is that you talk to most people think that they, a lot of studies and surveys have shown this, is that most people tend to think that they're the average, right? So if you say the average American is eating 128 pounds of sugar every year, most people think that they're better than the average, right? But most people can't be better than the average because that would make the average true. So what are some questions that people can be asking themselves to get a real good sense of how much of this processed and ultra processed food is in their diet?
I mean, I kind of joke because I speak a lot at churches, and I say it's really simple to figure out what to eat. Ask yourself, did God make this or did man make this? Did God make a Twinkie? No. Did God make an avocado? Yes. It's pretty simple. So what you're eating should be food that you can recognize on the label. Now, it can be packaged or processed, but you should actually recognize all the ingredients. If it says tomatoes, water, and salt, then a can of tomatoes, fine. If it says sardines and olive oil and salt, you know what all those things are. But if it's got 45 ingredients, I mean, I tell this story often. When I was in Haiti during the earthquake in 2010, and for the first 3 days we had no food, and I brought a few Cliff Bars, and we were basically eating Cliff Bars and starving and working 20 hours a day. And finally the military showed up, the 82nd Airborne, and I'm like, hey guys, you got any food? Because we're starving. All the doctors can barely work because we haven't eaten. And like, yeah, we'll get you the MREs. And so I went with one of the soldiers to the back of their truck, and I looking through the different ones, and I was like, oh, I needed something kind of comforting because it was very stressful. You can imagine. It was like 300,000 people dead, 300,000 people wounded, and we were in the epicenter of all of that. And I saw this meal. It said chicken and dumplings, and I'm like, oh, that sounds good. Dumplings, something comforting. I'm going to eat that. So I brought it back to the back of the OR where we fixed, had a sort of makeshift OR, and it's kind of cool because they have these thermogenic systems in there, which it kind of heats by itself, just like with the chemical reaction. And so as I'm waiting for it to heat up, I'm like looking at the package and I'm reading the label, and I'm reading like there's like literally like 100 ingredients. It's like I'm not even exaggerating, and I couldn't find chicken. It was a chicken-like substance. So you don't want to be eating that.
This is the part of the podcast where we answer some of the questions from the community, the folks who listen and follow you on social media. And you can go to drhyman.com and send in your question that we potentially could answer in a future episode. So the first question is, how quickly do unhealthy foods start to have a negative impact on our bodies, and how long does that impact remain?
Well, it depends on the food. It depends what you're eating. But most people don't realize that. I think, well, if I eat junk over many years, it's going to cause problems. I'll gain weight, I'll get diabetes, but it's not an immediate issue, really. The truth is, it is. Literally, with every single bite of food you eat, it's code, it's messages. And what does it do? It changes your gene expression literally in real time, in seconds to second time. It changes which genes are turned on or off. You can turn on the disease genes or the health genes. It controls inflammation. So you literally can see inflammation go up or down, literally depending on what you're eating with every bite. Your microbiome changes in real time. The bacteria multiply like this, bazillions of times a second, and they're changing. What you're feeding them affects which ones grow and which ones don't grow. You could be growing a whole crop of bad bugs in your gut that causes disease, or you could be growing a crop of good bugs that helps you stay healthy. It regulates your hormones in real time, your brain chemistry in real time, your all of your mitochondrial function, your energy production, all of it is regulated by what you're eating, not over decades, but literally over seconds. So you have the power to change how you feel by changing what you eat. And as a doctor, Drew, and I've had a very blessed career, and I'm very lucky to have seen a lot of people who are very self-aware and who are very well-to-do, and they really do want to take care of themselves and eat well. And it's shocking to me how few of those people have ever connected the dots between what they eat and how they feel. So they might have runny nose, they might have bloating, they might have a headache, they might have skin issues, they might have this, they might have that. And they have no idea that it's connected to what they're eating, even though if they paid attention, they would notice, oh, when I eat this, I feel this. Or when I eat that, I feel this. So people just disconnected from their food and health connection. And I think that's one of the most important things to recognize. I mean, I literally got a text from a friend of mine who was like 65 years old. And she's like, I'm basically healthy, but I've got a little of this, I got a little of that, I got a little achy, a little tired, don't have energy, I'm a little extra weight on me. And I said, look, I want to come see you, go to work. I'm like, save your money. I said, here's the 10-day detox. Just do this for 10 days. Just get rid of all the bad stuff, put in all the good stuff. Just eat real whole food, get rid of the junk and processed food, all those things we're talking about. She texts me back, you're right. And I was like, she's like, I think I might do this for the rest of my life, because she had such a quantum jump in her well-being by simply changing what she ate.
And it does sometimes take that dedicated plan that somebody does, because we don't know often how good we can feel until we have a contrast.
Exactly.
So having that contrast and doing something like following the book, Pegan Diet, I think there's a plan inside of there,
Yes.
10-day detox, your book,
Yes.
there's a plan inside of there. You do a plan like that, you increase your body's interoception, right? Seeing the difference between living one way and being another way. It's kind of like sometimes I'll hop in an Uber and there'll be like 15 air fresheners inside.
Ugh.
And you get hit with this sort of wave of artificial smells and fragrances. And you're like,
God.
oh my gosh, like I get a headache. I don't feel good. My nose starts getting a little stuffy, maybe runny. And I get out and I breathe fresh air and I'm like, I feel so much better.
Yeah, right.
You need that contrast sometimes, and doing something like a 10-day reset, 10-day detox is a good way to do that.
Well, the comment I often get from my patients is, Dr. Hyman, I didn't know I was feeling so bad until I started feeling so good.
That's key.
And I think it's like the frog in the boiling water. If you drop a frog in boiling water, it'll jump right out. But if you put them in cold water and you slowly turn up the heat, it'll boil to death, right? That's what we are like. We literally slowly boil to death by doing the things we do without paying attention to actually how it's affecting us.
All right, Mark, the next one comes from our Dr. Hyman Plus community, which is your members access community. And actually we have a few members here, Alan, Paul, and Judy, that are watching and on FaceTime on the computer that's right next to us. And Paul, one of the members, asks, what is the relationship between ultra-processed foods and Farm Bill subsidies?
Oh boy. Well, good news. I wrote a book on it. It's called Food Fix, How to Save Our Health, Our Economy, Our Communities, and Our Planet one bite at a time. And the truth is our agricultural policies foster all the wrong foods. They support the production of commodities, corn, wheat, and soy, in industrial ways that destroy the soil, that destroy the ecosystem, cause biodiversity loss, climate change, and obviously the use of pesticides, herbicides, which cause all kinds of downstream consequences to the environment. Lots of fertilizer, which runs off into rivers and streams and creates dead zones, killing hundreds of thousands of metric tons of fish in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's 400 of those around the world. I mean, it's a disaster. So our policies basically promote growing all the wrong stuff and not the right stuff. Thank God, I started a nonprofit called Food Fix, and it's the Food Fix campaign to change policymakers' ideas about what's good and what's bad, because they're only hearing from the food industry. They're only hearing from big ag. They're not hearing from scientists and doctors and people who really understand these issues. And we literally just got $1 billion, which sounds like a lot, but we need like probably 300 times that. $1 billion allocated to climate smart agriculture. So now we're going to be paying farmers to do the right thing. So the Farm Bill, as it is right now, is a disaster, but it's starting to actually be slowly massaged and changed to actually incorporate strategies to help farmers do the right thing. In other words, cover crops. If a farmer was getting subsidies from the government or crop insurance, whatever they get, if they want to cover their land with crops during the off season so their soil wouldn't blow away and cause soil loss, and by the way, we've lost a third of our topsoil since the Industrial Revolution, and a third of all carbon in the atmosphere, right? Of the trillion tons of carbon that is currently in the atmosphere, 300 billion of that is from loss of soil and the organic matter in soil. So it's a big deal. So the farmer can't even plant cover crops just to protect his soil because he'd be penalized by our current agricultural farm bill. So the good news is that's starting to change. We're working hard to change it. If anybody hears this and they want to get behind this and want to help us, please help us. We need donations. We need support. You can go to foodfix.org and learn more about what we're doing.
All right. The next question, also from a member of our Dr. Hyman Plus community, is from Judy, and she asks, how do we drive consumer change when organic is expensive and the food manufacturers are so powerful?
Yeah. Well, it's really, the Rockefeller Foundation did a wonderful report called The True Cost of Food. And they basically estimated that for everything you buy in the grocery store, it costs 3 times that in terms of its impact on our society, in terms of chronic disease, in terms of its impact on education, learning, on national security because of military being unfit to fight because they're so unhealthy from the food they're eating. It affects climate, the environment, and obviously the economy, and also social justice issues. There's just all these layers of issues that are downstream secondary consequences of the artificially low prices of our food. So if you go buy a soda, it shouldn't be $1, it should be $100. And how do we, let's take corn, for example. Corn is in everything. It's the most ubiquitous product in America, and it's in every processed food. We pay for it, I think, 4 times. First, we pay in terms of crop insurance, and we sort of pay for the farmers to grow the food. Second, we pay for the environmental damage in society, loss of biodiversity, climate change, the destruction of fish populations, nitrogen, fertilizer, all that. Then we turn all that junk into processed food. The food companies do that, but then the government buys the processed food for the poor. There's 46 million people on SNAP or food stamps, and 75% of that is processed food, and most of that's from corn. So we're literally doling out money to buy this junk, and then we pay for it on the back end through Medicare and Medicaid when people get diabetes and obesity and food-related illnesses. So, yes, organic is more expensive now, but if we actually had an accounting and a reckoning of the true cost of food, it would be much cheaper. And so what we're working to do is try to align the costs with the real cost of the food. And so I think we'll see over time regenerative food come down, organic food come down, and start to sort of see a little bit of a balance in what's happening. And, there's a hierarchy, right? If you can't eat organic, I understand it's a budget issue. You have to realize that if you just switch to real food and get off of processed food, that's a huge step. That's like 90% of the way there. And then if you really, don't want to be poisoned by pesticides, stay away from the dirty dozen foods, or if you're going to buy them, just buy those organic that we talked about earlier. So really, we can do it. People can do it. And the data is very clear on this. If you look at studies that have been done on whether it costs more to eat healthy, the answer is not really. Some studies show it's the same. Some studies show it's, maybe 50 cents more a day. And I work with a family, I've told the story many times, in South Carolina as part of the movie Fed Up. They lived on food stamps and disability, $1,000 a month, family of 5, lived in a trailer, never ate a real food in their life, literally. I mean, everything was processed, packaged, boxed, frozen, canned. I showed them how to cook a meal, a simple meal. They live in one of the worst food deserts in America. Within a year, they lost 200 pounds as a family because they were able to figure out how to eat real food. And I gave them a guide called Good Food on a Tight Budget, which is food that's good for you, good for your wallet, and good for the planet, from the Environmental Working Group. It's available. So what cuts of meat are the cheapest? What vegetables are the cheapest? What nuts and seeds are the cheapest? What beans are the cheapest? Eat real food. It's not that expensive. Mark Bittman, who wrote for the New York Times and has written a lot about food and is a great chef, he did a great article in the New York Times years ago where he talked about how if you want to take your family and feed them a home-cooked meal, they have a roast chicken and vegetables and a salad and baked potato, it's cheaper than taking your family to go to McDonald's.
When you have the education to know how to cook. And that's a big part of what you've also been advocating for, and you guys have done a little bit at Cleveland Clinic, is doing pilots of actually having our medical system be a little bit more involved in the education of especially disenfranchised communities who maybe haven't had a few generations of individuals who showed them how to cook in the first place.
They've been completely culturally appropriated, and their food sovereignty has been usurped by the food industry and even by the government and the government food programs, which are often well-meaning but ill-doing. So like food stamps is a well-meaning program. We don't want people to be hungry and starving, but meanwhile we're feeding them all this food that's killing them.
Right. I think you've said it before, like the number one purchased food on food stamps is soda.
Soda, it's 10%. I think it's 7 billion servings a year. No, I think it's 30 billion servings a year of soda for the poor, the government pays for. The number one revenue in America for Coca-Cola, for soda, is from the government, from food stamps.
It's mind-blowing, and really it brings up that this is kind of like, when you shift and make this sort of a political conversation, it's a bipartisan issue, right? Because you have two elements of this. You have the personal accountability, which is often what traditionally like conservatives or really interested in. And personal accountability is a huge part of it. We have to realize that we're a part of the problem. So that means that we're a part of the solution. And the other side, let's say it's the progressive side, liberal side, is often talking about, well, if we don't do something to help people who are in these disenfranchised places to actually learn more or get better access or more education, it's hard for them to, quote unquote, lift themselves up from their bootstraps. And it's the combination of both of those. It's the combination of both of those that actually truly makes a difference. And that's where compassion and empathy and also the understanding of a functional medicine approach to changing our food system.
You know, I had a really interesting dinner once in Brooklyn with the medical director of Bedford-Stuyvesant Health Center, which is a very underserved area, disenfranchised, as you mentioned, mostly African-American. And there's an African-American doctor, woman, who had been working there her whole life. And she said, Mark, what is the biggest predictor of, disease and obesity? And I was like, well, I don't know, maybe it's just access or, and she said, it's education. It's education. That if you take people who have come from nothing and had no education about food and made a lot of wealth, their health really is still very bad because they haven't figured out what to eat. They're still eating based on what they were programmed to eat as kids. And so the food industry knows this. They hook these kids early. Why are they in all the schools? Why is probably 70% of schools have processed food from big food companies in the cafeteria for these kids? Shouldn't be allowed. There's like McDonald's Monday and Taco Bell Tuesday and Wendy's Wednesday, and it's Pizza Hut Thursday. I don't know. It's like crazy, but that's what's in their schools today. That's what kids are eating.
I had Dr. Robert Lustig, who's a contemporary of yours and also in the movie Fed Up, on my podcast yesterday. And one of the things that he was saying is that because the history of school lunches was that the government basically said to schools, like, this cannot be something that you just lose money on. You actually have to use it as a way to cover your own budget. So these schools these school districts started going to the big food companies like Cisco and, the different ones that are out there and said, well, do you think that you can help us? And they came in and they said, absolutely, we can totally help you. We'll lower the budget. You'll actually make money from it. And by the way, you'll get all this extra cafeteria space to then use that for classroom space. Okay, maybe good intention, maybe nefarious, but let's say that's what happened.
Yeah.
Then a lot of these schools are now trying to make their own food and trying to take control back of their cafeteria, but they actually don't even have the space anymore because they've reconverted all that kitchen space and food prep space. So they're beholden to the food industry.
It's completely true, Drew. I mean, most schools have deep fryers and microwaves. That's it. And they get highly processed food that just can be deep fried or microwaved, and there's no kitchens, they don't cook. And the food industry has really designed that so that basically the kids we have today are growing up on food that's destroying their brains, destroying their health. Why we see, I think 40% of kids overweight. 40%. 4 out of 10 kids are overweight. I mean, there was that one overweight kid in my class. That was it. Everybody else was skinny. Now it's not like that. And now we're seeing diabetes in little kids because of this. And the truth is that there are people working to change these school systems. And one of them is a good friend of mine, Jill Shaw, who started something called My Way Cafe in Boston, where she saw how these underserved communities in Boston, in the inner city, were eating horrible food. These kids were just not doing well. They had ADD, behavioral issues, health issues. And she said, you know what, we can fix this. And so she said, I'm going to do a pilot. I'm going to pay for a kitchen, and I'm going to train the staff in the kitchen, and I'm going to hire top chefs to make the yummiest meals and foods and recipes for these kids. And we're going to see if this works. And so she did it. And the amazing thing is she did it within the school lunch budget, which is not very much. And she did it within the government's dietary guidelines for what school lunch has to be. And it was so successful that the kids ate all the food. There was no waste. They loved it. And then she formed a partnership with the mayor of Boston and has scaled this through dozens of schools within Boston. And this is really something that can be scaled across the country. And they formed a private, public partnership where they were able to get these kitchens converted and the staff trained. And the staff was so much happier. They felt like they were doing something meaningful and useful rather than just deep frying and microwaving stuff. So it's really amazing when people look at these problems and think about solutions, that there really are solutions out there.
Absolutely. There's another team that you're part of called the Eat Real is the name of the group, the nonprofit eatreal.org. And they're doing a similar thing in the Bay Area. So that's another thing that we'll link in the show notes. If you want to support any of these programs, those are two great organizations to do exactly that. All right, Mark, we got a couple more questions and then we'll go into our recap. So one of the questions that we have here is that, are vegetable oils really that bad? What is the primary impact that they have on the body?
Well, one of my good friends and someone I deeply respect, who's one of the leading nutrition scientists in the world, Dr. Dariush Mazafar, and he's the dean of Tufts School of Nutrition Science and Policy. And we agree on like 99% of everything, except for this. And he basically says that the science shows that people who consume more of these vegetable oils do better. They have less heart disease, they live longer, less chronic illness. The problem with these studies is that they're large population studies, which show correlation but not causation. So we can't prove that they work. Now, there are mechanistic studies, there are interventional studies, and they're kind of all over the board. Some of them show they cause a lot of oxidation and inflammation in the body. Some show they cause a lot of microbiome and gut issues. Some show they cause, other harmful effects. But I think I take a more of an evolutionary approach to this. How was our biology designed? What works for us? Why are we now facing this pandemic of diabetes and obesity? I mean, when I graduated from medical school, there was not a single state that had an obesity rate over 20%. Now there isn't one that has one under, and most are 40% is the average now almost. And when I was born, there was 5% obesity. Now there's 42% obesity. Soon it's going to be 50% obesity, not just overweight, 75% overweight. It's just a disaster. So the question is, from an evolutionary perspective, what should we be eating? We should be eating food as close to what our bodies evolved to eat, which is whole, real, unprocessed food. Now, we did eat olive oil. We had butter for centuries. We've had olive oil for thousands of years. I mean, these are ancient foods that are minimally processed. Olive oil, they crush the olives and the olive comes out, and the olive oil comes out. And you want to get extra virgin olive oil, which really is a kind of first pressing of the olive oil. The problem is most of these oils are made from grains like corn oil, soybean oil, safflower oil, canola oil. And they're made in a highly processed way using heat and solvents to extract the oils, which causes them to oxidize and can potentially cause a lot of harmful effects. So I don't think we should be consuming the volume we are. We are consuming literally 1,000 times more soybean oil than we did 100 years ago, which we've had when we ate soybeans, you'd get soybean oil. If you're going to eat plant-based oils, eat the plant, eat the nuts, eat the seeds, eat the corn, eat the soybeans. Stay away from all this other stuff.
And I think it's a fun thing to do, that if you were somebody who's consuming a lot of these vegetable oils that are there, try doing 30 days without them. Clean up your diet. Do something like a Whole30 program or a 10-day detox and see how you feel. When I eat at a restaurant or a place and I start getting a little bit of a headache or I don't feel that good, and I go and talk to, I'm like, what do you guys use in the kitchen? Just curious. Like, oh, we cook with canola oil.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, that's why I feel like I have a headache. That's why I feel like my nose is stuffy. That's why I feel like, things are,
yeah. And a lot of them are GMO, and then, a lot of the toxins are fat soluble. And so often they're highly concentrated sources of environmental chemicals too.
Right. And it tends to be that the people that advocate that the vegetable oils are not that bad tend to be individuals who come from more of a traditional plant-based world or vegan world, because they don't want people eating as much of the butter and the saturated fats that are there. Now, there could be an argument that's, having some less of those foods. But it's one of those things that until we have the bigger studies that show causation, try doing a little bit of an N of one research on yourself and try going out without them and see if you feel better. All right, Mark, so the last question that we have here is, would you recommend conventional meat and poultry when you can't access organic, grass-fed, or regenerative meats? Thoughts on conventional meats?
It's tricky. I mean, I think, do I ever eat out and eat some meat that I don't know where it came from? Yeah, I do. Do I want to? No. And I don't want to contribute to the problem. So most of the time I try to source from places that I know how they grow the food. And that usually is from regenerative farms, from grass-fed meats, organic chicken, certain types of fish farms are okay, certain wild fish is okay. But I'm very cautious about it because, one, in terms of your health, how much worse is it than regenerative meat? We're still figuring that out, right? We know from some studies, for example, if you eat kangaroo meat, like in Australia, they did the study versus feedlot meat, inflammation levels go up with the feedlot meat and they go down with the kangaroo meat, gram per gram of protein. So because food is information, what is the information in that food? If you're eating regenerative meat, you're getting better profile of fatty acids and omega-3s, you're getting more antioxidants, you're getting more minerals. And what's really surprising is we're now finding plant medicinal compounds called phytonutrients in the meat of regeneratively raised meat because we're eating all these plants, these wild plants that have all these medicinal properties. So, when you're eating a feedlot meat, you're maybe not getting all these beneficial things. You're getting protein, you're getting a lot of nutrition, you're getting nutrients, but you're also contributing to a system that is really destroying the planet. So Mark Bittman talks about the cow and the factory farms being the new atom bomb. And I think it was an exaggeration, but the truth is that if we look at how most animals are raised in this country, it's a disaster. It's a disaster for them from a humane point of view. It's a disaster from the environment in terms of the environmental degradation, climate change, pollution, pesticides, chemicals, all the hormones used in it, pesticides. It's a disaster. So I feel like in terms of your health, is eating a steak from a feedlot steak or regenerative steak, it's marginally better? Is it 10% better, 50% better? I don't know. I don't think we know. But I do think we know the damage to the earth and the other downstream consequences. So if you can't afford grass-fed meat or whatever, okay, you want to get some protein, fine. But I think you need to be as kind of adherent to the philosophy of eating food that's not going to hurt you or the planet, and whenever you can, basically.
Yeah, and you do your best. And the good thing is, just like I was talking about in the almond milk example or other examples that we've seen, the more people that start purchasing and seeking these out, the more that the price comes down for these items. And, big companies and corporations, they get so much shade thrown at them. But honestly, Costco and Walmart, not that I'm the biggest fans of any big corporations that are out there, we have to give them credit where credit is due, because Costco in particular, they have lowered the price of so many of the traditional health foods.
Yeah.
And that are out there, and they made it a lot more affordable, like wild frozen blueberries, organic this, organic that. They're trying to do their part because the consumers are asking them for it.
Yeah.
So I think that's one other hack is, buying some of these things in bulk and seeking out some of these stores, or letting your big box store know about some of the, foods that you'd like to start purchasing there.
It's true, Drew. Walmart is the #1 organic grocery store in the world.
They're the biggest purchaser of organic cotton, right? That doesn't mean that there aren't problems that are there. I don't know too much about Walmart and the things that are going on, but we need to work in partnership with these companies, because that's the only way that we're going to make it accessible to everyone. All right, Mark, it's a good opportunity to do a recap of some of the top foods. We went all sorts of different directions in this podcast, but give us a little bit of a recap of some of the top foods we should, quote unquote, be avoiding and minimizing.
The top foods we should avoid, as we discussed, are high fructose corn syrup, trans fat, artificial sweeteners, and GMO foods. Those are the top. They should just never cross your lips. And as far as the limit foods go, we should get rid of as much sugar and flour from our diet as possible, liquid sugar, calories, and refined oils as much as possible.
Great. And as always, we're trying to do our best, because nothing is worse for your health than stress. If you stress out about what you're eating 24/7, that's not a good thing. So this is information that's steering you in the right direction, and then you have to personalize it for where you and your family are at. But we can leave the stress and we can leave the shame behind. Just continue to make
do your best.
Positive
do your best.
changes in the right direction.
Am I perfect? No. Do I try to do my best every day? Yes. If you love that last video, you're going to